Just sucks when you just want to do the recording.
Oh, internet.
But yeah, we're just going to run for like 5 minutes before we do things. In the camera and
You're shifting just a little bit that way.
Where do you want?
Just a little bit that way. Just a little bit.
no, not yet. Well, it's the same one that I
Yeah, perfect.
kind of.
Okay, he didn't die.
I'm figuring out if I can go into this thing on two devices.
So, do we just go to your YouTube?
Yes.
There should be a.
In fact, that would be easier. Please share the link with me so I can put it on social.
Make sure on YouTube so we don't.
At least for a fact, we know now we'll have at least 3 viewers.
Yeah.
4 if we're checking stuff. So, but yeah, if you can get that link to the to the thing and share it in the group, then we could quickly do it on the socials.
Share. There we go. What's up?
I must say, there's a lot of things going on behind here that are new to me. I recognize pens and I vaguely know how to use them.
We'll explain as we go, don't worry.
And, like, we'll let you get stuck in the mud for a bit first, though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like-
No, look, I mean,
Everybody looks at you and goes, ask a question.
Or if you say something and we go,
I wanted to bring a thing, but I forgot to bring a thing that I want to have like an out of character stick. That's kind of like, listen, I'm relinquishing my status as DM for this very second now. Talk to me, humans, please. What's going on?
you'll find out that the DM is almost like not.
So we'll start the, when you did something wrong, the keyword action.
So what you're saying is 90% of your vernacular today is going to be, well, actually.
And that's why.
Oh no, your name is, what is that your name?
Yeah.
Actually. Here,
No. Really?
Yes.
you realize that I'm probably going to give you guys like
100%
these to write your
done.
names on and stick it on yourself, right?
There was a gent playing with me yesterday whose name was, on Saturday, his character name was A''Strophy.
Nice. So I'm gonna have you explain somebody. Describe a player character. He plays in your party. What was his name?
Murphy.
Murphy. Explain Murphy. Who is Murphy?
Character names are very
Murphy.
I don't know.
Can you
What does
explain
it mean?
something?
Murphy is the most ridiculous character that I've ever had at a table. Like, it's a sorcerer, bard, musician
spear.
thing, yeah, and
The
tries
crazy
to.
thing is he's the best at doing that.
He does it really well, but
So
he tries
good.
to sleep
I
with
don't know if it should be
everything
written
and
on
just
specific
tries to
things. I
resolve
just want
every
person's
problem
names
by
on
flirting.
things.
Yes.
So
And it
that's-
gets quite interesting.
So the problem is that you have to flirt them. So that's
So I had that happened on Saturday. He flirted with somebody. He didn't know who they were. Just like
Yeah, it's you lean into that.
I just need a
so
name for people.
he ended
so
up
I
getting
know which order
punched
they go
into a
down. I
tree
don't know
by
what
the
that
person's
means.
partner in full plate getting beaten into the tree, which was quite fun.
So I can't write on. I need to play on a paper.
Oh, okay, so it's blues for players.
As long as you keep a color roughly together,
Okay.
it's like I think most of the ones I have there are NPC ones. Yeah.
Man,
I only have fat pets.
just ridiculous, guys.
Actually, how do I spell that?
So I should have mentioned beforehand, we're not going to have an official like introduction beforehand.
Not a problem.
It is actually worked into the thing.
Oh,
I know.
awesome.
Okay.
And it's like 9 o'clock, so I'm just sending out a tweet and then we're about to start things for the 2 people watching.
I shared it on my WhatsApp as well. I don't do socials. Like I've had
I
more
saw.
activity on my Instagram in the last 2 weeks
But it
than
is, I
I've
think
ever
that
had.
goes for at least 3 of the 4 of you. Where's my tweet thing? So
Don with 2 N's. And you can barely spell it. Wrong spell it, not barely. Wrong spell it.
Where do the ends go though? At the end. Are you done?
I'm pretty stupid.
Do we have anybody that can like add numbers together in the group?
Yes, actually, I can.
Oh man.
That's
Yeah.
the only thing I can do.
But only like I am surprisingly good at talking to people. That is what Sana can do. She can talk and get in the way, pretty much.
But wait, yeah. So I must be honest. Like I'm so keen to discover most of all the random stuff that you guys are going to be doing in this game because I don't know what you can do. So I'm not prepped for anything that you can do. So I'm just going to like, I don't know, improvise.
That's 90% of what it is. It's make it up as you go along.
I feel very strange without my phone. Sorry, Jay-Z. So, can I leave it here? Don't vibrate it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Good point. Let's make sure that none of us get phone calls in the middle of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we can start getting going.
Yes, thank you. Ooh, lovely. Pass it along.
Thank you.
Happy Easter.
Oh, thank you. That's gonna be cool.
Okay.
And you get 2. Okay. May I have a look at your
Yes, you can.
guy? Oh, bloody.
And then you broke it. Like, promptly, first thing. I
He's
think
not put together yet.
No, he is. He is. He was glued together.
No, it wasn't glued together. It was printed in totality.
it's an actual printed.
Really?
The torso looks like it's a separate bit.
No.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So the upper torso. Yes, you just
It's really nice.
I,
completely.
I will sort you, out the
I
resin.
strengthened this thing so much so that doesn't happen, and then you just promptly went and went, you know what, I'm gonna just break it.
What? It's when you put it on top of something and don't press stick it.
Why your fault?
It's my fault.
That's why you don't have nice stuff.
Pretty much.
Can I just say that this was the most natural nerd moment caught on camera
Yeah.
right now? It was like, look at the nerdy thing. I broke the nerdy thing. Freak out in a passive aggressive nerdy way.
No, that's...
Send me the file.
No, I was gonna reprint it anyway.
I'll give you the resin for it.
It's like 10 more.
So, are you guys ready for this thing?
As ready as I think I could ever be.
That is at least 10% more ready than I could ever be.
Your horn as well. Everything. You just, I mean, I can't reuse this in any way, shape, or form. I can't even fix it.
It can be a
My God.
corpse on the next base.
I'm gonna tell Bob about this. This is unacceptable.
Well, fantastic. So, we are actually going to start our streaming thingy situation now. So, do you all want to send your last messages and tweets and stuff and have fun? Well, I'll talk to the camera so long and introduce things. Do your things. When I need you, I'll talk to you. So, hello, people there. What's up? I'm Bastard Beard. This is my very first Dungeons and Dragons experience. Other than having seen the memes, watched Stranger Things, and the other day I attended a boot camp hosted by Jared over there, right here at Jig, sponsored by, who was it again? I forget
Unplug
the-
yourself and solar pop.
I forget the Solar Pop name. Sorry. Solar Pop. Go and check them out. And they kind of got me into this idea of DMing because I figured the easiest way for me to learn how to play Dungeons and Dragons is to learn how to DM because then I can make sense of the rules. 2 mistakes I made there. One was I had no idea there's so many freaking rules to a game that apparently has no rules. And 2, I'm even more confused than before I started things. So it's no, I mean everything that I've just seen so far is like you can do pretty much whatever the hell you want, except
there's
for
rules,
look,
yeah.
there's rules.
Yeah.
But like do whatever you want. It's free. It's anything. Hendrik, come say hi quickly.
The only thing it means
This
is
is
that the
Hendrik
rulebook
from
is
Jinx.
400 pages.
He is pretty cool. Thank you. I just want to say thanks, dude, for letting us do this here in your shop and hopefully not annoy your customers downstairs too much. If you want to support them, please pull in, come to, I'm pointing like you should know. They're not underneath like the table. We're on the second level of the shop. But yeah, this Hendrik, come inside to him and his exquisite team of nerds. They're fantastic.
Also, boss, I want to give you this from something from Chicks.
Oh, really?
In your journey in becoming a dungeon master.
I've never owned these. Thank you. Oh, God, dude.
Shiny math rocks.
And I've got a question though, and this should probably tell you. Okay, no, that. Okay, what's one? It's a die. What's more? Dice. Okay, cool.
Point.
This should tell you how much I know about this game. Do I need this during the hosting?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I
Yeah.
will use them during the hosting of the thing. Here's the thing. I have no idea what I'm doing. So if you're watching this and you're an experienced dungeons person, right? There's going to be a lot of intakes of breath in things that I say because what was it that I called it the other day? A sport or something? And so, no, I said it's a game. And so it was, no, it's a campaign. Okay, cool. So,
The room separate.
can we just quickly introduce the guy, The squad, the team, the players, the sport, the party.
The players of the party.
No, the players. You, the person going to a job to afford your dice.
Okay.
Like, just sort of starting at this side. In game, we'll do the whole hello, I'm this character thing.
My name is Ernest.
Ernest, and how long have you been playing this thing?
I've been playing different versions of Dungeons and Dragons and Vampire the Masquerade for about 20 years. And I've been DMing 5th edition since about 2000.
And that is quite long.
I'm Adrian. You can call me Ace. That's like an acronym for my whole name. I have been playing for about 5 years. I started in New York when I was studying acting, but now because of COVID, I'm back in South Africa, and I've got a proper job, and I'm trying my best to actually do that and continued with the Dungeons and Dragons things to keep myself sane.
I'm Jared. I've been running D&D, Pathfinder, other miscellaneous role-playing games for going on 12 years now. So, yeah, got into it on my 18th birthday. That sort of tells you how much of a nerd I am. Invited everyone around for a braai to play D&D.
And his friends are still to arrive.
I'm Chris. I've also been playing D&D for about 20 years now. Started with Ernest back then. Yeah.
How long have you been DMing and...
DMing wise, probably the same time. You always start playing and then sometimes you start DMing because nobody wants to play with you, so you force everybody to play with you by being the DM.
Now, just any quick first thoughts before we all get into character and start the story and stuff. How apprehensive are you? Any thoughts about me hosting this? Because I set the scene, you guys know that I've never done this before. I've seen the memes, watched the stories, and watched a couple of videos online. The only thing I've done to train beyond what Jared told us in like the introduction session, which covered essentially, so this is D&D, okay, thanks, cheers. It took 5 hours because there's a lot to know, right? But I watched Vin Diesel play because, come on, you're not going to not do that. And I did watch a couple of videos just to kind of get behind what actually happens in a turn. What the numbers mean, what the I don't know. I don't. So if by default you think I should know something, I don't know it. I'm sorry. How do you guys feel about that?
Give him the Dungeon Master's guide to read through.
All 400 pages of it.
Oh, I got that little intro booklet and I got to like page 11 of it and then they started getting really complicated so I fell asleep.
Checks out.
Yeah, no, they don't make them easy to read. They do not make them easy to read.
The only thing I'm apprehensive about is the fact that you mentioned out of character stick, and I'm like, I'm going to be out of character probably 80% of the time.
Okay. We don't have a stick, so that's fine.
We probably need an in-character stick if we're doing it in that direction.
Well, look, if at any time any of you want to give me advice or tell me, listen here, dude, you are literally no longer playing D&D, you are just making stuff up, right? Feel free to do so. And
But that is D&D.
We'll just guide you along the rules of it.
I'm used to board games that tell you this is how you win, this is how you get there, roll the thing, and then climb the ladder and don't go down the snake. So, are you guys ready? Life to try and get into this without remembering, you know, let me just stage, theater, lights, camera, action. Quator Manus. The boy and the button. Welcome. You slowly come to. Your head is faintly pounding and your senses still foggy. Next to you, you see three similarly waking up from an unexpected slumber. Taking a moment to assess your surroundings, you see that you are in a dimly lit, cavernous room with a faint noise of mumbling from somewhere. Your eyes adjust to the dim light, and you hear a voice say, Ignis infectum libe solis. Ignis infectum libe solis. And that is pretty much all that you know now. Welcome.
First question, was that an infernal?
First question, what is an infernal?
Okay. So the language that the Ignis Infernum Libre Solis, are you using like Latin, or is it like, have you defined a language for that to be in the game?
Oh, this is normal Latin.
Okay,
I
cool.
needed things
So-
that sound cool.
No, perfect. So I don't speak Latin. I do speak Infernal, and I was hoping, because it said Ignis at the beginning, it
I had no
might
idea
be.
what Infernal is.
So
Right.
it's the language of like devils and beings of fire.
It's
and
not
things. Cool.
Who knows? Maybe.
We need to know because he can speak
Yeah.
Infernal.
So if that's like, if it was Infernal, I would ask you what it actually was saying.
No.
And then as a DM, it's your responsibility to make up some random shit
Yeah.
because you didn't think about it.
All right. So, well, did I set enough of a scene for you to start off with now? Okay, cool.
So,
Can I see these other three? The three people I've seen?
You can see them vaguely around you, yes. You don't know each other yet.
Where
I'll
are we?
say
Are we
this
in a
much.
house? Are we outside?
You're inside a dark, cavernous room.
Excellent.
I use my magical tinkering and create light.
Justin says we must speak louder towards the camera, sorry. Hi, Justin.
I use magical tinkering and create a light source in my hand, emitting a 5-foot bright light.
It is a very oddly dense darkness that you are struggling through with your light, though.
Okay.
Can this be like the first time that I ask someone to roll a thing to see how far his light
Yeah, I
goes?
wanna do
Is it
perception
stupid to
check.
do that, or?
so
Okay, do that.
it would be perception to sort of see what you can see from there. Yeah.
That's an excellent start.
What did you roll?
A total of 5.
Total of 5. Now, okay, this is as far as I understand this part where I have to make up a number and say the darkness is like this dark so you can see things.
10 is an
Or
easy
you
DC,
can't.
15 is a hard DC, 20 is a really, really hard.
5 is really bad for
Really
you to
bad.
roll, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, the light that you cast from your hand illuminates just enough as it bears its way through this bloody darkness almost, to drive away the darkness, to reveal around you the weird shapes of 3 other characters that you heard grumbling around you as they woke up. You don't see much further beyond that other than, well, one of them has big feet.
I want to
Better?
Is that good?
I want to confirm. So you say we all woke up. I probably missed it. Were we stripped of our equipment, or do we have all of that still on us?
Figuring
or-
that out as we go along.
Okay, so you see in the light it's a bit difficult to tell, but sort of bronze-toned young lady sort of patting herself down, trying to work out whether she's got anything on her, and after a few moments she also casts, there's a globe of light that appears in her hand as well, as she's busy looking around, and she immediately sort of spots this small, very weird-looking thing. Does the light bother you? I'll take that as a yes. Quickly puts off the light again. And
Lights it.
I know, I'm a goblin.
Oh, okay.
No, well-
That'll just gonna suck out all.
It's just like I have dark vision, so I can already see, and you putting on a light is really not helping me.
And you not knowing what each other are at this point is probably also not helping, right?
Well, look, I can pretty much see. I just want to do a proper perception check to see like how much of this cave I can explore. Just quick.
Not a cave, a cavernous room.
Cavernous room, my bad.
Come to the light. That's big.
Yeah. Okay. 21.
That is big. You basically illuminate everything as far as you
No,
can. Not
I
see
see.
things. You
I
see in
can
the
see in
dark,
the
right?
dark.
Cool. With your exquisite night vision, enhanced by the fact that you remember to eat all your carrots last night, you manage to see all the characters around you as they appear in not only the real realm, but also their actual values, and you see all their statistical values, meaning they get to now tell you all about themselves so that you understand them fully for the rest of your journey.
Wait, what? Okay, wait.
you rolled so high, you saw statistics.
Okay, character introductions. I need to work it in somehow, all right, so that you can tell us all about everyone.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
works.
I see statistics now.
Yes,
I hear colors and smell sounds.
that was a high roll.
actually,
I wonder if that's a joke.
No, there's like this. Your name is such a play on words, so it's like really.
Yes?
That's why he's not allowed.
I think the thing to do is go, hey you, introduce yourself.
Hey, you introduce yourself, please. You robot thing.
My name is actually. And I'm a Warforged artist. 1 year old. I was recently created. And my master was murdered. Vengeful path of destruction to avenge his death. Down with the drown. My specialization is armorer. So I will assist you as far as I can. Or and I answered you.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
What's going on here? What are you speaking? What language is that?
Actually, it's a language called Goblin, and how languages work, you need a high intelligence, so that you can speak more fluent languages.
I can speak 4, but Goblin's not one of them. Do you know Infernal?
I can learn Infernal in 1 day.
I mean, you don't know it now.
Yet.
You can speak common though,
I have been, so
so we can all understand you at this point.
hopefully.
So what are you?
Well, my name's Sana Salvas. I just generally like looking after people, mostly. I rescue people what need rescuing and look after all the youngins that might get themselves into trouble. And, like, I'm not quite sure what to make of you, but what are you?
Big toothy grin, red eyes in the dark. Pretty sure I'm quite scary at this point. Do a little gremlin by your feet. But I'm a goblin. So I have been. Sorry, I'm very bad at the voice. I've been wandering, and because my temple burnt down, and I've been just wandering, trying to find a home, basically. But because I'm a goblin, no one has like ever accepted me. I'm very much just shoved out of every tavern I walk into. I'm kind of expected to be the bad guy. Yeah, that's me. Will you be my friend?
Of course, little one. What is your name?
Sticks.
Like the wooden things that you poke people with.
Sticks.
Oh,
That's why I
okay.
have this big quarterstaff.
Insert big stick.
Like bigger than you are, quarterstaff.
Pretty much, yeah.
Bend down, like pat you on the head. Yes, Sticks, I'll be your friend. I'll look up. Sure thing.
And I can't even see like what you are though, because
Sing.
it's like it doesn't. It's like I thought it was a horse, and now I'm.
Is there a horse in here?
Smells like it.
Is anybody here a horse?
Okay, well, it's talking, so it's not a horse. What is this?
Okay, so as you're all talking, Don is standing behind him and kind of poking him with his axe, and every time he pokes him, he goes clang, clang. And Don is very confused. And so when you look over, he introduces himself as Don McClear. Him and his brother is traveling the world, learning about people. Best way to learn about people is to fight them. And I have a few questions. What's on the inside? And Manny will love you because our other dwarf pet is not there anymore. So I'm gonna take you home for Manny. Are you on fire?
Not quite. I do glow sometimes, but I'm
You
not.
smell like you're on fire.
I am very hot, thank you, but
As you feel your introduction settling in and you become a little bit more comfortable with your new acquaintances, You can't tell but to wonder. What is that sound that I keep hearing? The voices that say.
You also hear horses.
Oh wait, we
Don't
haven't
you
figured
say-
out that you are
don't
a centaur
hurt
yet,
yourself.
have we?
Don't think about
We
it.
can see now that he's a centaur because he was speaking.
How tall are you
I
guys?
don't think any of us have
You're very
animal
tall. Okay. And you're very small.
I'm very small.
That's fantastic.
I'm
That's
like
not going to be
3
awkward.
I think I'm 4'11".
Oh, that's not.
How
That's
big are you?
No, like
like 6 feet. No, it's not 6 feet. Under 6 feet.
So you're the largest one of the party. There you go.
by far. Everybody looking up to you as you're talking to us.
That is not going to be weird through any doorways, I promise.
Okay, wait. How tall is? Sorry, I did write down 1 meter, roughly about 3 foot for me. But how?
4'11".
4'11". Okay, so that's quite a bit.
Yeah. You are small green thing. Yeah.
With a big grin.
Marginally terrifying in the
Yeah.
dark.
I must just say the best thing is I know that I should be moving on or doing things when there's at least 2 of you doing this at me.
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, so far we're on 1 out of 4, so she just gave me that look about you should be doing things now.
Can we hear from? So we're all huddled together. Can we hear from which direction the sound is coming from?
Yes.
And do we
I'm
have
trying
our
to
staff?
feed you. Everybody's trying to listen for stuff. I'm trying to feed you.
What are you trying to feed?
I have some rations in my bag. It
Just
doesn't say-
rations.
Somebody told me if I feed it, it will come home with you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty hungry. It is breakfast time, so.
Generally true. You shouldn't eat things that are given to you by strangers.
It's not a stranger, it's a friend.
He did introduce himself, but just be careful. Like, just because somebody tells you their name doesn't mean that they're your friend.
Stranger danger.
I'd be more wary if they only bought for 1 person. That's what I'm saying.
It's good enough.
I
You should
can't
just
hear
give
you.
you to
I'm
it.
proud of my eating. I'm sorry. So I'm lost in food. I do not perceive anything.
So as we're, so can we see anything? Can we see the walls? Can
I
we
would-
determine are we on the ground?
I reckon I would roll for a perception to see if you can, focus on the noise. Is that something I have to say?
Ice jail? Anything?
Right, that. Do you all have to roll, or does it
So-
be like 1 person?
It
So-
depends.
We can do a group check where everybody checks.
Okay.
Or we can say, he asked, you know. So.
Okay. I reckon it's enough for him to see this, so only one's fine, right? As your eyes adjust to the dim light, you notice 3 light sources, one dimmer than the other, expanding into the distance in this cavernous room. Each light seems to be above a table of some sorts, and at the nearest one you can barely make the figure out of what seems to be a smallish humanoid, possible male, maybe?
Like a
Standing-
person.
Possibly. It's just standing on the outside of this light circle near the closest table to you. It's about 20 meters away from you in this incessant darkness. And from that direction you hear Ignis and the whole thing.
Yes, wait, I wrote it down.
Write it down,
Ignis infectum libus.
So
There is a voice and a person there. By the table. Not there, but small person.
Yeah.
There, right?
Uh,
There.
So Santa's going to start sort of walking forward. You notice she's got not a pronounced limp, but there is definitely sort of a halt to her step as she walks forward, and making quite a bit of noise as she does. As you see chainmail armor catch the light of it as she steps forward, and walks towards this figure that's off in the distance near this table. Once she's about 10 meters away, she'll sort of stop and say, "Hello, did you bring us down here? What's going on?"
Startled by the noise, the voice stops and takes 1 step forward into the light. You see now it is the shape of a little boy, give or take 9 years old. He says, looking at Styx.
Human.
Yes, human. Looking at Styx because, roughly same height situation happening there. I am Quatur Manus. Are you the four? Are you the four that will escape and take me with you? He says with eyes longing and looking up for the first time in her entire life at Styx. I don't know how tall a 9-year-old is, okay?
9-year-olds are small.
They're taller than like a meter though.
A meter's not that tall. Like, it could be a short 9-year-old.
It's a very tiny 9-year-old.
Short 9-year-old.
Emaciated 9-year-old.
It's been stuck in a dark cavernous room chanting Latin for presumably quite a while.
Yeah.
So
Are you the
Are
four?
we the four that's going to escape? Assuredly, yes. We shall be escaping.
definitely intend us to be, yes.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
Hermanos?
I don't know, says the little boy to you, and he's emphatically looking at you with eyes that literally say, help me. I don't know how long I've been here. I don't know how to get out.
Can I do an inside check? So that means is he lying?
I was about to say, as long as you tell me what that means, yes.
20.
20. You have an uneasy feeling about this boy, but it might be written up to the fact that, you know, it is a random 9-year-old chanting
In the middle of a
presumable what you figured out Latin in the middle of a dark cavernous room. It might also just be, you know, tough luck. But I will say this, the boy does look strange.
Santa runs up to him, falls onto her knees in front of him, and pulls him into a bear hug and goes, "It's okay, we'll get you out of here."
Friend?
Friend, yes, friend.
Don leans over to you. Don is capable, at least, of understanding who's the smartest person in the party. And he goes, I'm not supposed to kill it, so
Yet.
let me know.
Yeah.
Let me know.
Hold your horses.
Santa just gives you a dirty look over the kid's shoulder, patting his head.
So I look at the child in mild distrust.
Mild distrust. I appreciate
He
it.
does with his unexpression capable helmet face.
It takes effort to do.
Creaking as the brows furrow.
He's a well-oiled actor.
Yeah. Special actuator to frown.
Imagine I think you're lying.
Wait, are you referring to yourself in the third person here?
Most of the time.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, this isn't going to get confusing at all.
Not at all.
No, but it's like, actually, I think you are lying. Like, or is it, actually, I think, actually is lying.
Actually is lying. If you
Okay.
just keep saying actually. That was his plan.
Okay.
This is where I need to say things to get you
Is
to
there
go
a door?
right?
Can we see what's behind him? What's on the table?
Like, do I get shoved in the back by a
I
little
would.
kid?
I reckon it's worth a look if you want to take a look. It's
So on the table,
on the table.
is it something I need to investigate or just look at?
I think you could just look at it. Does that mean you need to roll if it's just to look at it? It's literally right there next to you now, I think.
And we still have the light source.
Yeah, so you've got your lights
I'm
on.
looming over your shoulder.
What is the light coming from around the table?
There's literally a light hanging over the table.
Like just an ephemeral, like
Like
glowing
attached to the roof.
eye.
Imagine a red light.
Just hold it.
Red.
I mean, from,
Hanging, so
so
attached to
it's
the
like a red lampshade thing, just a normal glow banging under it.
Okay.
Nothing weird about it, except for the fact that you've got no idea where the power's coming from, because it's a little black cable is extending into the nothingness.
Oh jeez.
Yeah.
Not fancy magic lamp, like
No.
that's
No.
just light. It's a lamp.
It's waiting for its load.
Is there a door?
I just want to quickly get to what you said you wanted to check the table. Yes. Right, cool. As you approach the table, you notice a cartoonishly big red button on it. With Did you just press the button?
Yes.
Mighty thunder, massive lightning, big bolts of everything. And everything goes black around you.
Oh, wait, I can see in the dark. Never mind.
Well,
Is it magical dark that we can't see through, or
the next moment, you slowly come to. Your head is faintly pounding, and your senses still foggy. Next to you, you see 3 others, similarly waking from an unexpected
I'm
slumber.
gonna murder you.
You don't know.
Taking a moment to
You don't know.
assess
You
your
forgot everything. You
surroundings,
don't know.
you see that
I'm gonna
you're
take you home in my bag. You're made of metal. There's something in there, and you smell like you're on fire.
well. You missed one small point here. You literally forgot everything that just happened to you.
That's why I said exactly the same stuff I did.
You're in this massive, dark, cavernous
This
room.
is a Monday for Don. I mean, it's nothing weird about this.
The joys of having a 5-second memory span.
You're a goldfish, not a centaur.
It's pretty pitiful, yeah.
What's going on here? So
Well-
like light appears around her. sorry.
Pierden. Pierden.
There's a mumbling that you hear vaguely in the distance that says Ignis infectum liber solis.
Oh my goodness.
Punk.
And
So, we can't remember any.
Punk.
you woke up with your head faintly pounding and there's 3 random strangers next to you.
Like I said, a Monday. Punk. Punk.
Okay, so
Can we do the introductions, okay? Yes, obviously. we
Now
need to
let's
get through.
can we skip past the
we-
introductions?
we-
Does he have less food
Yeah,
than he
I do.
did the
Yes,
previous time?
does he have less food?
His food rations are miraculously diminished and he's got no idea why.
Not that he probably didn't know how many there were there in the first place.
Okay,
So he doesn't
so
know.
can
There's
I-
many and then
can I-
there's less than many. So.
Can I see maybe like due to like because I ate before I was unconscious. Usually you wake up with like bad breath. or whatever. So I'm gonna try and see how long I was asleep for.
Okay, that sounds fun.
Alright, I'm just gonna do a normal perception check.
To figure out how long you've been asleep.
Insight?
Roll the dice. See what the dice number is.
Damn. Insight's better.
Okay.
how much will this?
Like that is you either tell him this is not, it's something else.
Okay, it's something
or
else.
Okay.
you play around.
Okay, well actually it is something else. It's not that.
Okay.
It's not a magical sleep. So you rolled a
13.
13. To figure out how long you've been asleep now.
Yeah.
Like, did she wake up hungry?
So
Did I wake up
essentially,
hungry?
as you're getting up and getting to bearings with what's happening around you, and with your incredible dark seeing eyes, you see there's 3 figures around you and you wonder, how long have I been asleep? What happened? You take a look down at your chest and see there's a couple of crumbs, and you figure, wait a second, these taste like shit, but they're freshish. Why? And you feel that you are full, but how long ago did you eat? It couldn't have been too long ago. How long were you asleep?
Guys, you're a horse.
I hear you.
What?
Okay, so
Almost a horse.
What? No.
What are you? Like, if you're not a horse and you're not a man, what are you?
Centaur.
Can you spell that?
Spell.
define spell.
No.
Is it the thing that makes it go fire, or is it the thing that makes it go lightning?
Both of those are spells, but that's
Yeah,
not spelling.
Huh?
Okay, I'm going to teach you your letters, okay?
My goodness, are you guys gonna go to a corner and you're gonna teach him letters now in the darkness?
I shimmy away from him and stand behind him.
Okay, well, since they're occupied with grade school learning, I will with my dark vision, I see the tables. Okay, and I'm like really just like a little bit freaked out about the crumbs, and I just check the tables on that side. I'm like, you guys are weird. Okay, number one, I'm gonna approach the tables because they look pretty interesting.
Is the boy there?
Fantastic. So you take an easy stroll away from your 3 people that seem to be engaged in an arbitrary lesson of, grade school learning, which might be necessary for Don at this point of time. You see there's a figure standing by the table, his feet just outside the light. And he's mumbling the words, repeating them as if trying to figure out their meaning, saying Ignis, Infectum, Liber, Solis, all over and over again.
Shouldn't you go check it
As
out?
you walk closer, the figure seems startled by your presence. He steps forward and says, I am Quator Manus. Are you alone?
I don't know these people.
Just mumbling, happening off in the distance. It's like, no, that's an A. That's an A. Like 5 minutes later, still on the first letter.
Definitely not paying attention to
No.
this in any way, shape, or form. Wondering where the little. I don't want her to get away. She needs to go home with me for nanny.
So I will. I'm just gonna talk to him. I'll be like, are you a friend? Why are you here?
Well, I don't think that requires a roll for the boy to answer,
no,
right?
no.
Right, fantastic. You must tell me if I should be doing rolls for things, just by the way. The little boy looks at you and says, I'm a friend if you are a friend. I need to get out of here. Is that your friends behind you?
I'm walking closer to her.
No, I don't know these guys.
Well, I really hope you get to know each other because I need you to get me hell out of here, says the little 9-year-old boy.
Do you have any way? Do you know how to get out? Do you have have you gotten any clues? I mean, how long have you been here?
The boy looks at his feet and almost starts crying. It's as if he needs a big, big hug from someone. But he says, I don't know how long I've been here. All I know is it's scary in the dark, and when I leave, it feels bad. But there's a table, and on this table there's notes with words I don't understand.
As you take out the torch, like just imagine a tinkering on it, so without light.
Soek vir die tinderbox in jou hande.
Yeah, Santa, like, overhearing this, still, like, as following Don, trying to still convince him that the letter A is a thing that exists. Immediately forgets about all of this and runs up to the kid. It's like, we'll get you out of here. We'll get you out of here. Patting him on the back. Like, probably the most uncomfortable hug a child has ever gotten. Like, somebody in full chainmail and, like, with a shield.
Don
like,
takes the torch and looks on the table with the torch like this to see what's on the table.
Fantastic. Venture
I'm
illuminated
mostly on
now.
the table.
Firstly, the boy seems ecstatic about this outlook. You can see it's been a while since the thing has had any form of love and affection.
The thing, Nicole, make a note
It's
of
a kid.
that.
It's a boy. I don't know.
Yes, make a note of that.
The boy is looking at Sana, right? Well, you know, just like happy for this. Meanwhile, Don, in his infinite wisdom, figured out, look, we need to see better what's going on this. Ironically enough,
He is
the
very
person,
wise.
the exceptionally wise yet underschooled Don, having just learned the letter A exists,
Not very well. Minus
Very, very wise.
notices that there's a big red button on the table.
I want to catch his hand.
The hand is caught in time because
That's something you
This
make him
this
roll
would be
for.
a good point to have a roll.
okay, cool. So I can basically roll now to see if he manages to stop him.
You can either do like a dex check for reflexes, or you can
I'll
be
do
mean-
that.
Or you can be mean and make him muscle it.
Okay, I'll do the dex check for reflexes because that sounds cool.
I'm gonna oppose him. Because that button's getting pushed, boys.
This is where the campaign ends. So it's the straight up decks.
Yeah, dex disqualified him.
16.
Yay!
With lightning reflexes,
Very upset about this.
actually,
Whoa. No touchy. No. Hands on your great axe. Play with, and I put the light on your great axe. Say, play with your great axe.
Distracted by great axe.
And I'm telling you, your great axe is nothing. And as you're watching, I'm infusing it. It's got its lines on it, and it's almost like rectifying it. It's now +1 great.
is it now an RGB great axe?
Yeah. For him, it's amazing. It's like, the lights go.
The light that you suddenly conjured does have an interesting effect because it illuminates lettering on the big red button.
Ooh.
It's big
not
and
press.
friendly letters that say.
Don't care about that.
Do not push.
Wait, I wrote it down. The big friendly letters on the red on the red button say, in common language. See, I'm learning.
Yeah.
Push me. Go on. It is safe. I promise. Signed, your friendly friend, in brackets, not an enemy. Requiritor. Additionally, you see 4 notes on the table with single words written on each.
So what I think we should never press this button
But why? It's so
Logic says,
friendly.
Because logic says
because
so.
it says
Actually,
it's so friendly.
Because logic says so.
his name is now Logic in my mind.
Okay. What does the 4 paper say?
Well, I think you definitely need to roll to see if you can read that.
Okay. Everybody else reading?
I'm still just
Oh,
consoling
actually,
the kid.
I'll help reading.
Okay.
Can you physically read?
Lift me up on the table.
So is it to look
Put
or
you up,
to
put you on
actually
the
read
table.
or interpret?
To just read what it says on the thing. You need to see the words. You can't
Okay.
see it yet. You need to flip papers or something.
Okay. 15.
3.
Okay. Ooh, tell me if I'm doing this right because I think I can see a thing happening. Don
Yeah.
manages to scramble over from the table, leaving his attention from his amazingly brilliant new axe now. And he sees little 4 notes on the table. Clumsily fumbling to pick them up, he's got 1 note in his hand. It does turn out to be upside down, as
But you're reading it, right?
Yeah.
actually says, actually, and he turns it around and then just takes it all for himself because as a relatively intelligent being, he knows how to work words. It's the words on the 4 papers, seemingly familiar, read Ignis, Infectum,
No.
Liber, and Solus.
Oh, come on.
So it's 1 word per paper.
1 word on each little paper. Picture, if you will, a little post-it note.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm
Is
gonna
there
go out
anything
on a
special about
limb
these
and say Don is out for the word puzzle.
Is there anything special about these papers?
It's pretty much a yellow sticky note.
Is it out that,
Do I need to cut it? Should I hit it with
touch
my
it,
axe?
touch your axe.
I'm touching it.
Non-stop. No.
Sadler
I'm gonna
hoists the Queto Manus onto her hip and is like holding him on her hip. Struggling slightly. How heavy is it?
It's a 9-year-old boy that's been in prison for quite some
So
time. in a
not all
dark
that
homeless
heavy.
room.
Like, limping slightly slower now, she walks over to the table with him and goes, "Have you tried pushing the button, Queto?"
The boy,
I said we're not allowed to. Don't push the button. Don't push the button.
I'm not telling him
Don't
to push. I'm just asking
push
if he has. Because
the
he's
button.
been here a lot.
Okay.
Don't.
So
Why?
I want to investigate the button. Is it like connected with wires, or is it just is there a mechanical thing behind this, or is it
you can roll to investigate. That is definitely a roll.
19?
19, that's a high roll, right?
Pretty high up.
No, I need to make it up.
19 out of 20.
As you investigate the button, you take a look, not only on top, but also underneath the table.
Yeah.
It seems as though underneath the table there's some sort of mechanism driving this button, but it is of a foreign nature that is not really mechanical. It is not in your forte of understanding, it seems. But what I will say is right next to that, you see there's a little shelf, just like next to the mechanics, under the table. But there's nothing on the shelf. It's mechanics, little shelf, nothing under it.
Should I turn it around?
Don't.
I'm touching the button. I can turn the table.
Let's not. Because this feels like an episode of Taskmaster. What's going on?
The new season's out, by the way. Season 15 is streaming.
I would like to find a freaking door. Can I?
Run off into the distance.
I was bored now.
Well, you can make a roll for perception if you wish.
I will. Very high. 12.
Okay. What I will say is that busy playing with his new toy that was so kindly provided to him by him, actually.
This is not a toy.
His toy, his sharp and glowy axe. Don takes a couple of steps into the darkness. You know, you're not a very afraid, fearful being, right? So the darkness doesn't really get to you. He's too dumb to understand dark might be dangerous, right? But what he manages to see is there seems to be another table very much like the first one, and in the far distance another one very much like it.
Is there a button?
And a little bit you can't see that far. And a little bit beyond it, in the far distance, you see the dim outline of what seems to might be the shape of a door,
Okay, I'll
but
go
you are
towards
not
the door.
really certain.
Go towards the door.
As you go towards the door, you can't help but stumble past the first of what seems to be an identical table
What's a button?
to the first one, except there's not a button on it. There's a light hanging, and there's a table. And
I won't press it. You said I'm not allowed to press it.
There's no button to
There's no
press.
There's no button.
Are
There
there
are
4
different-
notes on that table?
what would you like to have a look at the table?
Well, I'm not there. I'm just asking if you saw
I'm
any
sorry,
notes.
Jess. I'm not going to do anything with the
Oh.
paper. I'm going for the door.
It's
I know doors. I know how to open them.
Okay,
going
so,
for the door.
so you're going for the door.
Yes.
Fantastic. Would you like to roll to see if you can reach it?
Reach it.
It's a very impeding darkness, and it's very scary.
Well, let's go. I'm going to run for it.
Okay. So it's going to be an easy reach for you to say.
Yeah. But I'm going to run towards the door. 'Cause I'm
Okay.
very excited that there's a door there. Okay, what do I roll?
Dice.
If it's
Also
something
correct.
that might make him afraid or something like that, you can do a wisdom saving throw.
Is it something that might trip him up?
Trip him up?
If it's
Physically?
like something physically in the way, then it would be
nice.
dexterity saving.
I want to find some creative way to stop him from reaching the door.
darkness-
Wait, where's that little?
Is the darkness-
This is my toilet roll of out of characterness. Is there some way that I can stop him from reaching the door? Because I really just want him to stick to tables for now. Sorry, break of character.
Not really.
Okay, fantastic. I'll improv.
You can,
No, there
you
is.
can make it. You can make it
Yeah.
afraid. You can.
But he's
make
not
him get
afraid.
lost. Well, you can make it.
He's
do a
dumb
check.
though.
What you can do is, if you, because that's why we give you the character sheets. You know, it's a centaur. You know, centaurs have problems with stairs. So you just say
Okay.
there's 2 sets of stairs up to the door.
Okay, fantastic. You run towards the door.
Yeah.
Make a roll to see if you can climb up these 2 sets of stairs.
No, Don won't climb up the stairs.
Gets to the stairs and just freaks out.
No, it's just like no.
Too much effort.
Ooh, table.
Oh,
Okay,
wait,
there's a
sorry.
door
Can I
here
retract
with
that? Because I've
stairs.
got a much better idea because this will actually
Okay, no
work.
stairs.
Thank you. So, no. As you run towards this door, you're running towards the door. There's no stairs.
Okay.
You're running towards this door.
Cool.
But you're so easily distractible by shiny, right?
Okay.
On the table, the first table that you pass by, you see just your eye catches the slight sight, a sight of gold, and it tinkles, and it makes you stop to just take a second look.
Okay. So I stop and I go look at the gold and poke the gold. And start setting patterns on the table with the
Is
gold.
it gold pieces or like a gold bar?
Is he smart enough to identify a key?
Sure, he knows.
It is
So
actually.
Don is not learning. He can speak.
It's the gold that you're pushing about is a golden key with something inscribed on it.
Scream back at the party. I found the key for the door.
Ooh, okay. Well, do some salt at the table and run to my friend because he fed me.
Oh,
Okay.
you don't,
Working. Yes.
you don't know that.
No, he fed me again.
Oh,
First thing he did when he woke up was feed the little
He did
thing.
exactly what he did the first time. I wouldn't do anything different.
As Styx runs up to the to Don and
Hold on,
joins
no,
him
rush it.
at the table, she eagerly grabs a little bit of food. She has no idea how long the supply will last, but he seems keen to share, liking it a lot.
Big supply in my bag.
It's gonna come home with me.
So
He's gonna like it.
Pretty much.
He's going to join
the
new
key.
campaign.
Join the campaign, yeah.
Strangers!
I'm just so glad you don't have a white van. Centaurs can't drive white vans, right?
The centaur is the one.
I was about to say.
I need to know, do you want to pick up the key and look at it?
I think Don has picked up the key. And
Yeah, I have.
Are you waving the key?
Like,
I'm like,
All right.
give me a here.
okay. Okay.
Okay, cool.
What do you do?
Start looking around the table for another button. I'm not gonna push it. You said I'm not allowed to push it.
Okay, is there one-
What you just said is rather important, though.
Yes.
Just, I want to deal with what you said first, but keep what you said. Just
Alright, so I'm gonna.
Eat it. Lick it.
No, I kind of want to see what the key is like. What's on the key because it's not normal. It's pretty freaking big in my hands.
It is a really sizable key, especially in your tiny hands. And as you hold it, you feel that something inscribed in it on the other side.
Okay. Turn around. Try to read it.
Yes, please. Are you smart? Can you read?
Okay, this is gonna be is it an insight or?
So this is to see if you can read it. just see.
Well, if
No.
You fumble with the
It's
key.
a character thing. You can read, you don't necessarily read the language.
Yeah.
I chose to make Don not be able to read because Don never learned to read because he doesn't need to read.
I like that.
So you can read, but you can't necessarily write.
But that is a very low roll, am I right?
Yes. So you can
You
say,
take the key, and as you
written
turn
in
it
cursive.
around
Okay,
in your
now
little...
I can't
goblin
understand.
eyes.
Now I lick it.
Well, I was more thinking that it fumbles out of your hands,
Oh.
and it falls as you try and see this inscription, but you couldn't see any of the words make sense in front of you at all. And now there's a key on the floor by the table. And you were actually busy on the floor because you were checking out for a
on the
button.
floor, on the table.
Looking
At the
around.
table, looking around to see if there's another button you can press.
Yeah. No, just if there's another button.
If there's another button, right. Can you roll a perception to see what you can...
Stop making me roll perception, please. Say 16 though.
Wow.
As if by luck, because, you know,
Yeah.
he literally, Don manages to just take a look around under the table to see if
I
there's
do have the
another
torch as
shiny
well,
button.
so-
And, you know, shines a torch around. And as he lifts his head by sheer dumb Don luck, right? That's our thing. Don's dumb luck. He hits his head on something, and he hears a little bit of a rattle. And as he looks up, there's a similar shelf underneath the little table. And there's definitely something that rattled on there.
you heard something rattle.
I scream those things back at.
Logic.
Actually.
Yeah, because you guys are still
I refuse.
hugging people and...
I was asking Christomanus if he had ever tried pushing the button.
So, yes, well, all this shenanigans happens with that table. Back at the previous table.
Currently just staring at a key.
Yeah, well, you're essentially
You're
you're busy
grabbing
looking for the
crafts.
key under the table because you know it fell and you don't know
I
what's
fumbled.
happening.
Okay.
And it's very dark.
And I can see.
Magic.
Okay, so maybe.
Sana, having let go of the boy and looking him deep in the eyes, asked the deep question, you know, have you tried pressing this button? And he says, I don't know. I woke up and it's there, but I've got this feeling like
My head
it,
pops
it's,
out from the
it
side. We don't
happened,
press the
but
button.
I don't understand.
Picture. Yeah.
Well, that's okay. That's
Can I
okay.
hear this from where I am?
It's quite a bit distant. No, you don't hear this chatter. It's the voice soft spoken.
Yeah. That's okay. It's okay. I was just wondering. You don't have to worry about it.
Can I do that?
And you've been saying, I'm probably going to say this wrong, but Ignis Infectum Libra Solus. That's what's on the paper. Is that why you've been saying that?
Yes, I've been reading it and I don't know what it means.
Did you just see them in that order and read them and say them, or like?
They were like that on the table before you took it off.
Okay,
So
so
they were on each side of the table. One that side, and he points at the far side of the table, which, for practical purposes of us understanding this, is the northern side of the table. And that one, it said Ignis, and this one it said Infectum, and he points at the west, and he points at the southern side of the table. He says that was where Liber was, and Solis was on the other side. That's all I know.
have you had a look at any of the other tables?
It's too dark. I'm too scared to go that way.
Well, why don't we go and have? I'll walk with you to the next table. I'll make a light, and we'll be safe, and we can walk and have a look at the next table together.
So I think at a light on your ship.
The light that you tinker is enough for you to see by to just have a nice
It's
walk.
not it's magical, but
It's magical, but again, this is like a really thick darkness.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
darkness that fights
Enough
back.
for us to like see ourselves, sort of light.
Without stumbling and stuff.
As you approach, tells you there's another box under the thingy, compartment thingy.
like don't press the button.
No buttons.
I look at what's in the shelf. What's on the shelf? Can I see it? Can I take it out?
You can take it out. It's not a stretch. It's not a reach for you. You are rather good at shelving and reaching.
Shop right and check.
And as you reach under, you feel that it's definitely a familiar shelf, same as the setup underneath the other table that you had. You notice a bit of a pattern here. And
I notice a bit of a pattern here.
And as you put your metallic little hand in there, you reach in, and it gets stuck because it's really not. Is it a big hand? Fantastic. As you reach your hand in there, you get stuck. and you feel just with the tip of your feeling with the robot finger that there seems to be something wet. Something is dripping and wet in there.
So,
I don't
Little,
mind
this is
that.
why we don't stick our hand in strange places.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
John, please get out. Can I? Did my hand get stuck? It's lodged.
No, you just can't push it in any further.
I wish there was somebody with small hands that can put their small hands in there.
Okay, I hit my head on the table trying to stand up. So, like, wait, which table are we at now?
Second table.
Second table, the one that I dropped the key
You
on.
drop the key there, it's on the ground somewhere. We just had to take a pause with you to settle their stuff.
Okay.
Okay,
And Goblin, I tell you, please use your little hands.
I've got the key. I'm handing the key to you because
The big golden key now.
Yeah.
Is
I
there
don't
another
understand.
key?
No, what I'm saying is she said she found the key. I don't know what she's talking
big
about.
golden
I
key
have
that
the
she
key that I
dropped.
dropped.
To
and,
happiness, I'm leaving.
Okay, cool.
So-
I thought it was like a phrase, I've got the key to this. Anyway.
I licked the key. It's not interesting at all because I can't understand what's going on there.
I can't. I literally cannot lick it. I'm immune to poison, so that's okay. There's
I start looking around your person if there's a keyhole.
Do you want to roll for
I'll just keep this running in the background.
I go to the shelf that you were speaking about. Is there anyone with small hands? My hands.
So you reach your little hand under the table, into the shelf, easily goes in because you are really tiny, and you feel your grip tighten on what seems to be a rusty metallic little rod. But it's wet. It's literally dripping with water.
licking you.
As you pull it out, oddly there's like water coming from this, what now seems to be a rusty old key. Similar in shape to the gold one that you just held.
Okay.
Lick it.
So,
Wait, this one looks a little bit like not like a snack.
what language?
A bit louder for the kids. sorry.
What language is the golden key?
Would you like to roll to see if you can read it?
Now remember, I tried.
Just because he's too dumb to read the thing.
Okay, so we know these keys are gold plated because
Oh,
this one is
17.
rusted.
You easily take a look at the key because having experience in this type of thing,
You're like
you
really.
look at the golden key and shining in the light,
Anthropologist.
shimmering like some sort of Lordy Ringy type writing. It says, no, you can find the thing that it says.
Ignis infectum libris solus.
No, actually. Wait, I've got down here somewhere. It says the thing. Oh, it says non hoc unum on the side of the key.
Would you repeat that?
Non hoc unum.
Gold key, sorry.
Yeah, it's inscribed in the side of the golden key in beautiful ornate letters. It says non hoc unum.
Okay.
it two
I
N's or
have-
one?
I'm getting confused.
NON
Here's the
That
rusty
comes
old key.
Latin.
Yes. Sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear.
And I gave him the rusty old.
Oh, okay.
Is there engraving?
As you had the rusty old key, I just got to say that you took a look. There's no engraving. There might have been. It's really rusty, but it looks pretty much the same as the golden key, except this one is miraculously. It feels like it should be dripping, but it's wet. But
Did
it's
you lick
not.
this one as well? I mean,
Just never getting dry.
how is this possible? What did you?
It wasn't me. I found it that way.
Are there notes on this tape?
On this table, you take a look, and there are absolutely nothing else.
Oh, we go check out the other table.
Ooh, I like your vibe.
No touching.
Yeah, I know.
Especially
Wait,
since-
I'm coming with you.
All right.
Have you ever written a poem?
Ponies.
I think I put you on the back.
Is this okay?
No,
Okay.
shakes you off. Nope.
Does a backflip.
No.
Friends don't ride
No.
friends.
Also, Jared taught us in that session that you're not supposed to make people do things in game that they don't want to do themselves. See, I listen.
No more perception checks.
But you
Things
know,
like that, beta. Things like that, I think,
Yeah.
for me personally, is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Because that's how you learn about other people's
Okay.
character backgrounds and stuff. So, I mean, if he did it because he's an ass. And he
Okay.
knows.
And he put you on an
Yeah, he knows. But I mean, that's one of both Don and Manny. You don't ride a centaur. This is not a thing you do.
Okay.
Well, what I will say is that for some joking reason in his little robotic mind, big brain vibes, tries to take this cute little goblin and put it in your back. You just
Let's
say,
shake her off.
hell no, shake it off, and you go for a jog in the dark, accidentally perambulating into the general direction of what seems to be the third light. Exactly same setup as the previous two tables. And it's this light just hanging above a table, but there's a whole clutter on it.
Okay.
How
What's
far are
on
these
that
tables apart?
Far enough that
Far
you can't
enough
hear
that-
people talking.
Yeah.
one at the other.
Just like if people are softly talking, you can't hear them, and definitely can't see what's on the table from the distance that you're at. You can see from the second table that, obviously there's this light in the distance, but I will say this to you, this does seem to be the final table between you and that little doorway that was seen before.
The dark isn't just dark, it's also quiet. It makes things quiet. So even if the tables are a bit closer together,
Yeah.
you can't quite hear each other.
I understand there's something like traveling distances in this game. I don't understand it, so don't worry about it.
The biggest cavernous room.
But it's like right there. It's a Dragon Ball Z room.
Yeah. In a bag of holding. It's like,
Mine.
So Santa will walk over with Crest Manus and have a look at what's on this table. Just sort of see if anything catches her. No, she's just carrying it.
okay.
Yeah. That is a 17. 4%.
Oh, that is nice. That is a good scene. Upon approaching the table, you see various mechanical and machine parts scattered around with a closed box in the middle of it, kind of looking like a miniature little treasure chest vibe.
I think I found one of your friends.
All sorts of gears and levers are lying about on the table, and yeah, there's a closed box in the middle of the table with some levers and gears and stuff strewn about.
Do you know what any of this is, Crystal?
I've never seen these. I've never been away from the first table. This is like an adventure.
It is an adventure, of course.
Bastard keeps pressing the button.
Punch in the face. So there's no button. Can I immediately look if there's another shelf at the bottom?
Yes, you can.
Is there another shelf?
No.
Okay. I'm not as smart as my character. Can I investigate what is happening on this? Is
Absolutely.
It moving parts, or is it like something that's been stripped and
You would ideally roll for perception on that.
not a lot?
Can he make one of
Investigation
those
nine.
with this? So it's like this. Does this turn into this?
Oh, the things.
It is a baby
A
arm.
smaller one.
So I've got an investigation check of 9 on what's on the table.
Well, that practically enables you to see that, look, understanding that gears fit into each other, you can immediately see that some of these gears are supposed to go into each other, and similar gears are already mounted on the side of this chest that is currently closed in the middle. And intuitively, you know that these parts will fit there.
Okay. Like,
Oh, I will say this, I will add it, there's cranks and levers also on the table. That will just.
we need to build.
It looks like a puzzle, Christus. Do you like puzzles?
Oh, you asked the little boy?
Yeah.
I'm sure, maybe.
Put him down on the table.
He falls off because there's a whole load of gears on it.
Push some of it away. Like,
Is it
look at
so?
the kid fall off the table.
So we need to. What do we need to do to reconstruct the box?
I can help you with that.
I suggest opening the box would probably be a good idea. Is that something I'm allowed to say?
If we get very stuck, like, yes,
Yeah.
you can.
So is it? But the box is it now locked?
The box is just closed. No one's tried to open it yet.
Don, quickly open that box for us.
Pick up
Don,
the kid and step back from the table.
do you want to do a strength check on this?
Sure.
You would love to use this.
I would love to do a strength check and fail at it.
Okay, quick question, just what I want to know.
Turn.
If he rolls for action stuff, just for the story's sake, can I put something in that one of you might have done to before that, or is that only his action? Or can I lead in by saying someone tries to open the box and he walks in, smashes it?
It does sort of depend on the group.
And it depends if you know the character background type stuff.
I don't.
Because you kind of don't want to like make a person's character do things he doesn't want to do, or he won't. He won't.
Yeah, okay, okay.
So like if you've got a
It's
character
tricky.
in your game that's always
But I can
trying
use
to
an
open
NPC for
everything.
things.
Yes.
Oh,
And, like,
fantastic.
I put Questor on the I put him down on the table. You can have him go and try and open
That's
the box if
exactly
you
where
want.
I'm going. See, I'm learning as we're having fun. This is edutainment, guys. What did you roll?
9.
9, and is that with all your modifiers and stuff
Yeah.
with it?
It's pretty bad.
Final result.
Having been asked by Sana if he's any good at puzzles, Quator Manus, the little boy, takes his hands and he puts it on the box and he tries to open it, and as if by magic nothing happens. It's stuck. It like goes a little bit, and you know, it's as if something just doesn't want to go.
I have the key for this.
No.
Well, that was your strength check. So brandishing his massive new RGB lit axe.
Just relax.
Okay.
Brandishing his big
Relax
axe.
yourself.
Don says, I have the key to this. He takes a mighty swing.
Oh, he has at it. Let's go, boys. You can't stop me.
But for some reason, he just glances off the side of the box, missing it by inches because
This
with
is
his
unacceptable. I'm gonna keep
he
going.
takes a massive chunk out of the side, but the box is still closed because you rolled really shit.
Wait, is this a...
How big is this box?
It's that size.
Boot size.
If you can put it on the ground, I can step on it.
Let's not break everything. Not yet.
It'll open it.
Let me see if I can help you there, Kretomanus.
Give help. Give a help.
With
Oh, yeah, I'll help.
Kreto. Okay. Oh god.
Okay, but give him help.
6.
Oh my word!
What did you roll for,
Only
sir?
when it counts.
A
only when it
strength
counts.
check to help try and open
To
the
help Don open it, and you roll.
I thought he said I should stop him. I was putting his hand away from the box as he was trying to open the box.
And you rolled?
I won. That is why.
Taking
We were
the
going to try and open it together, but we ended up like arm wrestling on the table instead.
So Sana tries to come up and grab this box, right? And says, I will open it, you know. Big boy over there doesn't seem to be able to, and you know, you take what weapon do you have?
Oh, no, I'm literally just trying to open
Oh,
it.
you're
I'm
just
not-
trying to open
Yeah.
it. It does open a little bit. It just,
Guys,
and then you
we need to
feel
fix it.
there's like gears getting stuck on the side because there's nothing to.
So relax yourself.
And as you're busy doing it, Don just decides, you know, stuff it. If he can't open it, no one can, and he rips your arm away. Puts the box back down on the table.
Yes. That is what I was going
That felt like it was getting stuck. I think we
This
might
is
need
taking
to.
so much longer than I thought this would.
We might need to like do something with all the stuff on the table. I'm no good at things like this.
Can someone lift me up? Ooh. Okay.
Just start picking up things and trying to push them. Basically, off the box.
Aren't you good at fixing crap? Aren't you all gears and
Like with no
parts
rhyme or
moving?
reason. Just
Or are you like a suit of armor?
Basically,
does it
yeah.
fit?
Does it fit?
like one piece.
So
Literally
next
just
piece,
taking
no.
the gears and trying to like...
can you roll for a thing? Is this also perception, or what
So
would that be
this
that you roll if you start doing things, fixing stuff?
This will be
This would
depending.
probably fall inside a profession or something. I don't know.
So I've got all the tools in the world. I've got the mason tools. I've got forgery tools. I've got all the tools.
But aren't you
So,
proficient in it?
It could be so
Then
it
you do
depends
it.
on whether you're making it more like is it a thinky problem or is it a problem of dexterity
Or if it's a breaky problem.
yeah.
well, it had a breaky solution,
I
I
can
can
keep
tell you
trying.
that.
Well, the box had a breaky solution.
But I like where you're going. So, okay, can I say for all of you to try and roll perception together to see if you can teamwork this box open?
Let's investigate.
Investigate.
So,
Yeah, I'd rather go for the one with the minus, you monkey.
so I got a 10.
15.
13.
21. Investigate. Nice.
Investigation.
Yes, perception.
Oh, no, okay, no. Investigation check. 20.
Okay, so
Nice.
you're really high in this investigation. What you notice, right, is immediately that the gears that are all strewn about seemingly make the pattern you're not sure if you can fit it together all by yourself, so you call together your friends and say, listen here, can you guys help me do anything? What was your role?
Oh, I fear it.
So, surprisingly enough, the very first piece that fits, it comes from Don, and he says, this thing looks like it goes here, and he just slits on the
Don
biggest of the
is
gears
smart.
on the side of the box. It was also the most obvious one of the lot. I just have to mention because
take it
there's
away from me.
literally a number 1 on the little gear and a number 1 on the little stocky on the
It's fine, I'll take it.
what do you call it? The aspen.
Yeah.
The
Axle.
thing?
Axle. Easy win.
Axle, right. So 1 gear on, and between the two of you, you manage to fit together a little puzzle of these gears. Putting them on the side of the box, immediately you try and open it, again to no avail. It just goes, but then your beautifully put together gears seem stuck. There's one thing you missed though, and you get this nagging feeling it's still on the table.
What else is on the table?
Levers. There's lots of levers.
Levers and cranks.
Little levers, little cranks, all strewn over the table.
Is there, can we see on the box a place where levers or cranks can fit?
Yes, there's a little hole right in front of the box.
I start with
Start with the biggest one and move down.
down to it. Very structured, very organized, very AI.
Try all of them until one
Is
works.
there a roll you can do for luck?
For luck.
Like essentially to determine whether or not you pick the right one by luck?
Just a natural, that's just 20.
There's
I
two
agree.
ways you can do this. You can have him roll for it, or you can roll any dice, and you just decide.
Oh, I want to do that because
Yeah.
I haven't opened these yet.
Yeah. So you go like you decide on a dice. 12 is good, 1 is bad.
Roll with this one.
No, but I want to use the things that I just got
Can we
these.
have a
I wanna use
scissors
them.
or something?
How do I open this? Like, do you know how to open?
A
Wait,
very
Jix is
sealed.
here to help.
Oh,
Wait, I've got one of these. Will that help?
that might.
Thank you, Jix, for the die set that I
No,
need
we're
to.
having way too much fun watching you struggle though.
Him struggling
Here.
at this point.
Yeah.
so-
There you go.
Your first dice, smell it. You must open it. You must smell it.
Give
Yeah.
it to Manny's dice, what do you
Okay.
mean?
Yeah. These ones slide, don't they? Yeah. These ones should slide.
How is the most difficult part of playing D&D opening the box?
Push the bottom of the thing at the back, and it, yeah. There you go.
That's too
Smells
much.
of nothing.
Too much.
Bring it, vat het terug na
Your new shiny math rocks.
Ah, this is so cool. Oh, nice.
Pretty.
They're sparkly. I like them.
Cool.
All right, so what I'm about to do, explain to me again.
So pick a dice and decide like how, like what you want to be the lucky number on it and what you want to be the unlucky side.
Okay, this one that I picked up.
D10.
D10.
So
So you have to pick a number between 1 and 10.
So essentially, I roll to determine whether you open it, and if I beat the number, you get to open it. Or what?
well, you can do it in a couple of different ways. So you can say like based on a time scale. Say there's 10 keys, and you roll for the right key, and that's the order that he checks them. So
Okay, because that's what I want to roll, and if you beat me, you get the key, basically.
yeah, that works.
Right, this is a 10, right? And I rolled a 4. Fantastic, and you rolled an 8. You take a look at these cranks and little shafts and levers, but you notice something particular about the little hole in it, that it's got a little slit going up at the bottom and one slightly to the side. That makes finding the right key incredibly, the right crank incredibly easy, because there's only one with that shape that fits.
Smart.
You put the crank in and you turn it. And like a little musical box, without the music, the box goes open.
Is there a ballerina that pops up?
Is there another key in the box?
But ballerina, by ballerina you mean snake.
Yeah, what is in the box? I'm on the table, so.
I want the box to be empty and us to have just spent like half an hour solving this problem, and it's just a box.
And then after that I want to see how far I can throw it.
Inside the box, you find a similar key to the previous ones. This one being silver.
Okay.
You search it for an inscription. There's a basic inscription on the side.
Yeah.
Wait, I need to lick it first.
So it's hoping.
I just effortlessly as the goblin is trying to get to lick it, just kind of holding the goblin.
Okay, so let me give hand.
Everything in me did not say lick it, and you went ahead and you licked it anyway.
Having licked the silver key, The goblin, with its finely attuned senses, realized that this is indeed a proper silver key because it tastes silver. And everything inside the goblin is trying to not just pocket the key for later, melting down.
That's right.
Oh my word, why did I give you the gold key then?
Did the gold key not taste gold? Because you did lick the gold key as well.
We found the rusty key, so I imagined that it was like gold plated. So it was
I put the keys away and it's dripping out.
There's just a wet patch spreading on your cloak.
Ah,
And the silver key. Wait, I have to mention this. And on the silver key, it just says Uno.
One. One, not one. Wait. Okay.
I'm gonna roll
Nee, kyk
so
sommer
much.
rigting soos ek moet help met die puzzle. Excuse me man.
I'm just worried about the 4 text pages that we promptly took it and ignored it. So it's just like went on with that.
Doing all the investigation.
we still remember what's on it though.
I will mention to you though that this third table is rather close to the door that you saw.
What can I do?
Do you want to open the door?
I do.
Well, you can. How?
Walk towards it, use my hand and open it. Is there a handle?
As you walk towards the door, you see that there's a very nice and seemingly out of place, but prominently silver handle on this door. Wow! You think this is such a nice handle. Obviously, you turn the handle and you start pushing the door. Nothing happens.
Try pulling it. Try pulling it.
Well, he pushed the door.
Try pulling it.
Immediately resorting to his primal senses, he pulls the door. Nothing happens. It is indeed locked.
Completely out of character. Don calls over the Tin Man and says, I think the silver one goes in there.
Smoke.
Smoke.
Go with it.
Yeah, like. So does the silver match the silver key in there? Roughly.
Color.
Metal.
You do happen to have someone that's very good at sensing metals and their intricate properties.
Okay, so
That character thing now, you need to lick it to know what it is.
You're basically blind. You're daredevil, but
Taste daredevil but your tongue.
yeah.
no, I need to take yeah. Okay.
We're talking about tasting colors and smelling like
Yeah.
sounds.
So yeah, did you ask this question? Do you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I offer my services.
Don't give you the key.
So you lick the.
I can't get there though.
Hold your
I
hand.
just want to look. I'm like,
Bang your head against the doorknob. Lick it, lick it, lick it.
Okay, I lick the doorknob.
this is so uncomfortable.
What do I taste?
Rainbows.
I think that this might go.
Rainbows.
You want to roll? Roll.
Well, I mean, I tasted
You're
the
very
key.
good.
You
You
immediately
really-
said the key was
I don't think
silver.
it's necessary to roll for this
No,
because you are so attuned to the states of silver, right? That you can say that not only is this silver, but it's the same silver from the key.
It's the silveriest.
It's a silvery. It's a very intense silver.
Like Sprite mint.
It's as if they're made to match together.
So I put the key in and unlock it.
Yes, quite easily you manage to unlock the door. It's
Now
as
the
if
big question that everybody was waiting for, is it a push or a pull?
it is indeed a push.
Noise.
Push the door.
Your
Oh,
instincts
man,
were
I
correct
drew it
except for
wrong.
the fact that it was
So I
closed.
unlock it and go.
And I bravely push open the door.
Is it dark on that?
Santa steps back a bit from the door.
Where's the kid?
I've got the kid on my hip still. Like, I'm just carrying this kid around. Like,
All right. Well, so wait. You
He's very
unlock the
happy
door
you
and you
guys
push
locked
it
the
open
door.
and you walk through the door.
Yep.
I must just say I love these sticky notes and I've got no idea what any of the other text on the back of the screen means. Just saying. As you proceed forward as a party, following in the steps, cloppity steps of Don as he goes through the door.
Yes, I do. I literally do.
This faint sound of cloppity hooves is kind of freaking everyone out for a moment, but they're walking through the doorway, following behind this.
The guy playing the other twin. Sorry, Meta. The guy playing the other twin in our other game, Don's brother, is always like in the dark. We're looking for stuff, and he goes, "Shh, your horses." Every time. It's so good.
please tell me that you have a coconut. Like,
In the other games, please have a coconut.
We don't just
So anyway, as you proceed forward, the whole party goes through the doorway, and the door behind you closes silently and promptly, leaving you stranded in what seems to be a long hallway.
Did you take the key?
Suddenly,
Sure.
the Don notices that his right hand starts burning with a searing pain that he did definitely not expect. And
Check out my
as he looks down
water
on his
bottle
hand,
goes,
I mean, it's very weird because it must probably be an engraving at this point, but you've got metal hands, right?
Yeah.
Great. Can you feel with it?
Yeah.
Fine, because if the pain that you feel turned out to be the shape of a flame.
Is it a
appear
Don or
sorry, not Don. My bad.
it's because of handling the key, or is it about
I got
because
confused.
of the door?
It is holding while you took the silver key as you just turned it, you're going in, and on your hand you notice this picture of a flame appear, and it hurts as it happened, and then the pain's gone, but the picture of the flame is in your hand forever now.
We're not saying I'm the master of the flame.
And picture that, if you will, this little icon of a flame, very much similar to the side of a butane can, because that's what a flame looks like. That's what you've got on your hand now. It's got nothing to do with butane.
Lord of the butane.
Like, this is uncomfortable.
I'm going
I actually have a
to.
solution.
Are you okay? Are you okay? Santa walks up to him, and I'm going to give you 1 point of healing.
Okay?
Did you take damage?
I need to understand the mechanics, literally the mechanics of that.
I walk up to him and I put my hand on his shoulder, and you are healed for 1 hit point.
Your healing makes you feel better, but the flame is still there.
Okay?
This is
This
as
is
far
good.
as it's going.
Is it going?
No, it's literally just,
So
it
it's
looks
just
like,
engraved in.
it looks like an engraving. Imagine you got a tattoo for a robot.
That's engraving.
That's engraving. So it's,
Sexy correct.
yeah. But yeah, you are currently now in what seems to be the beginning of a long, dark hallway. I can give you this description, I think. But do you want to have a look at it first, or do I need to set the scene? Because
You can you give a general overview of sort of what people see, and then if they ask for specific information, you elaborate.
And am I allowed to ask a specific one of you to say roll for perception to look into it if I want to do the thing? All right, Don, actually, because it's the first in. Decide, you're standing in front, rolls for perception to see what's happening inside this long hallway.
Deep 5. The deepest of fives.
Sure, there is a flaw.
The floor here,
As
made
you
of
stare intently down the hallway,
Into the darkness.
into this darkness, you see that, look, it's dimly lit. It's not like it's dark. You can see that this is indeed an unnecessarily long hallway. And
What you call an unnecessarily long hallway, I call a runway.
as you say, close to you, because it's relatively near, you can see this. It seems to be like some scattered remains of, like bones of fallen soldiers or adventurers, perhaps like you.
Back it up, back.
And at that point, that is where you stop seeing, because you back up. All right, there's skeleton stuff here. Let's wait for my group to join me at this
I think we
point.
should put the Tin Man in front. Yeah.
Are you telling us that any of this is
So,
happening?
Yeah.
how broad is this hallway?
Probably not as
This-
clear as he even
Yeah, this
explained.
hallway is
Bones!
Can
Bones!
we stand abreast?
Scary, back it up.
the hallway is only about wide
Metal
enough for
in front.
two.
Max two.
That's the
Okay.
gist
Two,
of it.
two and a goblin next to each other, perhaps, if you put it. It's not like exceptionally
Pretty
wide, but it's definitely
Like 15 feet.
it's about the size of the two of you next to each other. But I wouldn't necessarily squeeze in three, including him, and
Okay.
side by side.
Okay.
I am immediately going to check for any undead within 60 feet.
I would say that's a good call.
I would say that is a great perception roll for you to make.
So
He's got an ability.
it's a magic
Honestly,
thing that I can do, and if there's an undead within 60 feet, I know the direction it's in.
Oh, so I can tell you there's like a couple of
Yeah.
undead, or do you need to know how many or
So
what? Or?
you can keep it sort of general, but like I know that there are undead there, and there.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
With her special ability, Sana takes
And
a
it's
deep
within
look,
60 feet. So
focusing
like,
intently in front on the darkness and the dimly lit hallway, and just gets the sense that, look, the undead wanders here. You're not sure how many or what,
Do
but
you
you
tell
can
the party?
definitely say that there's undead in the vicinity.
Do you tell the party?
guys, I think I should probably take the lead here. There's some. Just let me go in front for a bit. Would one of you mind looking after Cretamanus, please?
Sure, he's friend.
Like, yes, he is, and I put him down next to you.
I need to mention to you that you did not have Quetor Manus in your hands when you walked through the doorway. You put him down at the table.
Wait,
Sorry,
what?
I assumed I picked him up.
DM'd.
Okay.
Lawyer.
I did a DM thing, guys.
You did. Okay, so then I don't put him
Now
down.
he's locked
Wait,
in
where
the
is
other
he
room.
now?
Would you like to find out?
Yes.
I would suggest that you take a look around and notice that Quetor Manus is nowhere to be seen.
Not even in the room.
The door closed behind us.
If I see him, can I hit him with my axe?
Maar met die plat kant. Nie met die skerp kant. Plat. Net nou nie dood gaan net hy.
Dis tugtig en nie
I've
geweld.
got two speeds on that. It's hit or don't
Stop and go.
So I go, hold on. Give me the key. And, please give me the key.
Does the keyboard him?
And runs back to the door to try and open the door back into the cabin.
There's no handle on the door on this side. There's no way to put the key
Of
in.
course.
We
Excellent.
just left.
I mean,
I'm
I'm
going
going
to
I'm fine with that.
What is the door made of?
He was pretty sus.
Yeah,
it
it's
was
very,
fine.
very, very, very.
As the DM is chewing his egg,
We demand answers to questions.
can you hand me a water, please?
Sure. Any specific flavor?
Doesn't matter, whatever no one else wants. What goes well with chocolate egg?
What do you want?
As you're looking at the door, do you want to roll to see what the door's made of?
Sure. Investigation probably seems reasonable, which is a 6. It's hard, I imagine.
The door looks exceptionally impenetrable and you
very
can't figure
door-like.
out a way to get
Looks
through
a
it.
lot like it.
Door-esque.
I'm going to put my shield on my back, pull my warhammer off my back, and in two hands just start bludgeoning the door.
You definitely need to do a strength
Oh,
check.
they're playing my song.
So immediately. Predator. Stop.
4!
I'm out.
Do you want to help?
Yeah,
Roll
I'll
for help.
Okay, so I'm pushing
Push it
past
back.
everyone.
Yeah, because I mean, this is not that wide. You're literally, there's a goblin flying one way, put it that way. Oh, I love the fact, I'm so glad he's ruining this for himself. What did you roll?
Don is losing the will to live. Keep running. I mean, it's all up to you, but
Because, okay, so, what did you roll?
I won.
The two of you rush that door. Like, you know, you've got your, what sort of,
It's a warhammer.
a warhammer out. There's like little sticks is just shoved to the side of this wall as this massive horse-like centaur runs towards the door, trips, and as Sana is about to take this warhammer and take it to this massive door, literally just falls, and you know what? Everything is just no possibility.
I'm so glad I'm on the other side of this.
Don opens Facebook and changes his status to sulky.
So a quick interlude. Did you tell us about the...
I did say they were undead, and then went, oh,
And then
where's
started
Quetor
making
Manus?
noise against the
And
wall.
then ran to the door and slamming the wall into the door.
So whilst these two are making the foods,
I get up, I'm
just
still
kinda-
trying.
yeah.
Nothing's happening, I'm still
I'm
trying.
looking at you and it's like, I think you're not as equipped as you should be. Put the stuff on your hands, and your fist becomes plus one weapons.
You have glowing fists now.
I make them glowing as well.
I just need to mention this, but because it's gone for the moment, I assume with people break.
Yeah.
Don is busy struggling to get up off the floor. You ignore him for
Like
this
a drunk
exercise. He's like, you know, it's a bit slippery on the stone floor.
Yeah.
I look at them in disgust, but kind of look out in the hallway because he said there was enemies about.
And then
said
he starts
undead.
knocking on a door.
Yeah.
And they start knocking on doors. So I'm just thinking, hey, like,
Welcome to the stream. Right. So essentially, what we are at now, just to summarize, we've got a centaur on the ground trying to get up. We've got someone that knows that there's bad shit about to happen, or
That
possibly
ran away.
that,
And
they
he's still
turns his
hitting the
back and
door.
starts hammering loudly on a door.
Yep.
We've got Tin Man over there looking on at this entire fiasco, and we've got the Goblin who is now empowered, feeling ready to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What would you like to do?
Me, Goblin? Well, I mean, I've got going first right now, so I feel like super awesome. I don't want to go into this dark hallway without my friends.
Yeah.
So I'm first gonna roll a perception check to see if I can see anything in the hallway.
Yes.
Okay. Wow.
Oh, that's
17.
17 allows you a lot. Styx takes a moment with a new glowing fist and takes a couple of steps past the party into the front now. Seeing into the hallway, it seems like everything is there that should be in a hallway except nothing fits. It's like there's lights but not one match. There's entrances to the sides of the hallway that seem to be blocked up with stones. It's not the same stones as if it was built up over ages. You know, let's close the door now, let's close the door. And on the other side of it, on doorways to the right, all blocked up. Big windows on the left, similarly blocked up. This used to be a functionally long hallway. Now it is just, indeed, an unnecessarily long hallway. On the floor, you see that the bones of the skeletons that you saw at your feet are indeed repeated a couple of times through, and you can see there are little satchels around, indeed making you realize that you are not the first adventurers to travel through this unnecessarily long hallway.
Guys, hello?
Donk, donk, donk,
So
donk.
you don't know what I do. You see, my armor changes. Imagine like Iron Man's armor from the bottom of this one.
Nice.
And I get a shield. There's used to be corpses, so there's a mains there. So it's like a battle mode armor going on.
I like that.
Automatic.
Are there this door that I'm currently ineffectually wailing against? Is there a gap under the door, or is it like very flush to the fitting?
From what you remember from the other side is that, you know, you could see a little bit of light shining through cracks in the door, but it doesn't seem to have any cracks now that you look at it from this side.
Quetor, can you hear me? I just start shouting at the door.
Would you like to do a roll to see if you can? Wait, can I do a roll to see if he can hear you from this?
Yes, so you can
Okay.
make a perception check.
I am
Yeah.
going to do, which one's this?
That's a D12. So for
Right, hold on.
typical checks, you do the big round ones.
That one. Okay, I'm rolling it. 14.
So you can decide, like, depending on how loud you think I am and how loud I'm shouting.
Okay,
whether
so I
you
can just go with
through
my
the
roll
door.
here.
Yeah.
You shout and you shout, but to no avail, and it's as if the nothingness on the other side is all that replies. The darkness has engulfed even the mere sound of your voice, and you tend to give up hope on this, you know, door situation.
Suddenly telling me, stop trying to open the door, damn it.
Very sudden.
So, like, very sadly drops the sort of warhammer to the floor, like, just in one hand, and like, God,
It's at that point
we'll
where
be back!
It's at that point where I'm going to do a thing that I read about. I'm just waiting for Don to return because he's part of this situation.
So that's just the plan now.
Shall I convince the party to get back on their feet and move along?
That might be a very good idea.
Okay. I have literally no charisma.
You're a small person, I like small.
And you are currently standing right in front, facing the darkness.
Minus
Same as
one.
mine. Yeah, Mine actually does not have a.
Ooh, 8.
Quest, we need you.
Literally 8.
Okay,
I rolled an 8.
that is enough essentially to gather around your troops and say, hey guys, we need to get going. I don't know how you would phrase it though.
So
I think you need to verbalize how you get your gang together to say, listen, yeah, we need to go that way.
Well, I guess her wailing and like just being defeated by the door, she kind of like takes over my tiny voice and people don't hear me. Doesn't matter what I say. So I could stand there and scream and I'll just be like,
So essentially what we're standing now, just to catch you up, we figured out don't go
Door's
back
not
through the
open.
door, a good idea. And currently we have got your little goblin mic here right in front. You are still getting up off the floor because the floor is a little bit slippery, and that's why you were still onto the floor until now. And Robot Man is
Watching in disdain.
watching in distress while this dude this fool just gave up, hammering the door.
It usually ends up with the in character doing that in a party with Duncan.
So you said that the bones are in a pattern. Or is it
No,
just
there's like a skeleton here, a bit of bones there.
not a discernible pattern?
No, you can't like play a puzzle with it.
Okay,
No.
just checking. Hashtag.
I mean, I'm sure you can build Jenga with it, but that's completely different game.
Okay. Yeah, I failed.
Don is pretty proof to
So-
talk about him not being able to use his muscles up until this point.
And what would you like to do about that?
Get up
Fantastic. Don
and then
gets
keep
up.
sulking.
So, I think let's move down the hallway of where there used to be dead people. So, just
With a look of determination, like it takes a couple of seconds, but Sana pulls herself together, pulls her shield off her back and goes, okay, we can't go back, we're gonna have to go forward.
Thank you.
Warhammer
I've
in one
actually been
hand,
saying it a while now.
Warhammer in one hand, shield in the other, steps to the front of the party and at a slowish, sort of careful walk starts making her way down the corridor. Very carefully, like kicking all of the bones that she walks past.
Usually a Beeristarian play, that's a marching order.
Okay, so what is the marching order that you're walking in?
Sana will be at the front.
Okay,
I'll be in the back. Sulking.
I'll be second.
I'll be good.
Okay, so we've got one, this makes it very, oh, I can now do things in these positions. Oh no, that's for rolling stuff, right? So I got one of these things if you're watching in camera land still, and I don't know how to use it, so I'm just going to play with it. As you walk down the hallway, you make your way down the hallway and your footsteps echoing off the walls. You suddenly hear the sound of bones rattling. Ooh. Without warning, two skeletons pop up right in front of you, surprising Sana to the point that she's stunned and don't know what to do.
This is creep.
Sana screams out loud, but more out of a jolt of like surprise, not out of fear. Let's
And
be
it's
honest.
not a like it's not a girlish scream. It's a ah! I'm gonna destroy these things. Scream. Yes.
And is this the part where I get to tell you that they attack and you need to roll for initiative?
Yes.
The two skeletons attack and you need to roll for initiative. I've been waiting for this. This is the side note. This is the bit
Yes!
of the game that freaked me out
Lost!
the most. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Okay,
So
5.
you would need to roll initiative for the skeletons as well.
Okay, but I first start by pushing these things in order for your initiative. So who's got what?
12.
I also have 12, so
Okay, so
10.
8. So it would be then Sana.
10. Oh, okay, wait.
5.
okay, so then I roll with which
The
one?
big round one.
This one.
Yeah.
And this determines both skeletons.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can do them separately, it's just easier to have them go at the same time.
1.
We approve. Keep that stats up.
The highest initiative is a 12.
This is very important. How far
Oh, this guy.
are the skeletons away from me?
You're right at the back. It's beyond your reach at this
Give me
point.
in feet.
Tell me what the good answer would be to make sure that you can't
within
hit them from
40.
where you are.
So, yeah, so,
It's unnecessarily long hallway, but it's not far from you.
so we've got a movement speed. So during combat, you can move and attack.
Okay.
So you can first run. You want to be able to run up and just turn. And then, so it's 31 feet.
Okay.
He's got to move from 40.
Yama, I need to
It's-
charge 50 feet
Yeah.
for me to
Put it this way, you're not that far. The entire group is, I don't know how big feet are, but you're like within 15 feet of each other, like front to back.
Correct. Okay.
And currently, I just have to remember, because this is a thing that I read, that Sana is stunned by surprise, right? So you don't get to play in the first little battle round. Not that I you'll need it, because it's only a 1. And
Okay.
you get to do things.
Okay.
I
So
think.
Okay, so the skeletons are within 30 feet of me.
The skeletons literally popped up right in front of Sana, and that is why Sana's being startled here.
okay. So I can see she's startled. The one closest to her, I run up and do my thunder gauntlets.
Okay, what does the Thunder Gauntlet look like? I just want to hear the
So
story.
it's literally my first weapons become thunder gauntlets. When I hit them, they can't attack imminently.
Okay. We've been told we need to speak up. People saying they can't hear us.
My thunder gauntlets.
Ach, alsjeblieft.
Do that. Put in your Thunder Gauntlets.
I put on my thunder gauntlets, eh? So my thunder the Thunder Gauntlets attack on the first one. So what the Thunder Gauntlets do, Guardian Armor, is if I hit them, they can't attack me anymore. They have to come.
Okay, cool.
It's a taunt mechanic. 21 to hit.
So essentially, because I rolled a 1, I assume that it's possible for you to just...
So now you don't have to look at their armor. What's the skill?
Oh god, I don't know what's the skeleton's armor.
A 21 hits it.
I 21
okay.
hit. 21 will probably hit it.
Do you have a player manual or something?
No,
Do you have a starter book?
in
Where
that
did you
box
see-
over there.
Where did you see skeleton?
I know skeletons because I used to play Prince of Persia.
Okay.
The thing to do, like,
Skeleton
you
play
can,
stat block.
Yeah.
yeah.
That's why I say, tell me what I should be doing at this point.
So this is
This mechanic repeats over and over and over.
Yeah.
So this is what a skeleton stat block looks
Is it
like.
on this thing or not?
No. So there's literally a book called the Monster Manual with a monster, the monster.
Oh, that's why I fell asleep at in
Yeah,
the.
that was the Dungeon Master's house. That's the other book.
There are more books than you can shake a pen at.
So
Like,
that's their armor class. So when I roll, I have to roll 13 or higher.
Okay, you did that. 13 or higher.
That's how many points of
And so if they attack you, they score. But so essentially, you killed it now, right?
you would have to see how much damage you did with the attack. So the
first you need to-
21
You need to
compares
hit this,
Oh, so it rolls more than
then you need
once.
to roll the damage. So if you hit
See,
it,
you didn't reach that part in the introduction session.
That's literally going to be the next thing. How did, like, not piss everyone off at a table?
No,
obviously
obviously.
start with the rule. Don't be that guy.
The next
guy?
one.
Okay, so talk me through it. Tell me what I need to do for this round,
Okay, so
and
you
I'll
have
do
to
it.
keep notes. So both skeletons have 30 each. So we're going to start chipping away.
So I write the thing here about skeleton.
Chipping away or attack you.
Yeah. Like, I don't do damage. That's not my forte.
So there's now 2 skeletons with 13
Yeah, and you start
hit points,
attacking.
or is that armor points?
So it's 13 hit points, and they have an AC of 30.
That's not usually the case.
What's an AC?
Armor class. How difficult it is to hit.
So in this instance, they're both 13, which is not usually the case.
Okay, so skeleton 1, skeleton 2, 13, 13, which means since you roll a 21, that means that you do hit them, and now you need to roll for damage. Okay.
Okay.
See, I'm learning.
Absolutely. So that's 4 damage.
So
So,
now you pick one of the skeletons, keep track of it, and deduct the thorn from it.
okay, cool. Then I wrote this the wrong way around. But I'll
Yeah,
manage.
so now it's, okay. So if it's vulnerable, I do. Let's not be vulnerable. No.
Stop complicating my life. Right. So do I now get to say how you hit it? Is that, or do everyone first do
Like,
things?
I just run, punch it in where its face should be.
Okay, cool. Well, you connect and
Yep.
you punch out all its teeth
Left. That's left.
of the one skeleton.
Okay. So that's, and now that skeleton is forged.
That skeleton is staggered, so it takes a little bit of a step back. The second skeleton realizes, listen here, my mic has just got a bit of a punch going. It steps forward and draws its buccaneer type sword.
Yeah.
And then we would move to the next person in the initiative.
The next person in the initiative being you, being unable to
Yep.
fight.
Okay.
So we go to Don.
Go closer. Reach over his head. Take a swipe at it with my great axe.
Number 2.
At skeleton 2.
The one in front of you.
Yeah, so
the
the one
same
that
one.
stepped up now. Or the
No,
one
the
that's...
one that was that he attacked.
Oh, the one that he hit staggered backwards. So the second one is walking up now.
Okay. Well, I'll go for the second one.
Okay. Let's see if we can attack.
Yes,
Take
let's see if
myself.
I can not roll like garbage. And no.
Your rolls have really not been favoring you.
They're not great.
Have you rolled more than 10?
No. Yes. on
Perception.
on perception and skill checks.
Yes.
Yeah, oh, that's my turn.
Okay, what did you roll?
11.
11. Well, look, I mean, 11 is a pretty decent strike for you because as you take your swing, you manage to take not only a bit, but the entire head off the skeleton with
Wait.
one swipe.
Wait. Is that on?
That's his take.
Oh,
two
sorry,
rolls.
shit.
That's
That was my 2 hit.
Oh,
That was
so
a
in other words, you
defense.
don't hit.
Yes, so
in
you
that
compare
case,
the 11 to the 13.
you just hit, and if it weren't for the fact that you are so well grounded with 4 feet, you would have continued spinning around on your own axis. You just go around here like,
Yeah,
Bring
I'm
it up
just gonna
now.
go sit down.
goblin friend at this
Again,
stage.
shouting.
I'm gonna just sit down, put down my axe, and talk some more.
no,
No,
it's you.
I'm
Oh.
stunned, so it's
Oh,
you.
Please get it.
Okay. Let's see if I can.
Get him.
Alright, I'm just gonna see if I can hit it. First things first.
Okay, so you must roll higher than a 13 to hit.
13 or higher.
Okay, well, I definitely don't because I'm going to start with an unarmed strike and... Oh wait, that's +5. 15. Okay,
Okay, so it's a hit.
it's a hit.
We'll
Alright.
show you how to do it with our fists.
Okay, where's my D4? Oh, let's have a look. Wait.
Okay, why do you roll with a d4 when you want to get damage?
Because I'm a
damage.
monk.
Different weapons do different damage. So like,
So the most that you can do is 4.
yes.
Well, it
Plus.
depends.
4
A
plus.
monk has,
Oh,
a monk
plus.
has
Okay.
scaling, obviously. At this point in time, I can only roll with you.
Okay, cool.
4. +3, 7.
So essentially the maximum possible damage that you could do.
Plus your +1 weapon.
Plus you've got your +1. Is that +1 per
Oh,
hand?
so that's +4. Yeah, so it's 8.
8 damage.
Alright, so
Is he dead?
seemingly excited about the situation, the goblin jumps up, sticks it, she's like, listen here, power fist to the rescue, does a couple of punches in the air as she jumps up and plants one right into the heart, where the heart would have been of the skeleton, shattering his ribcage, making tremendous damage on him. He staggers and essentially starts sitting down, but falls back on his skeleton friend, and together these skeletons say, you know what, fuck it, this is going to be a harder battle than I thought.
Okay, so.
Wait,
just
you did how much damage? What's 13
8 on
minus
my,
8 is 5.
8
right?
on my first unarmed strike. So, nice thing about a monk is that if you do one on unarmed strike, you can do another one as a bonus action.
So now you're sitting with these two skeletons, essentially the one without the head holding up the one without the chest.
But I don't want to use my key points yet. I only have 3. Okay,
Don't
I'm
the
only.
stupid skeleton.
Alright, so I'm gonna sock him in the.
So you've
chest.
got, again, you've got two skeletons, one with 9, one with 5 left, and
Okay, well I'm supposed to do the one that like starts
is
sitting
with a
down.
chest.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
see if I can like knee him in the face. Whoa!
He
Okay,
did.
25. I definitely hit. Please, I
No,
beg
you,
you,
that's
please.
because you rolled twice now. So
Yeah.
that's-
Do
So
you
nat-
roll for hit again?
No, so a natural 20 is always a hit, and it's a critical.
No, but what I mean, like you took it's a second attack
yeah.
now. Do you
Oh,
roll?
the
Did
knee
you
in the
roll
face.
hit for each attack?
Yes.
Attack. Okay, cool.
And the second attack is a natural 20, which means it's a critical.
Okay.
Which means that instead of just doing your normal damage, you roll for damage twice.
Ooh. Okay, this could be cool. I like this.
Okay, wait now. Roll for damage twice, 2
Yeah,
dice.
no,
You add
Thank
them
you.
your mods twice.
Yeah.
Once mod, twice damage.
2 plus 3 plus 4. So 7,
9.
9.
And 9.
And defeat the skeleton.
So
Skeleton has been defeated.
you take your glowing, glovey situation, and as that skeleton is sitting back on his friend, and you know the skeleton without the face is helping up the one without the chest at this moment, you just take aim at what is perceived to be the weak spot on the weaker one right in front, and you plunge your fist not only through what's left of him, but through his entire character, his soul, his existence, obliterating even the mere memory of him. And skeleton number 2 is just poof, gone.
Yeah.
That. In fact, your fist is so powerful that you strike through it and hit the skeleton behind him, rupturing like some other imaginary organs, whatever skeleton has, breaking off some of his like armor and bones. What did you roll in total for that attack? It was
9.
No, 5 minus 9, something like that. Give me a 5. Leaving our other skeleton staggering back and really in pain at this point, but with 5 points left.
Okay.
And
Now you can.
that brings us to. Isn't it now?
So went at the beginning.
Yeah.
So it was then me, but I was stunned.
Skeleton.
Then
Oh, so the skeletons attack first now.
Now
The
so
skeleton
you've
that's
gone
left.
through the initiative. So
Okay.
they're at the bottom of the initiative.
And now my skeleton can attack you.
So now it's your skeleton.
And I get to roll with what for that?
So you would. It's a D20 to attack, so it steps up towards. It would
The
be
person
to
that's
attack
closest
him.
at this point would actually. Do I attack in
This is
order?
the one that
or
got
do-
stunned by. This is the one that got hit by the.
This is the one that's
Gauntlet.
furthest from you now because you still got staggered back.
Okay, so you have to pick your target. They can't attack anybody except me, unless they pass a wisdom saving throw.
Why not?
That,
Because that's what my gauntlet is.
Oh, so they will attack you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you roll your d20 plus 4.
4 plus 4 is an 8.
Not enough. So it deflects off my.
Okay, cool. So skeleton jumps forward, pulls his sword, tries to stab you, but you know what? He doesn't have his armor. He doesn't have one arm left. He's on his odd arm. He misses completely.
Yeah.
And then we start with the initiative order again, which means
I lunge at him. And 17 hits.
17 does hit.
and 10 damage.
10 damage, essentially. Look,
smokes.
what weapon do you use?
Punching him in the face.
You just, there's no face left for this one. There's no head left. You already obliterated his face with the previous one. So as you take a step, you just take your armor, your gauntlet, and take a massive upright down strike, shattering what's left of his spine, and it's like skeleton dust. But as the dust settles, you notice something odd happens. Dust should not be muddy, should it? Bone dust, nonetheless. To your surprise, water starts filling up the hallway. You are about 40, 15 feet from the further side of the hallway, and this water is rising exceptionally quickly.
Start running. How good do horses swim? Can I do an inch check?
Also swim surprisingly well.
Luckily, I'm not a horse, so it's fine.
This is a great character.
So, how? What? So,
Like
your
this.
feet go like this, and your arms go.
Yes.
Depending on how high the water is at this point, because like I'm
Even if
3
I'm,
feet.
even if I'm walking, I'll do the motions.
Can I please get a lift?
When you hold the dog
It's fine.
over a bar, then it's
Not on my back.
No, you carry me.
Water
You
turning kloppity kloppity sloppity slop.
Yeah.
I will say this though, the water is rising fast, and our goblin friend does seem to have some trouble keeping her head over water.
so I can move like 15 feet around. So like, do I get to the far end?
So slow.
Because I have a really bad limp and I'm wearing chainmail armor.
I'll come back for you.
So, do I, like, we're all running to the end of the hallway, I imagine. Like, none of us
are
really
you?
feel like a bar.
I'm not doing it. I don't need to be.
I'm moving as quickly as I can.
And I would like you to roll for something, I don't know what, but
It's fast.
I want to see how far ahead of the group you get while you're running.
Okay, athletics would
Not a
be
chance we'll get in front of you. Good luck with that.
50.
15 takes you, and oh, this is going to get fun.
About 2
And
legs
confusing.
short. Actually, 2.5.
I did try things that I heard of that I have no idea.
Okay, well done.
In
how
other
we
words, this
learn.
entire game, right?
That's how we learn.
As the water level keeps on rising at an alarming rate, sticks now on the back of Don and
In the arms of Sean.
in the arms of Don.
So
my apologies, not on the back.
distinction is
I apologize. In the arms of Don, making sure that the evacuate water goes off her. You see that Sana decides, you know what, this does not seem like a fun experience. Getting wet, chainmail rust, it's a terrible idea. She starts bailing. You know, the water's already halfway up her body, rising fast. And at that very moment, about 15 feet from the end of the unnecessarily long hallway, you hear a noise, and from the darkness of the far end, the water starts waving up towards you. It's like the water has stopped rising now. It's about, I would say, just under your breastplate size, you know. So it's about,
Like 4.5 feet.
4.5 feet, 5 feet out, or you 5'11".
I'm 4'11".
So it's like there.
Yeah.
And waves of water
Difficult terrain,
start
so we'll do
making
half
the.
movement.
Sorry.
They'll count as difficult terrain, so we'll do half movement.
Cool. So that,
Even slower.
that works with me.
Even slower.
I love it that you pull these in because it really works to our plan.
Like, I can literally move 5 feet around.
So the water is now about chest level for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously I will need to swim. But
You're being
You're in
held
the
above the
hands.
water
I'm just saying,
by...
like, if I need to do anything,
Yeah.
so,
If you get dropped, you swim.
how high is the water level for him?
How tall are you?
8 feet.
Half of that. So it's like literally, it's
Bottom of your torso.
Half of
it's
half.
washing every dangly
My
bit.
knees.
It's washing your dangly bits.
Yeah. Still difficult terrain.
Okay, so I'm just thinking, you said in the beginning that this hallway has like doors that have been boarded up and like there's
Well, it's
stone.
complete mason closed. It's stoned off, as solid as the
So
walls
there's
of the
no like
hallway.
places for me to like maybe stand on.
What's at the end of the hallway?
I don't know. No one's bothered to freaking check.
I'm running in that direction.
Running is a big
All that you know is that
I'm
at this
trying.
point, the direction that you guys are moving there's waves in the water coming your way. Like it's
Coming our way.
coming your way.
So it's not coming from behind, it's coming from
It's
the
coming
front.
from the front. There's a wave coming
well,
from the
that's
front.
just the way it is, right? I'm gunning it for the other side of the hallway.
All right. So what we need to do for you, depending on what the time is now, right? Surprisingly, you find footing with your cloppity clops
course I find
on the
got 4 more.
on the stone floor with the water on it.
Yeah.
I just need to know if you pass Sana at this
I
point.
pass everyone. My movement speed is 40.
Okay. Is this where I'm asked for?
Literally 4 times quicker than you.
Okay, fantastic.
And if
So
I'm
I don't need to
sprinting,
roll
it's
for things.
80,
I can just assume that you make it to the front, right?
If you dash, it's 80.
I am going to use a word that Hendrik told me not to use because I don't know what else to do with it. So, as
Calm.
as Don rushes past the entire party, holding sticks in his hands, careful not to drop her as we go along, right? You know, rushing past everyone into the direction of these waves coming their way.
Sorry, 70.
There's a noise coming from the waves and it says, "Wah!" I don't know if that's even the right noise, but I wrote down a monster. It is called, wait for it, Wastrolith.
Jeez, what the hell?
I googled a monster that will work in wet, and that didn't seem to need swimming. So a Wastrolith in your... Hendrik said I shouldn't say it's a
Let's just
Wastrolith, I should say...
let Ernest meta game it so that he can give him the stat
Give
block.
you them,
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
if it needs to be cooked, they can cook it.
Yeah. I literally just, as I said, I want to bring in some elements to make it seem like a real
Challenge
game.
rating. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How much health does it have? Just,
No, don't do that. That's just challenge rating is all we need.
No, it's
are we that dead?
really
Cool.
Maximum amount.
Okay, I don't know where to read.
Okay, so this means it's
Okay, cool.
Just in case you're wondering, I have a skill called improvised weapon.
I will improvise that.
Does it go when you throw it?
18.
Base weapon.
Okay, can you roll together?
Screams as you flail it about.
Okay, no, I'll make
See
it.
what happens.
Okay, so it's very agile.
Wait, I've got four staff in these. Pretty long range.
Just gonna run past it.
Again.
So can I say that this is one that's got like
You
more
did.
So it's moving, so there's no chance of hitting up. So I can literally just run past it.
Hopefully it's not like, because he said the hallway is about, what,
10 feet wide.
10 feet
Three
here?
of them next to
No,
it.
it was the two of us
I
next to
can
each other.
pass.
Yeah. Depending on how big it
Running
is.
past it. I'm not stopping. The little stake you can always
So
move through in
essentially,
the square. You just can't end your turn on the square.
That's fine. And is it attack points? Or what should I make it to be back here?
It's just it can kill us with one hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus 4.
There's like a rule, it's an unspoken rule with D&D monsters, in that the harder the name is to say, the more likely it is to kill you. Like, goblins, they're fine. Like, the Tarrasque,
So I say
slightly
roleplay
more
plus
terrifying name.
So, did we leave the
Did
notes
almost the
behind?
confide
You
with
guys-
We left everything. We have the key.
Okay, cool.
I somehow
I
managed
figured
to
it out.
forget the child that I was carrying around the entire time.
So he was us, don't
It was
worry.
that one time you put the kid down that you remember.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm gonna put this down.
And we're back with you after that little bit of meta insight given into my existence. I forgot to waive the role of insight.
We entertained them.
Does anyone need something? I don't
after
know.
this fight, yes.
So, as you walk down the hallway and you rush past and everything is seeming a little bit wet to your taste, this what smells very much like a wastrolith. You know the smell because you've been in many battles, right? Just say
And you
yes.
smell like fish.
I don't smell it.
Appears from the front.
It smells like fish.
Lucky for you, you seem to see that this is not a fully grown. It's not an adult monster yet. It is it seems to be one that has been hit quite a few times in the past by these adventurers. It must have been damaged, taken down by the poor souls whose bones tried to attack
Way
you
to nerve.
recently.
Is it like
Thank you. Told you, story's my
Okay,
thing.
so what I'm gonna do, and you can say yes or no, is I've got the goblin under my arm.
Yes.
I'm a gun it for the end of the hallway. And if the thing goes wah, as you say, I'm gonna just run around it.
What does this thing look like?
Luckily for us, we've got a meta descriptor sitting
Funny.
next to us. I need help with that.
Okay, so like
Can I
weird
describe it to you?
fish
Right.
dragon person
Okay.
thing.
So this weird fish dragon person thing, the head with like eyes as if it glows blue in the dark and
Almost like a goblin.
scales, and it's like a goblin's ugly auntie,
not
but
small.
much larger. Even this small wastrelith.
Imagine Jar Jar
Dwarves.
Binks with armor.
Jar Jar Binks with scales and armor and a purpose.
And scary. Like
I'm actually
Hey,
scared.
yeah.
Jar Jar's scary. There's a lot. Anyway,
Jar Jar's a Sith Lord.
Can I make it to the end of the hallway?
so the wastrelith is incredibly quick. So I need you to roll an athleticism.
What is it going to do?
It attacks you if you come.
So it's going to attack me as I run past.
Can I let it start with an attack? Like because as you see, okay, well, as you see it, you start running it, gunning it, but the wastrelith says Wastrelith.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a Pokemon. It says its own name while attacking. It says,
It is now.
No, I go.
Still running past, so you can roll your
and,
attack.
so I can roll attack immediately for you, and you have to. Okay, cool. It's got a 2.
No.
So essentially, the
15 on the
Wastrelith
dice.
takes whatever its weapon is and tries to bite at you as you come past. But you rush past it, and you are now standing behind it with your party facing it from the front.
Going for the end of the hallway.
Going
Don't
for the
care
end of the
about
hallway,
party,
don't care
the
about.
hallway.
Okay, so
End of hallway.
as you leave your party behind, how far are you running in this?
I can do 40 feet with.
Okay,
Difficult
okay,
terrain.
that is pretty much enough. Do I need you to roll for this or not?
No.
Okay.
So what you can do is like if the waves you were talking about waves earlier, if the waves were really bad, you could sort of ask for an athletics check or something
Okay.
if the terrain is actively trying to stop it.
If it's
Okay, well, I think you guys did
Dangerous
mention
terrain,
it's,
not
it's
difficult.
impeding terrain, difficult terrain, but it's not like he's not like drowning in it, so you can run past. And as you run past, you see that right at the end, there's like 5 steps reaching up towards the final door. Well, the door at the final end of this hall. No, unnecessarily long hallway. Thank you. What are you doing?
Showing him the wet key.
Would you like to take us through that?
Like literally, as he's running, I'm like,
don't see any listening.
this is going like,
Just on the other side of the horrible beast.
As I approach the door, there's no slowing down.
Yes.
There's
Door.
just turn the goblin.
The door is
there was a
exceptionally
moment
closed.
of use the goblin as battering ram or use your shoulder, but then I went Manny wants this bet, so I'm gonna take this home for Manny. So I just turned my shoulder for the door.
Okay, now the problem that you are facing is that the door is up a couple of stairs.
It's okay, half my speed again, so I slow down a little bit.
full tilt, front,
Voorkom. Skouwer.
go.
Dat is not an
As you
voorkom.
rush towards the door, I can tell you this much. Okay, do you want to roll for a strength?
You need to say what you need to
I
do.
need you to roll strength for the door.
Please.
Are you raging?
Oh!
20. Ooh. Not a nat 20. 17 plus 3.
Okay, so that means that essentially, as you're running towards the end, you know that you don't do well with stairs, right? So you take.
I'm just slower on stairs.
So you're slower on stairs, but because you've got such good speed through that, you try and take a leap up towards the door. Your momentum carries you, and you take one leap up towards the door, and as you jump, you actually, and this is amazing considering how strong this door is, you manage to crack it. It makes a verbal crack. The frame literally shakes a little bit in the doorway.
When you said verbal crack, does that mean the door is alive?
Audible crack, sorry. Audible crack.
Let's explore that more.
Let's remember. We could do that, or we
Don't
could
say
keep in mind this is a one shot.
One for it.
So anyway, the door creaks. You know, it's audible. There's a shutter and stuff, but you don't manage to break it. It's as if some power is just holding on to the door. It is as if it's tied to something. It's tied. It's like it's tied to that monster that you're just fighting and its life force.
So when I hit the door, I look back,
How much damage did you?
and then I see him do this with the key.
Can we roll to see how stupid you feel?
So I run back.
Okay, do you run past the monster again?
Obviously, but I mean, obviously we can. I don't know what you would like. Do you
So
wanna-
I do need to mention that while you are busy running,
to the monster?
the Wastrelith,
But why would you run for? Oh, yeah, the key. Yeah.
the Wastrelith figured that this fast little horsey man running past him can be Later's problem because you know what seems to be doing a very good job of hurting himself on a door. The Washerlith turns and
Does he
faces.
take any damage from this?
Oh, do I determine that?
No.
No.
Well, I think going no.
His shoulder is a little bit sore, and can I roll this thing to say how sore your shoulder is?
Yeah.
A D4 work.
Great. And if it lands, what is it? It's a 1.
Okay, that's alright.
You take 1 damage.
Bludgeoning.
The Washerlith has in the meantime turned her attention towards the rest of the party. And if I'm not mistaken at this point, because of the impact on the door, you now have Styx with you on that side, but Styx was flung from your arm and currently is like on the bottom step there, shaking herself because took some of a bit of a knock, facing this massive little baby monster now.
But
We
is
are-
can she stand there?
She's on the step, so she's head above water, right? But the two of you are now standing there facing this, what is arguably a very dangerous yet still baby and armed monster. And the Washerlith is menacingly taking a leap in your direction.
It's a baseball swing. So initiative.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea because we're like running.
I don't think we've even used this part of the table this year. Aw. 11.
16.
80.
Don't get stunned.
I saw it coming this time.
What do you roll?
11.
Okay, good. So Styx and so wait, do I read right? Sana, Owen, Styx, and Don.
The mic's not.
All right. So, Sana, you are right in front and ready to do things.
Sana steps forward, raises her shield into a defensive posture, takes the dodge action, and readies to sort of turn out of the way of the coming attack.
Why are you such a wuss? Hit it with the sharp end.
I don't have a sharp edge.
Turn it around then.
Right. So wait, did you roll for a hit?
I'm not trying to hit it. What I'm doing is I'm taking the dodge action, which means
Okay.
that it makes it harder for it to hit me.
Oh, because the monster was lurching at
Yes.
you. It's kind of missing you. So what did you roll?
So that's what'll happen is if it tries to attack me,
Okay.
you will roll twice and take the worst.
You'll
number.
remember that and tell me what to do.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
I'm not
Yes.
taking notes of that
Yeah.
because I don't know what to write
No.
down. What happens next? You.
We second.
You.
Yep.
Did you roll initiative for the Washerlith?
Oh yes, 10.
Cool.
Okay. I run up to it.
Jeez, everyone's going and I'm going in the next round.
I'm running up to it and like to punch it in the back of its head.
So which way is it facing? Sorry, it's facing
Towards me.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, no, so you're punching in the face.
In the
Punch it in
face.
the face.
Straight up. Like it's time to attack.
Okay, so what did you hit?
13.
13,
you gonna
meaning
do?
that it's a hit.
Is it in?
Yeah,
Is it-
because
what's
well,
the-
I rolled 10.
No,
But,
what's
so it's the
class?
armor class.
Armor class is at 12.
So 13 is better than 12.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, and I do.
So the first roll must beat the armor class.
Yes.
And thereafter we work with whatever I roll and stuff.
If you hit, then you roll damage. If
so-
you don't, did you do nothing?
I do absolute minimum damage being 4, but now it has to attack me.
4. Okay, so wait, which side do I just
Do not
detract
So
it
it's
from?
more
the-
like a
Damage
slap.
from
It's like
his,
don't
Bad.
hit my friends. Don't go for my friends.
Bad scaly Jar Jar.
All right. So
Scaly Jar
what
Jar.
did you do? You
Slap.
slapped it, and he's like shaking it a bit, and he's like feeling bad because this is still a baby monster, you know. And if you hit a baby on the floor, he goes, "Did I do something wrong?" And then the monster realized, "Wait a second, I am still the bigger, better monster here." And he stands up straight and kind of like, huh, "I'm ready for this."
Yeah.
Sticks.
Sticks. Okay. How far away is it from me?
You guys are roughly about even distances because I mean you didn't have that far to go. It's about 20, no, let's say 15, 20 feet from you.
You are throwing your darts from there.
Go for a swim.
Well, I mean, I can't like even
No,
do anything
it's-
if I am
Yeah,
swimming.
dart it.
Okay, wait. You know what? Let me just do Fangs with Fire Snake. I'm going to spend a key point. I'm going to put Fire Snakes on my fist. Fists, okay?
Do I need to ask what the key point is? Or don't
It's a
we have
monk
time?
thing.
Great, we can go
Monk
with that.
Okay. I have a movement speed of 40 feet. So
Okay, cool.
basically, I'm going to jump into. I'm going to jump into the water, and as I move 5 feet into the air, I'm going to use my reach of 10 feet and try to hit it with Fang.
Fantastic. Alright, so
And then
you
you're
now
gonna
need
land
to
in the
roll
water.
for...
And then I'm gonna land in the water, extinguish the flames, and absolutely
Yeah, it
lose
checks
all.
out. Fully committing to the move. Let's go.
Okay, let's see if it hits.
No, it does not.
But you look
With your incredible speed,
I'm gonna throw my dice out the door.
you managed to take a dive not into the water but right over. You have now joined on the side of your party, and they are now literally looking at this hapless little goblin who's trying to keep head over water while this Wastrolith is
It
fast.
wasn't the nat one. Okay.
You did land in the water though.
You did land in the water.
That's why you didn't die.
Are you flurrying blows underwater?
Must
with
I give
your-
you something to hold on to?
No, I think I need to take a survival action at this point.
If I'm not mistaken, now it's the Wastrolith's turn, right? Alright, so I roll for damage now.
So you decide what the Wastrolith's doing.
Okay, so biting.
So it immediately gives, if you want to eat anybody except me,
Yeah.
you have to roll twice and take the first.
But because it's you, I have to attack you first.
No, you can. So let's say
It's harder for it to attack anyone else because it's being taunted by
Okay, so if I roll once, that attack goes to you. If I roll twice, the worst.
Now, if you pick someone else, then
then you
Then
roll
I-
twice.
then I roll
you should make the decision.
it's called
Okay.
disadvantage. You
Okay, well-
attack with disadvantage if you don't attack him.
Okay, I think just because that sounds interesting, the Wastrolith gets distracted by this little flying little thing that just went over his head and turns his attention away from Sana to whatever is currently drifting in the water. I mean, it's such a tiny little thing. Is it a poop or is it a we don't know what it is. It might have been, in all fairness, it might have been that horsey thing that flung some shit. You don't know. It is time. It is
Where's
small.
the horse?
The centaur?
My name is not Sticks anymore.
Turning his attention to sticks. Do I now roll
You
for?
roll that twice and take the worst number.
I'm dead.
It's a 5 and a 4.
So the 4 is the worst number. You would add whatever its bonus is to bite,
Okay,
which
which
is
one do I
not
add?
11.
Plus, so that, wait, I thought that was life points. Where do I take that full hit off from?
Every time you damage it,
Oh, from that number. Okay, cool. Okay, so essentially you get hit with 44.
No,
No, wait.
you roll the 4.
I rolled a 4.
I'm dead.
That just immediately sticks no longer exist,
So I hit you with an 8,
which misses because her arm is
which
15.
misses because you've put 50 off. Okay, I don't kill you as I thought.
You just push me down on
I push you under the water and, you know what, realize that, you know, this is not a turd. Alright? Shocked that it's not a turd and I need to figure out what to, well, the monster needs to figure out what to do now. It takes a hand of it, looks around a bit, because, you know, it's a baby monster, it's still a bit confused. Dom.
I'm gonna rage,
Rage quit.
and then I'm a get him.
tell me how you rate.
Rage.
What languages do you speak?
Sylvan, Elvish, and Common.
Silver. Tell me what you say in
No,
Silver.
no. I'm not your show pony. Nice. I'm gonna attack it.
It hits.
No, hold on. Let me just move my rage ring on. Hold on. Sentence you don't hear often. Guy 16.
Yeah.
16. Oh,
That's a
Lord.
hit.
It is a hit. It is a
Cool.
hit.
Damage?
Now I'm 16 damage.
Yes.
Just to quickly check, that number...
Also-
40. I didn't add it together, so it's just so the 40, I didn't go for you.
You have to roll to hit with the beat, don't you?
No, I'm not moving. Divine Fury.
Ah, okay. I thought you were getting the extra charge.
It's definitely not 30 feet, and I can't do 30 feet in the water.
And what's your damage?
So it was 16 plus 420.
16 plus 420.
16 plus 4, 420. Yeah.
Alright, so 20. Alright, so.
And
massive
if it matters in any way, the 4 was necrotic.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, cool. So essentially, you did the thing that you did. What did you do?
I raged and I had it.
Ran up to it really
I
angrily.
slapped it with an E.
Got very angry. And
Look, I mean, this poor little Wastrolith has no idea what hit it. I mean,
dead.
he's never even met a centaur. It takes tremendous damage. However, it goes down under the water, shakes itself like bloodied in its face, couple of broken ribs. Now it's actually angry, and it's turned its attention to Sana.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that right? I don't know. It's
Oh,
Sana.
you're first.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go here. Come.
I am.
That's how fighting
Wait,
works.
so when is your initiative roll was from now, right?
So
Yeah,
he
because
attacked
I'm number
You
3
attacked you in the-
4 in a row.
So he was before me.
Yes.
After you.
After you, before Don.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm last.
Sana sticks
My bad.
monster
Last.
blast.
a lot of damage.
Sana steps
Be
forward and attempts, we shall see how effectually,
Don screams,
to bring her
"Get him."
warhammer down on the snout of the horrible beast.
Get him.
Yeah,
That's a 21.
yeah, it's a real good.
Yeah. And then I do 2 damage.
In other
I
words,
do
no.
2 damage.
So you hit it really, really well.
Yeah.
But
The aim is spot on, but I don't swing all that hard.
But the only problem is that your warhammer kind of got caught on a light that's hanging there, and it kind of just makes it deflect. So you miss that poor monster. But I can guarantee you that you
You
made.
did 2 damage.
Oh, you did 2 damage.
Glancing blow.
So you did
Glancing
a
blow.
glancing blow, hurting its already hurt shoulder, and then just making a massive. But I'm talking like a massive splash. Everyone around you is wet now. That warhammer caused like almost like water explosions.
Come at me, bitch!
I'm gonna hit it with my glove.
Do beat not like that.
Oh!
So I miss.
You want to hit it with your glove, but you forgot that you didn't put your power glove on. It is that dainty little gentleman's glove from the 1600s or wherever, and it slap you through the face, and it fails gloriously.
Sticks.
Sticks.
Okay.
Currently
I'm
treading water.
Currently treading water. I think an action that I need to take is climbing on top of someone else where I can actually, fight.
I will say this: you can get some perch on the wall, where the windows were. There's space. You're a tiny.
Window ledge.
Okay, I get up onto a window ledge. Are we taking this as an action?
No.
It would be your movement, I think.
Yeah.
This is the character she don't know this is a thing.
I know.
There's a thing.
I know.
Okay, I'm going to use these bloody darts. Let's see.
Aren't you close enough to hit it?
No, I'm tiny. Like it says 5 feet of range, but
You're like pretty much right to its like right behind. Remember, it turned from you
Okay,
to
fine,
face
I'm on strike.
Senna now and punch the
Yeah,
thing.
listen.
Okay.
Distances in this case is where
Theatre of the
doesn't make
mind.
sense.
with theatre of the mind.
Throw the dart.
Throw the dot. Throw the dot.
Just throw the
Throw the dot.
Have it.
Throw the dot.
That'll do.
It
Okay,
hits.
20.
That is a hit.
Yeah.
Go for -2. 2 dark 2.
Plus 3.
This is not unarmed strikes.
Nice.
Whoa. Okay, 6 damage.
6 damage. Look, I mean, your darts are very cool. So it makes their way like right into to the back of its ears. And what we don't know is that this watchful senses direction with these little glands behind its ears. So you're currently disorienting it as a bonus there because you are just coming in from an unexpected angle for him.
It's the most damage I've seen darts do, and I played a level 20 monk in 3.5.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
I'll take that.
Wait.
Turning, it is the turn of the bad guy now because it turns its attention straight to Styx.
2 times with 1.
And
Otherwise, take worse one.
Yeah, I
No,
missed.
not anymore.
Not
But
anymore.
I
Forget the turn.
lunge in front of Styx with my shield as a reaction and try and deflect the blow. So you have to roll twice and take the worst.
so the first one was a 17,
Oh!
and this one is a 3.
Okay, so it's the 3 plus 4 for 7.
Nice.
So it misses Styx.
So being disoriented from the darts that sticks through, it completely spins around, and instead of biting into you, it manages to just bite into thin air, and it's done again.
Really?
Don't.
So the
Please.
reason I can do that is that I'm a paladin of protection.
I like that.
So I can literally just
I was
stick
waiting for
my
skills
shield
to
in
come
front
into
of
play.
them.
24?
24 is a hit.
For less than 20 this time.
Yeah.
14.
Not much less than
If the
20.
barb hits, hits, it hits.
Look, you have had pretty much enough of this entire situation now because you've seen it hurl your friends about, you've seen it hurt your new compatriots. You take, how do you attack it, by the way? Do you just
With the axe.
with the
Like
axe?
this.
All right.
There's no style.
You
There's
take,
no style.
There's no style points
Put
for this.
sharp end into thing.
The sharp end is generally aimed at the thing, and as the Washlith takes a look, it tries rearing up on his big legs and tries to inflict a blow. But your glorious RGB enlightened axe now literally enters the front of his head, and it goes right down the middle, cleaving all the way through to its scrotum, splitting this monster in half. There's nothing left, and you just step over it and victoriously say something cool.
Lick it.
Don't lick it, Sticks. Don't lick
The
it. You
Washlith
don't know
is
where
no
it's
more.
been.
I don't know where it's been and it's not metal. Is there anything shiny on the I'll lick the shiny
Your
stuff.
path is now clear to the door at the end of the unnecessarily long hallway.
So last the +1 to weapon.
Definitely. But I can only do it.
Okay, I'm keeping it until you tell me it's not there.
Must be done by one, right? Is it two?
One.
Cool. We are going
So
to.
it's like, go around just like,
What time are you
just
doing?
like,
Right, so we've got a victorious robot missioning through, so taking credit for what Dawn just did.
Put on a ring.
It's like the friend of the prom queen.
Someone take me with them, please.
Can I interject and say your party, now makes way towards this door at the end of the hallway, following behind the victorious thing. And you had the wait key. What do you do?
I immediately try to make me doesn't open.
No, it does absolutely nothing. But you
Silver
feel.
key.
I can tell you something about it though.
Yeah?
As you take that rusty wet key and you put it into
Does
the
it go squelch if you put it in?
It does not because it's metal. The dripping key, still wet, as you put it into the lock, it feels like something it's just holding you back from turning it. You get the sense that this is not your key to turn.
What?
Well, because you've turned the key already. Somebody else needs to.
Go on.
I would have rolled for
Open
picks,
this
but I
jar
was
of
speeding
pickles
things
for
up a
me.
little.
No.
You can hear.
Santa just
Hard
steps
going,
forward, turns the key.
Wait, Santa steps forward.
Just turns the key as these two are arguing about who's turning the key. And like shaking herself off as she's climbing the stairs, like trying to wring out her cloak.
With remarkable ease.
Where am I? I was still on the window there. Or did you fetch me? Okay, you got me. Right.
Under the arm.
Thank you.
Like luggage.
With remarkable ease, this rusty key turns, and much more easy than you expected it to for a rusty dripping wet key in a rusty lock, which you would have seen if you had taken a look at the lock. It is because it's made for each other. Insert ooh sounds here. And the door opens to a scene that you most definitely did not expect.
What's happened to all the water? Is it all just still in the
I'm
corridor?
literally getting there.
Okay, cool.
All of you are walking up these stairs now, leaving the watery wetness behind you. And
Everyone is moist.
moist. And then we just lost half of our two viewers. Moist. You enter into a new room. It's dry. It is almost balmy. It is nice in there. And what you see and smell, books.
I don't recognize the smell.
And as, perplexed, Don looks around. And as Don looks around in perplexed, just like, what is this weird smell that he's never smelled before? Sanatic observes like this excruciating pain on her hand. Tiny as it might be, looks at her right hand down and sees the image of a drop of water being tattooed on her hand as she looks at it.
And immediately tries to heal herself again.
Okay, you want to roll for you?
No, so I,
Do you have self-healing?
Fire.
because I'm a paladin, I can lay on hands, which like I can just heal people if I touch them. So I can.
So you can self-heal. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm trying
so
to
the pain
self-heal.
goes away, but the mark remains.
I put you down.
Right, all of you are now in the new room, am I right?
Yeah.
Cool. The door closes promptly behind you.
I try and like
leave a child?
shove my shield in the door as it's trying to close.
You fail miserably.
Okay.
Because you're...
Sure, perfect.
Good try, but no.
Alright. As you walk through the doorway, you see something you didn't expect, and you smell these books. What do you do?
How big is this?
This room, for purposes of time, is actually not as big as it was going to be. But what you can tell is that there's, I think you should have someone look around in stands of books and stuff.
That'll be me.
I'll do it.
Don't burn it, don't touch it. Do not, in Goblin, lick the books.
But yeah, you want to know
Make
what is
sure
this place
She
actually.
doesn't lick any books.
I recognize that expression is the same expression I got when I told her to lick the corpse.
Did you just say expression?
Yes. So when you're done preaching to her in Goblin, you continue on and just lean over and I go,
You said lick it, lick
Lick
it,
it.
softly.
Okay, I want to investigate the books.
No,
Alright,
very,
investigate the room, I would say.
torn like emotion. I lick the books.
Right. With his acute observational skills and great explanatory verses,
Maybe like I've got a scanner for 23.
I
says
love
everything
it.
on fire.
That is, it's like clicking it.
Yeah.
There's approximately, oh man, there's so many books in this room. The walls are
Is it
lined
more
with
than this?
bookshelves. It's many, many more than that. I would say that these books would be more than any normal human being could read in a lifetime, or you know, more than like the entire collection of Centaurs of all history could have read together.
Whoa,
Except for that one smart one.
whoa.
At
They're
least
not
Don's
all
family.
as stupid as
Don's family. Don's family.
Also, holy crap, insulting a deity, are we?
Yes. From behind the screen, yes. What I will say to you is that you do observe that there's a couple of bookshelves, like in the room, obviously dividing it, and this makes it clear that you are indeed in a stylish but not overly lavish library. Carpeted floor, nice and warm. Your observation basically showed you everything except what's in the furthest corner from you. It's blocked because there's a couple of bookshelves between you and whatever is in the far corner. But as far as you can see, it's only books. No living being in this entire room. Any doors.
I think we need to start the reading.
I think that what you need to start doing is perhaps, I don't know,
Start looking for a door.
that sounds like a good idea.
You can put me down.
I'll put you down when we got in the door.
Santa's drying herself off. That's all she's doing.
So I start. Is there
Rule of left, I'm rule of lefting it. I'm just sticking to the left wall.
I'm going right and I'm looking for any books that have Ignis, Liber, Solis,
Infected.
Infected.
Ignis,
So I'm looking for
anything that sounds like,
or looks like
that.
similar language.
All right, so we've got it sounds so weird. We've got going to the left, and we have Don moving to
Going to the left, he
the.
goes to the right.
Sorry, Don going to the left of the bookshelf, right in front of
Because
them,
it's
and
beyond safe.
him going to the right. What do the two of you do?
I'm drying off. Like, pulling stuff out of my backpack. Like,
Don,
I'm literally standing there
can
trying not to
you-
get books wet.
Yes, I can.
I need you to roll perception.
No, that I can't do. But I'll take a stab at it. 13.
13 is actually pretty good for this because, you know, clumsily you make your way through what seems to be a very non-mazy maze. You were expecting a little bit more maziness in this because that's what centaurs are used to, right? I don't know, centaurs have mazes sometimes.
I mean, racist so hard.
But suddenly, you know, as you just turn around this one shelf, you see that there's like a big pile of books right in the far corner. And we're talking like piles and piles of books. Very out of character for what's so neatly stacked in all of the rest of this library. And there's a dim, you know, like candlelight vibe shining it. And you can see this little shimmering entity, sitting at this light, deeply engaged in whatever book he's busy reading in the corner. It is a humanoid figure. But
I saunter on over and I look over the shoulder.
oblivious. But what I will say to you is this, that as you walk closer, you see that this is indeed an ethereal being. It is a ghost of a youngish man sitting by the table. And as you are busy peering over his shoulder, you can really not have a freaking clue what he's doing because it's a book. But he's
I'm reading.
But he's reading, but you have no idea what the
A.
scribbles are meaning of there.
There are a few A's on the page.
As I was about to say, recollecting what you saw earlier, none of the one symbols that you learned makes any sense
So
because
as
it's
I go, A, and every time I see it, I go, A.
What I will say this is that the ghost is completely oblivious to the group's presence, and he just continues intently peering into this book that he's reading.
When I'm done with the page, I turn the page.
The ghost
In front of
takes
the ghost.
I'm just reaching over because he's not paging, so I was waiting patiently and he wasn't turning the page.
Alright,
so I
so-
turned the page. I'm like, if I read faster than him, then he's
There's a
probably not
problem.
You read all the A's quickly.
I read all the A's that stood on their own.
And together it made the sound you make when you see a ghost.
A.
Most
So-
interesting storybook
You
ever
reach
written.
your hand forward and you turn the page, and suddenly the ghost takes notice because you kind of, in your super clumsiness, stuck your hand not over but through his chest to turn this page. And the ghost turns around and says, "Oh, hi there. Who are you? Hi. Sorry. What are you doing?"
So I do that one thing I heard happen once when I was home, and me and Don fought in the place with all the books. And I go, shh.
The ghost, quite friendly at this point, surprisingly to you, says, "Oh, hi. My name's Charlie. What's your name?"
Don. I start panicking doing this.
At this point, the party starts noticing that Don is nowhere to be seen. You are still drying yourselves off with the intro, and we have no idea which books he's found.
Why do I always find the weird crap?
What I will say, just to... It's at this point that, Don is waving frantically for his friends that can't see him through the bookshelves to join him.
Don is very aware of his limitations, that when it comes to talking to people without the sharp end, he's not really good at it.
Negotiate.
No, I can
Whether
negotiate
I
all that.
hear this conversation happening in the very loud
Yes.
up in the distance. Okay.
It's not that big a room. It's big, but I mean, you can hear
Either
it.
trying to
It's,
sneak and talking to himself, or
Santa
he
stops
does
trying to
that,
dry
he'll be
off.
doing
And
his own theme song.
which way did he go? Which way did he go? Where is the... What's happening?
Wait, my friends don't know that way. I also like follow.
are you still seeking about in the... or
So
do you
can I
join
see?
them?
So I heard him and I look over because I'm checking if he's looking at me, telling me to shh. So we'll find out.
At this point, I will say that you...
Library.
You are actually on the far side of the library busy looking because you went the other way, right? So just to position you, I will say that you're currently sitting with in the back right corner of the library browsing the books. We've got Don in the far left front corner, and you guys have just made your way to join him in what is now called the corner of light for practical purposes. And
Don's corner.
as you get to Don in the corner, you see the ghost, who's very friendly, hand Don a piece of paper and say, I've been looking at this for quite some time, but I have no idea what it means. Can you read it for me, please? I'm absolutely flabbergasted."
Excellent. Excellent.
I was teaching
I'm checking.
I was teaching you your lessons.
There's not a single A.
Okay. Let-
Who's close by? Who's
You only have the two of them close to you. Smarty Pants is way far away.
Smart is when delicious.
Intramurus Librorum Infinity.
Please tell me you're not reading this.
Read it out louder for the camera. I mean for the crew.
Intramurus Librorum Infinity. Quere, that there was an A there.
Isn't this how you do a spell?
Volumem procul patriae, lingua antiqua in quagua pagina, ut ex aetata me libereris, intercum pages limbri pulcri, inscriptum missegium temporum antiquorum, clavum mentis vinculum
I've heard that.
Vincularum frangendi, et me ex illa vinculae spectre liberandi, erge quere verba in paginus mea aetatus, et pellimus incantationem, quo ego clodum.
So, how loud did you read that?
Loud enough for the people around me to hear it.
So what I will say is
I take out
that
my axe as a reaction.
that is so he can't. I want to see a reaction from you just based on what you think currently is happening.
Honestly, I hear the words, okay, in character. I can speak celestial for some reason. Is this celestial?
No.
There was a word
I
there that
hide under
sounded
the
like
table. I will.
So what we've got is
I
this
heard
language.
decorum and I heard incantation, and that's what my
It's
accent
a, it's a
sounds.
language that I do not understand. It is foreign from me.
Both of
I
those
am
words are
literally
sacred.
scurrying under the table and I will hide there now until someone tells me what is going on and I can come out.
What I will say this is that because Sana read this out loud, you know, trying to verbalize these words, on the far side of the library, managed to hear a couple of words that does ring a bell because of his natural linguistic tendencies, right? Giving him a certain guidance as to
Where the
what
portals
he's looking for in this library. What type of book he might be looking for, because he realizes that this obviously needs translation. What I would
looking
like
for a Latin common dictionary.
as that realization hits, that you are indeed looking for a Latin common dictionary, I need you to roll for perception to see how easily you find it. Can I make it like, just in lieu of time, I want to roll a thing, if you beat me, you find it.
Sure.
Cool. Which dice do I roll? The big one? Right.
13.
And I've got a 10.
Okay.
It's on the first shelf.
Just like, it's right here. What do you know?
As if with robotic sense of grandeur.
Actually, it was
Actually,
this whole place here.
Walks up to the party and kind of says, give that to me.
Speed reading.
And you grab the note out of Sana's hand. Suddenly it makes sense to you as if you're reading it in common language. Oh, turn it around.
I've suddenly lost the ability to understand English. That he has the accent.
No, it's like, I thought he had to actually translate. That would have taken a little bit of a while. So, there's not a lot of people that
True that. But read it. But read English just out loud.
within these walls of
A
English,
little bit louder, please.
within these walls of endless home, seek a book that's far from home, a language all on each page to release me from my old age cage. My age-old cage. So English is difficult, eh? Between the bindings of the book so fine, a message etched in the sands of time, a clue to break the chains of mind and free me from this ghostly bind. So seek the words on the page of my age and break the spell that locks my cage.
Main question is why? Why?
Who's your friend?
Why?
Who's your friend?
I think his name is Charlie.
That was Charlie.
I want to say Charlie.
It was Charlie, and Charlie at this point, may I
Smart
say,
character, smart character.
Charlie at this point looks at in amazement, saying, "I don't. Do you understand what you? How did you do that?"
Actually,
I don't have glasses, but I go. It's actually, yeah.
Charlie says to you and addresses you as a group, because at this point all of you are standing together now. He says, "Well, you've gotten further than anyone else." Sorry, I've got confusion with accents. Here we go back to my British Charlie, as he's a very jolly old chap. He says, "Wow, lads, that was very fantastic. And lads and goblins and all creatures of all kinds, that was fantastic. You got further than anyone else that's made it up to here. You understand the writings. All I can tell you is that for you to progress beyond this sphere, this place that we are in, you need to set me free." At this point, Styx actually notices something behind the largest pile of books that was stacked up behind Charlie. It's also like a shimmering sheen. Do you want to investigate it?
of course I'm going to investigate it. So what I thought was an incantation to a spell is not, and it's been translated very contextually. I feel much safer now, and I've decided that I'm going to investigate the things that I've seen under the table. So I'm going to
Yes, you definitely need to roll something to see things.
Ron is also deeply suspicious of Charlie. So if she's done, can I do an insight?
Oh wait,
Nice.
16. Right. You make your way behind this biggest of the piles of books, you know, clearly discarded in a haphazard manner, as if someone was busy looking for answers to a clue they didn't understand, searching pages upon pages. And behind that, you see what is oddly an open doorway. No door, just a big doorway. You can see through it. It seems to look into a dining room, but there's this shimmering sheen in front of this doorway, as if it's a ghost, but it's not. It's like a layer.
We see it.
Oh yeah, you're literally within reaching this. It's literally just behind this pile of books that she sees this massive
Take my
door.
quarter staff and I try to stick it through the shimmering sheet.
It blends like a plasma screen, but it just goes back. It doesn't matter how hard you shove, you just cannot pierce this veil. But what you do notice is that every time that you push it, Charlie kind of like pulls back a little bit towards the door as you push it.
Going to
I didn't notice that though, because I'm looking at the
Oh well, mind you, you guys seeing her do this notices Charlie do not major, just like a little bit behind. It's as if this ghost seems to be attached to the door.
Charlie, how
The-
old are you?
it's bound. Charlie answers and he looks at you and says, "Well, that's that's a difficult question to answer, lad. Because I mean, do you mean when I died?
Give me both.
I was 20 when I died.
20 when you died, and how old would you be now?
Oh. Oh. I would say that I've been a ghost now for 400 years.
Okay, that narrows it down, guys.
Did you write any books, Charlie?
I'm not one of words, which might surprise you, as I was trapped in this library, but the curse prevented me from being able to read, which is what I've been trying to teach myself for 400 years now.
Well, that's okay, that's okay. I've been teaching him to read. And I'm sure
Good
you're
luck.
more capable than him. So,
Yes.
We just want to quickly get to his check on Charlie. So, you want to do a...
Inside.
Calcio.
Je moet er al dan.
Yeah. Okay, Calcio's everyone.
Oh, dank je toch daarvoor. Yes, 16.
You take a look at Charlie, and you know, throwing back to what you've learned about ghosts from your many travels and adventures, you seem to realize that Charlie is obviously not an angry ghost. He's someone that's just friendly, keen on being free. And you also see that there's something tying him to this mortal plane, and it seems to be attached to that doorway that's been prodded by your compatriot now. One thing more that you sense about Charlie is that not only is he friendly and he's a nice little ghost, but he's actually pretty hungry and British, and he just wants to go and have some sausages and mash.
Okay.
Share that
He's a
with
very
the
British.
group.
Share that with the group.
I did. I mean, there it is.
Oh,
Share with the group.
I'm trying to teach Charlie his letters.
We need to find
You're a very
a
teacher.
tomb that's got at least between 20 and 400 pages.
What?
Yes.
What? Is it pages?
So there's something on the page of his age.
But it's a book that stands out, or a book that's not in its place. So,
Maybe we find a
it's
Can,
either
can,
on the
can I read
page.
the can I read the thing to you again, just so that you are all up to speed?
find a book older than 400
Within these
years.
walls of endless tome, seek a book that's far from home, a language old on each page, to release me from my age-old cage. Between the bindings of the book so fine, a message etched in the sands of time, a clue to break the chains of mind, and free me from this ghostly bind. So seek the words on the page of my age and break the spell that locks my cage.
Page of my age, so that's either 20 or 420.
Yeah.
A book.
What
Find a
book?
book that's older than 400 years.
Yes, it's a book
Far
with
from-
multiple languages. So,
it doesn't say multiple languages,
old
it's an
language.
old language.
Language on each page.
But the thing to do would be to look for books that don't match the shelf that they're on.
okay, let's do that.
Let's look for old books.
So I just want to see if I
It's a
can.
book that's far from home, so yeah, it doesn't
I
fit.
will say this: if your entire party rolls perception, that would be nice.
So
Let's freaking go.
let's look at lowest perception. I give you guidance.
No.
I have math.
So guidance.
Perception algebra, do you like add it all together or what?
Sort of just take the highest you can do for the average.
15.
Moet je achterkoers. 13.
My perception's worse than
17.
0.
I have -1.
17.
Okay, so it's on the highest.
No.
17.
17.
15.
15.
14.
9.
Okay, so you got 17.
Yeah.
As your party disperses into this library, you know, the miniature labyrinth of books and trying to figure out where do we find this book. In a moment of like inspiration, we've got just taking a look down at his hands, saying, this book has a language that's really old in it, and
Go smart, Alan.
smart because someone decided to find a dictionary the moment they walked into this place.
So on page 20, page to page 20.
You page to page 20.
Absolute.
On page 20, here we go.
Oh, come on.
You see absolutely nothing but letters written.
Page 420.
On page 420 of the Latin dictionary,
Every single page.
The Latin
You-
dictionary.
which is the one that he just picked up.
That's the book we were looking for.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's the one that he got in his hand to translate the rhyme. The thing.
that was the okay.
Yeah.
Lucky duck.
On page 420 of the Latin dictionary, you came across the letters, some text scribbled in a child's handwriting. Child that could not have been more than 8 or 9 years old.
His name is.
It said, "Note to self, do remember to set Charlie free. He's been a ghost for long enough now. If only I could get the damn window open, the poor soul can go home."
We're trapped in that demon kid's nightmare. I'm glad you put it down. And the game
If we
remembered.
had taken a
We're trapped
year
in his
longer
jaws.
to solve this, like if we had been kidnapped a year later, would we have just missed this clue entirely?
We would have shifted the page on.
The page, because it's magic.
You think it chronologically when you think you should be thinking magically.
But that's why you go.
Remember, every time
goes
that
20-ish.
button gets pressed,
Yeah.
he
Every
resets.
But we don't know.
Yes,
How
totally.
many times have we
Meta.
done this?
That is a good question for a longer campaign.
I'm gonna go
So
with twice.
you tell us this, I hope.
I read this aloud and I'm like, what's it called? The Manus is going to get a beating real bad.
No, he's a good boy. He hasn't done anything wrong.
I'll give him a lolly. It's a sharp edge.
All right, so we've got the clue. You need to get a window open, and you guys are standing there. There's books around you. Charlie's
Looking
still
for a
sitting
window.
there.
What is that?
Well, essentially, as you look up, there's a row of windows where the balmy sunlight is shining in to this room. There seems to be this one window that's kind of like got a similar-ish shimmering that you observed in front of the doorway, but just around the latch. That's the word.
We're gonna make it. Ek gaan nie altyd die belangrike goed
Like,
van
how
maak
high is it?
Oh, it's definitely 200 feet. It is essentially with.
nie. Excluded because of
There's a
your-
latch, but it's about, I would say, 8.5 feet up. It's a tall window, but you know it's
So there's
it's
a
within reach.
Never toss.
Not at all.
I'm not
Got it
at all.
off.
Okay,
I'm just putting it out there.
I'm up
Charlie.
for it. I'm a monk. Okay.
Ja, ja.
Who's tossing the goblin?
No, no. At that window.
Okay.
Right, roll for athleticism, please.
Is there any way where
Both of you.
that I can...
Oh,
10 for athleticism.
Yeah, because I have +5.
Wait, mine is acrobatics. Mine is to be acrobatics.
Okay.
it's still a 1.
No, it's
It's
not.
still a 1.
Right, so
Ariel, please, no.
oh no, wait. So you rolled 10. Don, you know, being impulsive and throwy about, takes
You
his
said throw her out the window, so I did.
and listening on impulse, he takes
I'm
his
still
sticks.
busy with this freaking doorway.
So Styx is just being picked up here with the staff still in hand and chucked up at
Did she
the.
scream no, no, no as I was going
it.
back to go?
Actually, seeming more like wee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or correction, how would it sound?
Okay, yeah.
We.
I'll do that. And because of some severe hand, because no, she's still holding her staff, right? And as she manages to reach the window, he chucks it out to one hand is staff. She's just holding on with like one or two slipping fingers there, about to fall.
Fail. Okay, can I do an acrobatics check to see, or if I can like somehow get myself up there?
Make it majestic.
That's better.
Okay,
Is that a 9 or a
it's
6?
a 14.
14.
Give you guidance.
So +1 die 4.
Plus another die 4.
Oh, that makes it a very high score.
Yay,
Yeah.
4!
So So 18.
18. With 18, you manage to not only pull yourself up by your three fingers that you're holding on to, but you manage to take your staff and wedge it in between the sides of the window, giving you an extra thing to hold on to, making sure that you will not fall off. As you take a look down at the latch, you see the same ghostliness that you couldn't attack with your staff earlier, but it's just around the latch.
Just around the latch.
It's literally keeping the latch enclosed.
Okay, can I break the window?
I don't know, can you? Take it. I would be willing to roll you for strength for that.
Okay, I will totally do a strength roll.
Punch the window.
I'm just gonna attack the window. I was just about to say, like, I'm not
Just
trying-
attack the window. Do an attack roll.
Okay, it's 7/16.
Jeez, what's 7? How? Dude.
It's dexterity.
Dexterity 8+1 plus 10.
And
1d4 plus 3. Plus 4 because they're magical.
Sorry, wait. Oh no, sorry, it's +5. My bad. So that's 14. 1d4 plus 3, and I
Plus 4 because they're magical.
3, 6.
Plus 4 because they're magical. So that's magical plus 1 first.
They haven't removed themselves. Okay, 7.
No, apparently it stays there forever.
So,
Tell you this how
what
it's
is the
out.
final score that you by punching this window with?
1,000.
7 damage to the window.
7 damage to the window. Here's the thing that you did not realize. Charlie, being not the most intelligent ghost ever, tried to open the window with the latch the whole time. The books he was stacking was for him to get open and open the latch. He never bothered in 400 years to check whether the window can break. The window, famously made out of glass, just shatters into nothingness as your staff hits it and what have you done. The window is open and
Charlie vibe vindt eruit soos 'n poep.
well, funny genoeg dat jy dit sê, because as soon as the window breaks open, a strong gust of wind starts blowing out of the room as if sucking, pulling the shimmering and now smiling visage of Charlie the ghost out of the window. Before he completely disappears, Charlie takes the hand of this very helpful goblin, which he never thought was a phrase that would come across his mind, and says, "Thank you for freeing me. Here, take the book as your treasure. Take the book as your treasure." And as if by magic, the book lifts from the hands of and it goes up into the air and it lands in the hands of Styx as she stands there with this rather sizable Latin dictionary now. And Charlie is just drawn into the netherness and his spirit finally released from his bounds. As Styx takes hold of the book and wants to turn the cover, a searing pain is felt on her right hand. And the image of a
Can I
book
drop the book onto
is like a
his head?
tattoo.
Out the window.
Oh no!
That did not happen. She dropped the book right to the floor and it fell on the inside. As she's looking at her hand, the image of a little book appears on her right hand, as if tattooed in her goblin flesh.
Sticks! What's out the window?
Yeah, what's on the other side?
Should we keep the book first of all?
The book's inside.
It said to you, keep the book as your treasure.
Okay.
What's out the window?
You have it. Great.
Do you want to peer
What's
into...
out the
I'm
window?
asking Sticks, what's out the window?
I'm checking on leaning on my quarterstaff that's wedged in this.
I want to. I need you to roll acrobatics for this check.
Sorry.
Acrobatics.
Yes.
Acrobatics.
Please don't
Please
fall
don't
out the window.
fail. I'm
Do
ready.
not disappoint me.
I really fail it full immediately.
Okay.
19.
Yeah, nice. 19.
Right. So what happens is, like, as you are busy peering into this window to see where did Charlie the friendly ghost go, you feel that you are losing your touch. You are starting to slip out of that window because the strong gust of wind is sucking you out. But because you are such a dexterous little goblin, you manage to take a backflip, somersault, and in the air, twist yourself around, and Don catches you without so much as a oomph.
Yeah.
And puts you down respectfully.
Okay.
The air is clear, and you notice that the doorway shimmer is gone.
Go through the door.
Go through the window.
At this point, I will just say that we will be rushing things a little bit. So if you make decisions, we've got only an hour left.
Go through the door.
And I would suggest that you would imagine there's something
March
chasing.
with vigor through the door.
Fantastic.
What were those words in the dictionary that we saw at the beginning on the tables? What's the lot like? What do those words translate to?
Let's
Ooh, I was waiting for that. Sorry.
So non-hoc unum,
Well, I'm thinking more Ignis Infectum Libra Solus.
like,
Do you want me to tell the translations? Do you want to delve into your Latin?
go.
Okay, so I will tell you this. That's what do you want to translate?
Ignis Infectum Libra and Solus.
Okay, can we do this once you're into the next room? Fine, just hold that thought because I will tell you. As your party walks through the doorway,
Fire, book, water, onion, sauce.
So 3.
as your party walks through the doorway, they find themselves in a sizable dining room. In the center of the room is a large oblong table, bare, but for about 9 tables, chairs stuck around the table. Right. At the head of the table, there's not a chair. There's something looking like a sizable perch. Imagine the type that you would usually put a parrot on, but this one is definitely larger. Wait, sorry, yeah. Oh, there we go. Candles cast a flickering shadow on the wall, revealing what seems to be some paintings of faces and figures going on the right-hand side of the wall. And on the far side of the room, you see something like a trolley. It could be a wine decanter that is standing there, filled up with red wine. It's not a big room. It's about 20 feet across, how big's feet? It's like 5 meters.
Divided by 3 to get.
It's like a sizable dining room, right? And okay, in that case, make it 30 feet across. That makes more sense. And that's what you can see as you enter the room, and you are now huddled just past this entrance hall. And you wanted to do translation checks, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you want to check?
Ignis Infectum Libra Solus.
You look up the words that Quator Manus repeated at the beginning of your adventure together, and you see that Ignis translates to light.
Yeah.
Paging further, noticing, well, not too much further because it's alphabetical, Infectum is water. Liber, on the other hand, gives you the word book. And Solus, sun.
O-N-U.
S-U-N. Or Afrikaans, S-O-N. The bright thing in the sky, sun.
Okay.
While we're doing that, non-hoc unum.
Non hoc unum translates as you page through. Not this one.
Okay. Don't use the gold key.
And quarter manus.
Quator Manus translates as 4 hands.
Hands.
4
I am
hands.
not getting
4
a
like
tattoo on
1,
my
2,
hand.
3, 4, not 4
the sun.
like in fur. Like 4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
It'll be when you get like
Is it a
Teletubbies.
metal-
Yeah, Teletubbies. Straight up with a smile, baby face.
Is there anything that looks like the sun in this room?
I don't know, have a look around.
I didn't look around.
3!
Like who's looking?
20 boys.
I met the guy.
20.
Why
We're just
are you
gonna go
rolling
with-
so well on
Because I'm
perception?
really good at skill checks. It's because that I don't run into a fight and I just steamroll everything. I need to miss my first 4 shots so that when I hit, it dies.
So you want to do a percentage check of 20.
Yes,
Are we just
I'm
going to go with
looking
what you
for the
rolled?
sign.
I don't think
Yeah,
we're going to go with better. So you take a look at what I just described to you, and you see that your mind shifts to the perch because sizable thing needs sizable man to take sizable look at sizable thing, and you see that on the perch, it seems as though there's an insignia of a sun engraved on the wooden perch at the head of the table. On this, on the far side of the room, the decanter with the red fluid, red wine in, smells a bit weird.
What's
but
under the perch?
it's literally just a perch.
Is there anything underneath it?
Nothing. Well, floor.
Floor.
It's standing on a floor in front of the tail. But what you do see is next to, just to the left of the trolley, there's a nondescript doorway. Just a doorway, like right next to the trolley. And in the far left side of the room, there's a slightly more ornate door and some light shining through that. It seems as it might be light from the outside coming through a window that's in an adjacent room, coming through that very nicely decorated doorway, and the nondescript doorway just next to the decanter with what you assume to be wine.
Tell that to the rest.
Ta-da!
I try and walk through the sunny doorway.
Yeah.
As you walk,
I go to the one where I can actually like see better in the dark.
okay, so you go towards the dark doorway, you mission towards the light. What are you two doing?
I'm standing and looking at the insignia on the
So you're standing by the, he's looking at the perch. You can't yet because you're not that side of the room.
just looking at the bridge. Oh. 19 op nature.
And that means what?
I was looking if I can recognize what type of animal would sit on a perch of this nature.
Oh, that's a good role in that case.
Yeah.
You've met various different types of mythological creatures in your journeys, and what you do notice first and foremost about this perch is that there seems to be claw marks on the perch. Whatever sat on that definitely had power in whatever
One
gripped
set,
it.
2 sets.
There's like 2 feet claw, two marks clearly. On one side it's almost worn through as on the other. And you get the feeling that whatever's sitting here, it is large and it's definitely got claws.
Excellent. But okay, so we go to the doors.
Yeah, I'm trying to walk through the door with the
I
light.
smell
right,
the
so
wine.
we've
That's
got-
not wine.
From where you are on this side of the room,
No,
you
I'm
smell
just
that.
walking there, picking up and smelling.
Who's in front?
You
You
can do
walking
it.
towards the light, you're walking towards the
No,
wine.
let
Who's in
them
front?
walk through their doors first.
They stopped and looked at the perch and the other things.
Right.
I'd probably
Well,
get
no,
to the
you're all
door.
still on this side,
She
eh?
would get to the
No
dark
one's
door
moved yet.
first, and then I would get to the light door, and then yeah.
Okay, so you want her to move first?
Yeah, she would
Right,
get there. She's faster.
I need you, funny enough, to roll for movement. Is that a thing that you can do? Or roll for something?
What do you want to do?
Oh, fuck it, you're just walking over. Right.
Yeah.
So as you walk, you hear something crumble and creak, and that's where I need this paper. Okay, there we
Under my
go.
feet.
As your party walk, as you walk to the other side to go and see what's in the dark, and both you and Sana are making your way in the general same direction, Don decides, you know what, I am more interested in this perch, making way to the center of the room, while our light seeker is walking to the other side. As you split your path in the middle of the room, something starts creaking, something starts tumbling. A loud earthquake shakes the very foundations of the room you are in, but strangely not the walls. The floor opens up with a massive crack in the ground, swallowing the entire table and everything in the room, including you. I need all of you to roll for dexterity to see the damage that you'll be taking. Is that a thing?
So
You need a
dexterity
save.
saving throw.
Oh
The monster's the only one that lands on their ass.
Yeah. I really,
no! Slow fall because I'm too low level.
Are we falling?
You're falling.
I cast feather fall. I can choose 5, so
Yeah,
everyone.
Yay!
we all fall very gently.
And you all
Oh, I land on my
does
head.
feather
even
fall
though
that
it's
affect
too-
only the players, right? Not the stuff.
I can pick, but I'm just being
Only the players. Around you, tumbling down this entire concrete
That's
floor,
that.
what seemed to be such a really thick floor,
That's my next one.
goes tumbling down around you. But thanks to your friend, who you now have started relying on not as a stranger from mere hours ago, but a compatriot that you can trust. And that was what you were trying to find. Compatriots that you can trust for this journey, is it not? You found out that he cast a spell that carries you as if by magic down to the floor, unharmed in any way. You land at the bottom, and
Actually, you're welcome.
looking up, the ceiling is
thank
too high to even consider going back the way you came in. I'm cutting that off, sorry. The dungeon is pitch black. Oh, you're landing in a dungeon, just saying. Because this is the meta break that you really think that I'm going to write my first Dungeons and Dragons campaign without including a dungeon.
Well, we've had the water dragon.
And the dragon, yeah.
And yeah, so high ceiling, far away, darkness, except for a couple of unlit torches near you.
Parachute.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, what I will say, you can, oh, it's dark, but you can look at things.
Yeah, we look real hard.
I light my torch.
I give you, because you're the best at perception guidance.
You've got a strong advantage on your side that I would use at this point.
Dark vision, I guess. What are we talking about?
Yes.
I also have dark vision.
So, perception.
That's why I light the torch.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus your feet.
20.
Okay, so 13, 10
23.
for your perception.
So
So
watch that. We're going to go into combat.
exceptional night perception and vision and stuff are blinded by the 2 torches immediately lit by you,
Checks out.
completely nullifying their sense of darkness. But I will say this, in the shimmering of the light, now kind of not having to rely on the extra senses for a while because, you know, adjusting to the light, you can see that there's rubble from the fall strewn all around. There's almost what looks like steel bars. There's a chandelier with its train. There's some wooden stuff. A couple of the paintings are lying there. The table is completely useless. It just busted into smithereens in the crash down. But right in front of you, on the other side of these the debris basically around, there's a rather sizable chasm that opened up into the nothingness beyond it, right at the bottom. And in front of you, light shining in the fog. Side of the dash.
So how big is the camp?
Am I going
How big is too big to jump for any of you?
like 40 feet?
40 feet? It is like a 39 feet chasm.
Oh my goodness, I have to roll a freaking 20!
I'm gonna like Sal walks up to the chasm and like kicks some debris over into the
Do the
chasm.
math. Wow.
Wait, you guys threw me before, right?
You hear the debris fall down, but you never hear it land.
Maybe this is a bad idea.
Yeah, I know. Crossing, this is not good.
At this point, you hear something in the distance sounding vaguely like a roar.
It's
Okay,
fine.
which distance across the chasm?
In the direction that you can go now. You're blocked off on every side.
Just that way.
You're backed against the wall. There's debris. There's
Manny
the sky in
always
front of
wanted
you.
to kill it.
Chasm, light, and a T-junction in front.
Sal pulls out a shield. Like it's not too dented.
Cross the chasm first. You guys are preemptively being defensive.
I'm not crossing that chasm. Whatever's on the other side of it in Royan can stay on that
Well,
side.
and it's at this point that you realize you really should be crossing the chasm because the top starts falling down again. What is left of the mansion above you is obviously no more.
Jeez. Okay, so we need to jump a very large chasm.
There's a rule in the manual for this, how far you can jump.
I pull out a rope and tie it to stick.
I just want to
idea.
mention, did you listen to the debris situation?
Yes, it's
Now,
okay, cool.
there's a chain and that's to the chandelier. Maybe can you no tafel.
Okay, do you want to like swing it across, or do you want to like what do you want? What do you want?
I want you to build me a bridge quickly.
Come.
You have 50 feet of rope trailing off of you.
Okay.
So you can start trying to jump. I'll pull you up.
At some point during her jump, you will have to make the call if you're going to let go of the rope or you're just going
No,
to.
it's 39 feet. She can make it. She'll just fall and then I'll pull her up 39
Is that
feet.
something you would like to try? Or as a team? Or
I'm telling her she can do it. I've
Okay,
got
guys, with what do we trust better? A strength throw of a goblin? Or of the goblin jumping across?
how far can you jump?
You can jump
like with a
I'll
20, like
check.
40 feet.
like but it's
There's a jump rule. Hold on, I'm checking.
And you can work together, am I right?
Yeah.
Can you roll for different attributes each in a single engagement? Or?
Yeah, so you can do sort of a combination.
So
check.
she can
like,
roll a dexterity or whatever, or acrobatics.
Like,
you can, okay.
if you're having Don like run and chuck her and she was jumping at the same time, you could have a strength check from Don and an acrobatics check from Sticks.
Well, this part is effectively called crossing the chasm.
I'm just like, I think it would be better for you guys to throw me because then you
strength
have.
higher.
Yeah.
Can do both.
So
Throw you
throw-
and try and jump.
And will is what's your strength?
Uh,
Same. So
We trust Don.
okay, so I'm gonna tell you.
Get angry, Don.
Like, I'm helping you. You're gonna pick it up. And you're gonna throw it heel up. And I'm giving you guidance.
You know, I've done like 3 20s in a row, right?
Yeah.
So
I
you know
walk
what's
up
coming
to him
next,
and
right?
slap it. It's like on the ass.
Oh my word, do you have like a lucky rabbit's foot for only 3?
I mean, it's the rule. It's how it works, you know? This is important. Everything hinges on this.
All right.
Yeah.
Explain to me what's
That's
happening.
exactly what. If
So,
it's just me,
what
then
are
I've
we
got a
doing?
problem.
There is a rope tied to sticks.
I need to remind you, at this point, shit's busy collapsing around you. We're rushed.
You're running rage with guidance.
So running is to do with strength. So the maximum distance you can jumping is to do with strength. The maximum distance you can jump is equal to your strength.
that's not gonna help.
But you're throwing and jumping and
So throwing
So
is
we
our
can add
only
your
option.
throw and your jump.
yeah.
So you can't jump it. You
No,
can't
I
jump
can't
it.
jump
She's jumping to try and get like the extra 5 feet on your throw.
Can you do that?
Possibly if you roll high enough.
Well,
Yeah, we'll have to.
It's an
DM that.
improvised weapon.
No, we'll have to DM it.
So,
What
is
do we
it-
do? What do
roll
we do?
things. Make a decision.
Do an athletics check with guidance and help, so it's advantage plus 4.
Okay.
And then you're gonna beat her, and she's gonna
Try and
No,
jump.
she won't. It's dead weight. It's a dead weight. She's been thrown. I'm strong enough to throw her. The thing is, can I throw her 40 feet? So we're doing with athletics, with guidance, with help.
yeah.
14 was the better.
19 plus 4, 23. Yes.
Okay.
That's good. That's a successful
That's
thing, right?
very
Yeah.
successful.
All right. So
You're
what
on
you
that
do?
side. I held on to it.
Thank heavens.
side.
Someone held on to the rope.
Yeah, I have 50 feet of rope. Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay,
Is
now
there
what?
anything to tie it onto this?
yeah, there's lots of debris
On our side?
Yeah.
Is there anything
Is
on
there
Styx's
anything
side?
to tie it onto that will be sturdy enough to carry?
Right next to you, see there's a dungeon with ample, very
yes.
strong-looking bars
Okay.
into the near.
Alright.
put
I'm
off
gonna
on Sasaki.
tie the
Ja,
rope
hoe
around.
kry jy 'n centaur oor 'n 40 voet gap?
They can jump. They can jump.
Kan jy? Kan jy nou jump op?
You can hold on to the rope really tightly.
Okay, you guys cross, I'll cross last.
We're gonna pose you. Yeah.
Tie that open on
Tie the rope.
I'll
You
tie
can
the
only
rope
tie
around.
the
I'll have a
rope to
running
the
start and
centaur.
then go. You guys will just pull up the rest of the way. So it's a combined strength check. of the whole-
So if I'm understanding, did you just tie the rope around you
Then
and now it's
no,
holding
no,
across?
No, they want to make sure they get over with the rope. I'm going to hold, they're going to shimmy across, then they're across. I'm going to tie the rope around myself. I'm going to take a running start, I'm going to jump it, and they're going to pull me up the rest of the way. 300 pounds, buddy.
No problem.
Okay, but so you are going last. Then.
Yes.
Okay, cool. And the
how
other two
the
of you are
freak
getting
do you get
over.
a
So,
centaur
like
over 40
shimmying
foot gap?
across the rope, which would be like an
Is the rope
athletics
tied to
check.
something on
So
your
it's
side or is it tied to him?
he's holding it.
Okay,
I've tied
I can
it.
deal with that. I can deal with that.
So athletics.
Athletics to go over.
And that is a 6!
Plus guidance. I'm touching you real inappropriately.
Hope that's not an omen falling.
I have fours.
9? Do I do it just very slowly?
So you start shimming over the rope. Couple of times your grip kind of goes, but what you manage to do right at the end is to take your sheath that you put your
Yeah.
sword thing in, right? Your belt, whatever you call it. You untie it, but at the peril of crossing, you lose your weapon down the chasm.
Okay. Okay.
Your belt is tying you onto the rope, but that makes you shimmy over.
Sure.
But you don't have your main weapon anymore.
It's a good thing I also have a mace.
Great.
Okay. So I'm a willing creature.
How heavy are you?
I'm not so
I think I'm 80 something.
120.
Oh, you're a lightweight robot. Much of bulk, not much inside.
Not much.
Alright, let us roll to get you across.
Dex. Okay. Is it athletics or acrobatics?
Are you trying to like balance
How do you wanna
across
go
it?
over?
Or
I'm trying to balance because I have
Let's do that.
Do those two interchangeably.
that's 3.
Yeah.
Total.
So I'm just going to put it this way. Gets on the rope right at the start. Bit of a hand up from Don and immediately falls down. Legs on either side. If he had nether regions, it would be hurting right now. He just gets back on this side and he realizes that's a stupid idea.
That's awkward.
He's not over the chasm yet. He's still on the rope on this
he
side.
hadn't made it to the chasm when he fell off.
Yeah.
I'm a laugh.
I'm uncomfortable and
Hurry up!
Oh, ooh, ooh, sentimental. Oh, my nuts.
Yeah, my balls.
My balls.
I'm laughing.
That's uncomfortable.
All right, do you want to try again?
Try again, I guess.
I'm
And
willing.
don't die.
Yeah, let's do this one first.
Better. Oh, much better.
16.
16. Pretty much you decide the safer way to go across is to hand over hand it. You know, you've got this. Why did you even try balancing in the first place? And you make it to the other side safely.
Okay, so now I need to have something.
Combined strength check.
Ja.
Like, I-
Oh no, why are we being dumb? Verder vol mij, kan jij?
Ja.
Kan je nog een doen?
Featherfall
Hardloop
doesn't
slow.
actually affect your weight.
No, but
No, it
you
stops
fall
you from.
slow.
But
And I
you
won't
fall
fall
slow.
like that.
Yes,
So what I'll
yeah,
do
we
is
just
I'll
have to
do-
pull you across.
I'll do 20 feet.
Yeah.
And then when I reach the apex of my
apex, we
jumping,
start pulling.
feather fall me and you guys keep pulling.
Okay.
Oh, that sounds
Awesome.
good. Roll for things to make that happen.
What's yours?
Oh, so we've got a combined
Yeah.
strength modifier
So
of 0.
yeah. So
0.
Excellent. Cheers, buddy.
yeah. So athletics from him to see how well he jumps the gap.
So your jumping
Yeah.
distance is equal to
Okay.
your strength.
Athletics
I can
from
do,
you.
no, I can do 17 meters. 17
Okay.
feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
One would say that you don't even need to do that because you've.
No, I'm doing it. I'm doing it so that they need less time to get me
Okay.
across.
Plus guidance.
13.
Okay, 13.
Oh,
19.
that's it, boys.
Okay, 19.
So it's 15 hookers.
Do I
It's
get
work plus
guidance?
5, right?
No. That's
Then yeah.
It's this thing roll.
So what's your total in?
So 19, 13 is 32, and 14 is 46.
Jeez. So and you still need to roll for your jump, right?
No, you jumped it. Jump.
Okay, so you just jump.
17 feet.
So you take your little run up, you know, but you're limited because you're tied to this piece of rope, so you can't even get up to full speed. You feel uncomfortable about the situation, but trusting in the three comrades that if anything, right, together we can achieve anything. You realize you can jump this, and they pull you with a mighty tug. And as you're jumping over, they just pull this rope, and it extends you beyond
I'm
any
literally
jump you've ever
extra
done.
dead weight on this.
You land on the other side, and as you are still, you know, literally your hoofs are sparking on the ground, on the stone pebble, as stone floor as you land. You made it across, and you want to high five everyone around because that was the closest you ever came to having something out of your mouth like woo hoo.
Nice.
Now you are all in the safety of the non-falling bit of the dungeon.
And now we fight it.
Well, what I will say is this: in front of you, there's a T-junction. And in front, from either side, there's like the shimmering light going, and you hear a loud snore.
Freeze.
Which direction
Stop
was the
it.
loud snore
Stop
coming
it, stop
from?
it, stop it.
Both.
Okay.
But Manny would love it.
I would suggest a bit of a
A spurt.
perception check here by someone.
I'm not even gonna roll. Like,
Dead guidance question.
That's one.
That's, well, this balance.
I got a
Met
4.
nog een, so 2.
12.
2.
Perception.
And I'm going to just go with sticks for this one because of reasons. 14. So you take a look at the front and you realize that at the top of where it splits, there's a sign at the top. Just, you know, awkward wood and like scraped out. As if someone just did that, you know, not an official type sign, if that makes sense. It's reading Draco. Now, you could always use your book to translate, but at this point, your party says, we know what's happening, we've seen the meta, we realize this dungeon master is writing in dragons into his first Dungeons and Dragons stuff.
I want to make a case for having the dragon. Can we please?
For what?
Pretty please.
He wants to
With
fight
the
the
bow.
dragon. So I think
I'm just saying it is 20
He's
past
like
12 at this
definitely
point.
not
And
a
we're
foreigner,
saying-
I can see that.
I've burned 2 spell slots crossing a cabin.
Do we just have a
Okay, cool.
Do we just have a very quick long rest? We've all just nearly died half a dozen times. We're all just gonna have a nap
Yeah.
before we go any further.
Because I
Guys are
need
being
keywords.
all moany. Who's the only one that's taken damage in this thing?
None of us have.
The two of you.
Sorry, you but you did that to yourself.
I'm still good. I'm still cool. I can go.
What I will say this is while you're deliberating, trying to figure out what you are going to do, you realize that the snoring has stopped.
Oh, I don't get it.
Okay, let's take the other door. I'm fine.
No, there isn't another door. The snoring was coming from both directions.
It's going from both doors.
Yes,
Yeah,
there's a
one-
T- there's a
but one
T
door
junction
has
in front
the
of you.
side.
Before, no, it's literally a T-junction, no doors, path splits, and atop the T-junction split, there's a sign
Oh, we
that
have to
says
pick a
Draco.
direction.
If you pass the sign, if I can put it this way, under the doorway, there's a doorway, sign Draco. You can then go left or right, but from what you hear, the snore feels like it's coming from both sides. The light comes from both
I
sides.
reckon we just stay here and live out the rest of our day.
That will probably be the next 15
Roll for
minutes
old age.
as the roof is falling.
No, that was on the other side of the chasm. We're fine.
Okay, can we go and sneak and
Oh,
take a
that
look?
never ever works.
You don't want to sneak in.
We've got a
I
sneaky robot, guys. We've got a sneaky robot.
Never works.
We also.
Anti-sneaky.
Okay,
I
well, I,
am
have,
not
I have
sneaky.
plus, I have a modifier on stealth 3.
I've tried to sneak up on dragons like 5 times, and every time the dude ended up in a pool of acid
Did you ever do that with a sneaky goblin?
with a rogue that's built for stealth.
Oh, interesting.
Try it.
You want to roll for
We want to
stealth?
see how big the dragon is.
So you want to go and have a look?
And what is the room look like? Can we pass it?
And which side should you choose? What's the deal?
Okay.
Go down the
I go
water.
down the right side.
Are you
right,
rolling
right.
for perception
As
or
a free
stealth?
action, I'm saying
Okay,
I
I'm
don't.
rolling for stealth. Towards,
Guidance.
this is my lucky die.
Not so much.
Okay, well, I'm choosing it.
So 7.
7 on stealth. You kind of.
How did you know?
So what
Which side did you go though? Left or right?
right.
You went to the right side. And
The
as you
characters
take
that this every time die.
a
Every time.
look
I will
around
not
the.
die because I have goblin mechanics.
Well, trying to be stealthy, you go to the right hand side. And as you try and peer around the corner, you kind of slip and fall. And to your maximum relief,
What?
there's nothing in that room but an empty candlelight and a fire
Yes,
in the
you
distance.
lucky duck.
We need to try this again.
No, we're fine. We
Okay,
picked the side
I'm
without
gonna
the
do a
dragon.
perception check. Okay, guys, there's nothing here. We can.
She screams back. What's going on?
I mean, we can roll the three.
Immediately the whole party turned
I
stupid.
cannot.
I clank after
stealthy.
her with my chainmail.
I can literally not be stealthy. There's no way.
To your maximum relief, it's at this point that you hear as the snoring continues.
So what else is in that room?
But yeah, I'm doing a perception check.
Okay, cool. Perception for the room.
Why do I roll a 16 now? Okay, so that's sorry.
That's more than you need. You take a look around, but for the lit fireplace and the candle, it literally seems like there's a little barren table. There's nothing for you to see in that room. Nothing really that you.
Big red
It
exit.
doesn't take your interest.
Exit sign.
Nothing. It seems to be something where
Somehow we
like
can make an
the
exit.
guard of the place might have spent some time on his shift off or something, but that's long since been abandoned.
We're going to do a home.
I suggested we just live out the rest of our days.
Sounds like a better thing than on the other side of the cabin.
Yeah.
So let's look at the other side. I mean, can it get worse than a 3?
Yes,
It can get 2 worse.
Alright, let's check.
So
What's
guidance?
the highest that you can roll for this? By the way? Okay, cool. So you want
But
to use
for stealth, tweet. Wait, am I
And guided.
and guided? Okay. Okay. change.
Better.
12,
15.
15.
fantastic. As you make your way around to the left-hand side this time, very wary of the fact that you know that you shouldn't be slipping and gripping because these things are, kind of loose as it goes on. Phenomenon. You see a massive hulking black shape, not shimmering,
And
really big black scaly type shape with a tail that is going into the distance, and as the tail curls behind what you have now deduced to be the snoring dragon, you see the tail is blocking what is obviously the only exit out of this situation.
of course it is.
You feel there's more to see, but you start losing your grip around the wall, and instead of making noise, you just retract and you're still back in the safety of this side of the T-junction.
Okay.
With
And
your
I tell my party what I saw.
Okay, so
You come back and stage whisper.
Oh, I do need to add, you feel like you have not seen everything yet.
Okay, yeah. I didn't. I.
Is there a third door? A third hallway?
In my brief view of the room, I did see that there was one doorway for us to exit out of, but unfortunately there is a big hulking black dragon in the way.
Okay, so
Ooh, get him.
okay, so
Is there any way we could just like quietly try and not fight a dragon
Would you
and
like
get
to
to
do
that
that?
door?
Yeah.
I'm
So
asking
really
her.
for a
With his
stealth.
tail blocking
Well-
the door.
You can climb over tails.
Maybe,
Stealthily.
maybe what you should
Try.
do is have a bit more of a look.
Stepping
I'll
on the
say
dragon.
that.
so let's take so what
Oh.
what I've got left is fairy fire, so we can outline the living thing.
We can definitely see the big hulking black dragon.
I will add that I must have mentioned earlier when she took a look that she did see that the dragon was soundly asleep, like in completely oblivious to your existence.
Okay, let's do.
So I've got disadvantage on
So do I.
stealth.
So do I.
So I can stealth. I can actually stealth pretty well.
Okay?
Shall we go?
I'm not proficient. No, I mean I actually got a +1 on stealth.
Are we all going to try and sneak
I
to
have,
the?
okay, like I don't know how you guys want to go survive it.
So do we want to sneak past it because it's going to fail?
Let-
Because I'm going to disadvantage.
We have to try.
Well,
like,
sneaking past and then
we can
if it
sneak
wakes
to
up,
the
we roll
room
initiative
and see what's going on. Like we don't have to
Let's
go all the way
sneak
to the
as far
exit
as
at
we can,
once.
like, if we can, and then like maybe we're gonna fight for points. Like,
No, not one at a time, but like go as far as we can and see what we see, and then make a plan as it's
See what's
needed.
else in the
Yeah,
room.
Okay,
You have
so-
very limited information currently on the room. So
Okay, so
sneak to the corner.
Ja, iemand met die room gaan scout.
Okay, so Sena's sneaking around the
I've got a 14 with disadvantage.
Okay, so is that your first?
So a stealth of 14 to try and look into the room and make my way as carefully as I can towards the exit at the back.
So I will take it. So far you are leading the group now, having
Yeah.
you know, you are going out in front, and where you saw that your goblin friend that has truly become a compatriot of yours now, stopped looking. You decide to take a bolder step and go around it, and notice that right around the corner, there is actually a sizable boulder between you and the sleeping dragon, where you can probably fit at least 3 of your party to hide.
I immediately hide behind the boulder.
I put out to hide down the boulder as well.
And what's happened there?
I rolled a 4.
As you clunk clumsily about trying to get behind the boulder,
Piston, my one piston was fucked.
you notice that you accidentally kicked one of the rocks. The snoring stops. The dragon breathes loudly. Stops. As if not expecting this noise to ever happen. Yet, definitely not asleep anymore.
Drop and roll, man.
We're just trying to get out of here there. I promise. We just want to get to the door. Just shouting this from behind the boulder.
Why
Not-
would you do
Are you
that?
shouting?
I'm saying from behind the boulder. Like, I know you're awake. We're sorry. We just want to leave. Please let us leave.
As the dragon sees you,
In common.
hears you,
Common.
the dragon's tail flicks up at the noise of your voice.
Nice.
He lifts his head. As he lifts his head, a glimmering, a shimmer below his head, it grabs your attention for a moment, but you're more focused on the shimmering of the teeth that is now opening up in his mouth. You hear a voice say, "Who is there?
Old dragon.
Who disturbs my slumber?"
Well, that was actually. You can eat him.
Not nutritious.
Literally metal. He's probably not going to be very good for your teeth. If you let us leave, we can always come back with some food to apologize. I'm trying to persuade this dragon to
So
let us
the
go.
dragon looks at you.
I thought you giving you guidance. Like, just like, this way so well, please.
That is a persuasion of 11.
The dragon says, "Ha! Nice try.
I thought so too.
I will give you a choice," the dragon says. "Show yourself now, for I am not your enemy.
Steps out around the boulder like, hi.
I am a friend I promise I am not an enemy.
Stepping in front of the boulder
Can we
like
do an
I
insight
have
check
at. I'm not even trying.
Before he does that stupid shit, yes.
No, you. I'm not. I'm stepping in front of the boulder. If the dragon wants to kill us, it's gonna kill us.
I rolled a nat 1 on my stealth.
Okay,
so
I
I also
understand.
kind of woke up.
So you come stumbling behind your loud metallic friend.
Flat
You
on my
don't,
face right behind
you
me.
legit don't even make it to the back of the boulder, but because you're so tiny and just your feet are sticking out, the dragon didn't notice you up until.
Oh, okay.
You want to do an
Insight?
insight check?
Okay,
I'm-
I rolled a total of 5.
A total of 5. So you take a look at the dragon and you say, yep, it's a dragon, and it probably doesn't like me very much.
I guess it went well.
So far you've got a loud partner that shouted at the dragon from behind the cover to say, hey, we're here.
Just let us out,
But
please.
what they did notice about the dragon as he lifts his head, swung his tail a little bit out of the way of the doorway as it is menacingly wisping about, he lifts his head, shimmering line of teeth, eyes glowing like red embers, and below it, somewhere in his neck, something glowing, but you can't really see it shimmering. You're drawn to his teeth for obvious reasons to avoid them. So yeah, you are
Funny
currently
enough,
still
this is the best
behind.
way to get out.
You are still at the T junction because only they could fit behind the boulder that's around the corner, by the way.
Yeah.
But you're 30 feet away.
Yes, roughly about.
And I have stepped in front of the boulder because the dragon told us.
And you're in front of the boulder.
Yeah, told us to
yourself.
step in front of the boulder because it's our friend, and I'm like,
Like,
sure,
I'm not
sure.
following
And I stepped in
Just
front of the boulder.
FYI, I'm not
Trying to talk her way out of it.
Yep, that's 100% what I'm trying.
You're on your own,
So
man.
I'm in front of the boulder.
You're the only charisma character.
I am.
No, I'm not.
You're Dex. You're a Dex
I'm a
character.
Dex character.
Yeah, I rolled an 11 for persuasion.
Alright, so situation, you've got your dragon facing you, head's rearing up. You're not entirely sure whether this is an aggressive dragon situation or not, but you do know the dragon is not happy about being woken up.
And we're shocked.
And you do know that she's still behind, having sprawled behind this rock. He made his way behind the boulder foolishly. Sana is standing in front of the only protection they seem to have against what is probably going to be a idea. So I need to know currently, Don, you are still hiding in the intersection. The dragon does not yet know that you are there. As far as it's concerned, there's only 1 or 2 entities behind the boulder.
So, I was told by do not have. So I'm not having until I hear panicked screams coming from the other side. Because if I have to talk to it, it's going to turn out in a fight. If I have to fight it, it's going to turn out in a fight. So
Just
I'm
relax
staying
it.
here.
Yeah.
Standing there waiting.
Yes,
Listening.
listening intently, not screaming any encouragement from the other side, just doing nothing.
Okay, fantastic. I need an action from someone because at this point the dragon says, and do you want to know what your options are?
Please, please, oh mighty dragon, tell us what our options may be.
The sleep spell, I would.
Option 1, the dragon continues. You could fight and die.
That sounds like a very bad idea. Please tell me there's another option.
Option 2, you can fight and die. Which will it be?
There's a hole back there. I might just go jump in that. That's a third option, right?
No.
Oh shit.
Who's close to the edge of the boulder?
Well, he's right in front of the boulder. Sana's right in front of the boulder.
Wait.
Get him.
What do you get from killing us, oh mighty Draco?
I get peace and food.
You also get peace if we leave, and more food than we are possibly worth to you right now, because we really don't want to die. Our lives are worth a lot of food.
The dragon takes a look at your miserable, complaining face and says, enough chatter, enough chatter. I am hungry. He rears his head and you expect flame from his mouth. What happens?
Squeaky toy.
You see flame coming from the dragon's mouth towards you. Oh, and I roll for initiative at this point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, lucky me.
Do you need to roll initiative if you're still behind, you know, the attention or part of the party?
It would be
Okay, sorry.
when he would get to join
Okay,
the
okay.
competition if he wanted.
So I'm like,
You're gonna hold it.
I'm the last is last.
Yeah.
That was a 1.
Nice.
So
18.
14.
Wait, let me write the things so that I've got it in order.
18, 14. 12.
12.
So, you first, right? Then it's
18, 14.
so
Sticks.
6.
Sana. And then
Okay, and
Tom
then
on
I
two.
need roll for the
Dragon. Yes.
It doesn't need to be a dragon, he can be like a...
I've got a 12.
Okay, so you and I roll again. Because we were both on 12.
Have you sorted the
So
stuff
I
out
got a
for me?
6 for the second one. What did you get? Just to work, because we were, me and the dragon are both on 12.
13.
Okay, so the dragon goes before Sana.
Okay, cool.
And because the flame breath is happening, like you can start at the dragon's initiative, or just give the dragon the
Okay, I'll
breath to
just say.
start and then go.
So
to
the dragon takes a breath and blows out just a warning shot of fire and say, as if I am here, and it's like.
Okay.
My phone's looking for football because I said.
Thanks,
Anyway,
Siri.
the flames are enough to heat everything around you and make you realize this is serious shit.
We lost the waves.
Starts the
I
battle.
cast 35 on the dragon.
What does that do and what does that do?
The dragon needs to make a dex save.
So D20 plus like 12 because it's a dragon.
I gave it a +8 on my sheet here.
Yeah, plus 8. Sure. This is gonna go so well.
So I
We're dead.
roll
We're dead. We're dead. We're dead.
2.
I'm guessing it's getting
Plus 8 is 10.
I've got a
So
10.
make it. Okay, so
The dragon is now glowing.
So my dragon score now is 10 for this entire round.
No, so that's just
okay, that's
for
pretty good.
his ability to ignore the spell. So the spell takes effect on the dragon.
Okay, what does the spell do?
So it outlines them in a blue hue, so everybody can see them, even if it's not in line of sight. We all have advantage on attacks.
How long?
For a minute, yeah.
Okay.
So it's the dragon is glowing now.
Okay,
Like,
so in this glowing
I cannot.
in this glowing blue light that is now cast around this dragon, you see two things. First and foremost, that it's in stark contrast to its almost Vanta black scales that it's got going all over his body. Its scales are so smooth that even though it really shouldn't, it's reflecting a little bit of the blue light. But there's one point that draws your attention. Because of the shimmering blue light, you see around his neck something golden.
Something?
Golden.
Golden.
Okay,
Get
is it a check?
Not this one.
And coming, well, I don't know. Do you want to do? Can you do observations, or do we first have to do fighting things?
So you,
Finishing your turn.
Yeah, your turn has an action in it.
So
Yeah.
it is Stix's turn now, so you can probably.
if you're specifically trying to identify something.
Run up to him and grab it.
That's a
3-foot
good
monk
idea.
grappling the.
Grappling him.
Grappling him and grabbing
I
the
might take a look at it
I'm
first
gonna
if I
try
were
that.
you.
Yeah, agreed.
So take a look at me now.
Okay, boys, you
That's
have
what I got.
boys and
That's my turn.
Okay, so you don't attack.
You've
as
got
well.
4 turns, and then the
Fire doesn't
centaur's in
damage,
there,
it
right?
simply
Both
eliminates
feet.
everything.
It buffs everybody else.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is
You
Styx
turn,
doing?
your turn, dragon turn, then I'm in there with
No, dragon's before me.
Yeah, it's Styx, Dragon, Sana, and
Sticks,
Don.
it's all on you.
Grab it.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay, whatever that thing is, golden thing, I am gonna run out of the boulder. I'm going to make a very, very fast dash to.
And you're sure you can? You want to grab it without knowing what it is?
No. No, I don't.
Not now. Not anymore.
Even if the deer is not experienced, they all have the same tone. Are
Do
you sure
you
want to do
really
this?
want to?
Okay, no.
Not anymore.
So first of all, I'm gonna peek out from behind the border. Then I'm going to roll perception to see what it is.
That is very good.
Okay, wait, no, I have 14.
Plus 1 by 4. With guidance.
17.
17 better than a 14.
Great. Well, I can tell you that your role was successfully perceiving things because in the shimmering light and that nice glowy bit of thing that you couldn't see earlier due to your lack of stealthiness, you now see that it's indeed a thin golden, like a chain type thread around the neck of the dragon. It's not sitting here just to get the anatomy of a dragon right. Dragon neck, relatively long. No, it's not worn there. It's at the bottom of his neck like a normal neck thing would be. So it's hanging in front of his
Wear a neck.
basically. And you notice that hanging on this chain is a key. But the key looks a bit different from any other key that you've seen in your journey so far, in it that instead of just the back bit, that you know, the key bit, the holdy bit, what do you call the holdy bit of a key? The holdy
The
bit.
holdy bit.
The holdy bit has got a very intricate design in the shape of a sun on it. And
That's the key.
as luck would have it,
I think
you
I'm
see
gonna
that behind the dragon, right in line between you and the dragon, you know, where his tail used to. The dragon used to cover the only exit out of this place with his tail, but in its movement and its wisping of the tail, it has now revealed a slightly more ornate lock on the gate behind that exit. You will never guess the design on the gate's lock.
It matches the one on the dragon, doesn't it?
Is it the sun?
It is a sun indeed.
Okay.
You know what's the best for me? Just a little bit meta. Oh, it's a wheat key. Oh, it's fire key. Fucking grab a key from a dragon's neck. I just want to go out to say that's how.
But I mean, why are you not?
Donna's just gonna wake up. It was all a bad dream.
Can anyone push the button?
Okay. I think. Well, that's about it. I can't really do much else, can I?
Yeah, don't you have a dodge anymore? No, you don't have a...
I technically have a dodge. I'm a goblin. I can dodge on literally every turn.
Well, that might come in handy because it's now the dragon's turn.
Okay.
Dodge.
Just draw its attention and
Just
not
hide
get
behind
her.
the
Do you
wall.
have ability that makes you take off?
Okay.
Evasion.
Okay. Let's
Stay behind the rock.
So,
I honestly don't want
am I right in saying that the dragon attacks will now first attack you again?
So it hasn't attacked anybody. So like,
No, but it's that thing that draws
he has
attention.
made it glow. So
Only if you attack it will put you
no, it's up to the dragon. Like dragons
the
are
dragon can-
typically intelligent, so it can go. No, that guy did something aggressive towards me. Fuck him.
So-
Or it can be like, this person's got heavy armor and a shield. I want to make them dead first.
Okay, cool. So the dragon,
The only weakness of a dragon is its arrogance.
dude, that's literally plays into what I was about to say. So the dragon takes a look at your party's feeble attempts to do anything, because so far your attacks have not really been attacks. You've just been scurrying about, looking at things, casting him in a bit of light, making him feel kind of pretty. He decides he will even his playing field, and he takes his massive claw, which you now recognize as probably, you know,
I'm not close there. I'm not even out there.
oh no, you can't. You are not recognizing shit. But what you are recognizing is you're probably standing there. I should probably get into this game soon, because it is fight soon. Because the
I
dragon.
didn't get him, so I'm getting him.
So
In my
the
turn.
dragon takes his massive claw and aims for the boulder behind which Styx is now still hiding, and in front of which Sana is still standing. And to their shock, horror, gasp, and surprise, that claw is not aimed at either of them, but simply there to take the boulder, pick it up, and throw it as far as he can away, essentially destroying any chance of you hiding from his flames.
And
That
you
was-
guys thought I was stupid going in front of the boulder.
That was the dragon's turn, right? So I'm not going to attack now. That was what the dragon did.
Okay. Name?
Then it is Sana.
There's my buff, huh?
Mighty Draco, please don't kill us.
I respect that.
Would you like to have a little bit of an enhanced roll chat with your charismatic tendencies to persuade a dragon?
Doing a performance.
I'm just glad we don't.
Oh, so close to 15.
I still want him to roll something decent because I want a performance, but
I haven't had a decent roll at all. I need to use different dice. 12.
12.
We'll give you all of the food. Like, I've got some gold in my pocket. Let me give you the gold. And so and you don't want you to melt the gold. Like, you've got a really nice gold necklace there. And I'm pulling out gold coins out of my pouch. Like, I've got gold. Like, just let us go.
The dragon looks at you and seems to be kind of sitting back at your offer, contemplating for a second, and says, I will add a third option. You can fight and die. Fight and die. Or you can bring me the boy named Charlie.
Charlie?
Ah, Charlie, the one we let go.
We have Charlie's favorite book.
Charlie's
The
fine.
dragon seems intrigued. Tell me more.
That would probably be all the conversation that you could have in like 6 seconds.
Interesting, so we have to move on to the next
Yes.
thing. Okay, cool. Dragon is being entertained. He's sitting back contemplating the new knowledge that he's just gained, that, you know, maybe. But up next we have Dom. who is currently still residing in the safety of the T-junction, dragon fully unaware that he's there.
And we heard, get him!
Just trying to see what the rules say about grabbing things.
It's an attack, man. You're attacking the necklace. You've got advantage.
With the setback. Okay.
Do it.
I want to rage.
Yeah, because why not?
Because why not?
Because you've got other options coming up.
Your conversation is ruined.
Yeah, I know. I'm keeping it busy.
Yeah.
I'm keeping it busy.
Okay, buff.
That's what I got.
You know the next buff scene?
Next.
Okay, well,
Goblin.
look at this. I'm around this corner. My roots are gonna slip on this thing. Get around. I'm charging in there,
Are we?
and I'm going for an attack. But the attack is to grab the necklace from around its neck. Okay, so I need distances. How far from around the boulder to the dragon?
About 30 feet.
Okay, and then how far from the dragon to the door?
Well, the dragon itself
that
is
you're gonna
probably
come through?
about
No, the door,
25,
the
20,
ornate
25 feet big, I assume.
Yeah.
So his tail that used to cover it is, yeah, I would say behind where you are aiming now, it's still about 30 feet
Okay, so
to get to the door.
I'm gonna name that down in here.
How hard can it be? I mean, we've got 25 hit points.
I'm just gonna put my rage ring on so that I don't absolutely get slammed. I'm gonna charge and attack it, but it's a grab attack, so
Okay,
I need
cool.
to hit it.
So can you take damage as you grab it, or what?
So
is
no,
there
I'm
some-
not gonna roll damage. I'm gonna roll an attack against its.
Oh, so instead of
Armor
seeing the
class,
heat,
right?
okay.
No.
I would probably resolve this with, like,
You guys were talking about this arm.
What's his
but I don't
name?
think this arm is a good idea.
athletics checks. I'd probably do it with an athletics check.
Cool. I'm good with that because I'm raging, so I have advantage.
I'll do it with an
So I run in there and I attempt to grab the thingy.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do an athletics check, and you can either avoid it with a dex check or acrobatics check,
Okay.
or
Just like
do whatever
forcefully-
you do as a dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will make plans. What do you roll? And what is it? I roll my plus three.
So I'm adding 21.
Total. Okay.
That is a good one because
That's my
I
athletics.
now roll right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you beat 21, he fails to grab the thing.
I've got a 6, right?
So plus
and,
8 is
plus
14.
8 is 14. So essentially,
the thing.
what happens, like, the dragon is completely stunned. Up until now, he thought there's only 3 companions. This is, as was pointed out by the very observant goblin, a very old dragon. Hearing not so nice anymore.
Nice. Excellent. That's excellent. Go for it.
Hearing wasn't so good. Eyesight actually surprisingly bad. It's what happens when you've got those red eyes. That's not normal. That hurts the dragon. So as you run up, he thinks that it's just another trick of the imagination, turning his attention to face on your party. And as you run up, you grab around his neck, and with your pure strength, you just rip the golden thread from his neck. Now holding the sun key.
Move within 10 feet
Yeah.
of the ornate door.
Okay, so you are now behind the
I
dragon.
can't, with my movement speed, I can't make it to the door.
I will say this: does the surprise factor count for monsters as well?
As in, if
The dragon was surprised by that attack.
it's in
But it's not an
combat,
attack.
so no, not really.
Okay. Meaning that
The only one that can surprise him is a rogue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, essentially, we now have the 3 of you facing the dragon in front, and you are standing behind the dragon with the key. You are about 10 feet from the gate that is behind it.
Can I take a bonus action and pocket the key?
You bonus action to range.
Damn it.
So, holding the key,
Key in my hand.
holding the key in your one hand, your
Axe.
axe, at the ready at the other, and it turns to be turn, facing the dragon this time. The dragon at this point
It's gonna suck so
is
much.
pretty damn angry, but also trying to figure out what's happening.
Okay, so it's a bonus action I put up
So if I open the door about
defensive field.
thinking around.
So I put up defensive field, which puts a barrier on me.
On you or
On me. No, I can only do it on me. So, and I'm running up and I'm going
Manual.
to hit it in its tail.
So you want to run up past the front of the dragon to hit it on its tail because you've got a protective field
Yeah.
as you run past.
Yeah.
Does that
I mean,
add
the
to your
trick here
armor?
is don't
Or?
get hit.
That could hit.
That
It
could
gives
hit.
me temporary HP. Paralyzed. So, and then this gives me. I've got advantage. So 13, 18 to hit.
Ooh, wait, yeah, that hits, I think.
Okay.
Is that right? What's a good one for it to have?
18.
No, I would say it's quite low, but I'm just going to say 12.
No. Dragons are very difficult to hit.
But it's also running out of time for this one shot.
So,
Okay, so I do my maximum damage that I can, which is 11. 11 damage, and now you can only attack you with 5%.
Okay, wait, so what did you hit? Did you
punched it again.
but what roll did you get, sorry?
It was total of 18.
18, so essentially...
To hit.
Oh, to hit.
And then
Damage
11
was
damage.
Damage was 8.
Damage was 11.
11. Oh, nice. Okay, so as you rush past the dragon,
And I look at my friends as a flex and say, fly, you fool.
Tell my backstory!
What sounds about me?
the dragon's kind of notices you coming past, but because you're so quick doing it, you know, you've managed to punch him in you know that sore spot in the dragon's tail?
No, I know it now.
There's a little bit, it almost feels like the shot being up your elbow, right? You hit it there and it kind of like jerks around to look at you, leaving his side completely exposed to the goblin and the, paladin thingy going around. But what I will say is, the dragon is now facing you, teeth glaring, taking 11 damage.
Yeah. It's gonna hurt so much.
I think it's going to be getting a shot along.
My turn.
6.
Okay, the goblin decides to deal unarmed blows. Alright, so I run from where I was cowering at one point and decide, well, you know, since you did something pretty stupid, I would say. I'm just gonna go for it, okay? So my first unarmed strike.
But you've got it.
You have advantage because it's very fine.
Okay. Alright, so
I think it's got off of it.
Well, it's a crit.
But yeah, oh, maybe it's good. Oh,
okay.
no, but
First one hits.
So it's 19. It's
Okay, it hits.
first one hits. My
1d4
goodness.
plus 4.
It's unfair that she's always hit, but she's got these left tiny
But that-
close to make damage.
that's the thing.
That's the thing with the
It's
monk.
constantly.
Yeah.
I thought
She can roll twice, right? No, not no.
7 damage
7 damage.
on my first one.
Again? Roll again?
Okay.
Yeah, you have advantage on all of that.
Same!
Oh, 2 7.
No, so 11 plus 5, so 16.
16.
What did you say the armor class was?
12.
Oh, okay,
hits.
then it hits, alright.
A weak source.
Uh,
No,
four,
it's a
eight.
very powerful
It's a
dragon.
really old
damage.
dragon.
Very scary.
So another 8.
It's
So
another
that's
8.
in total
I would be
from...
damaged.
And I'm using all the key in the universe that I have left
Good,
now.
because
Um,
if there's anything
flurry
behind
of
this room,
blows.
this is not-
from,
Ek dink as ek die sleutel insit en hom draai dan pop die dragon uit. Ek sê,
2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action.
Cool.
Gets to punch 4 times potentially. With advantage. Roll it again. Okay, it hits.
Well, it hits.
For you and I am
It
lost.
hits.
They roll and tell me what's happening. Also, I acknowledge
Hey,
that you wrestled.
definitely freaking hits. I almost had a crit.
Almost.
Okay. First one
Another
is an 8. 7.
So
So
a total of 30 damage.
What I'm going to say is that your total of 30 damage, you are going to talk me through in scrumptious detail.
Okay, so because I'm a monk, you know, I was meditating before, you just didn't know it.
Nice.
And I
You did. You were stealthing in and then you fell asleep.
when I ran up to the dragon, I pulled all my ki that I could to save my friends because I am so scared for actually right now.
Even me, Ned. Even me.
I just do my basic monk actions. I mean, this is what I practiced
Canelo hitting that punch in the
10,000 times. Punch, punch, punch,
Okay.
and punch. 30 damage.
That was a majestic punch. I will say this much, the dragon did not expect that at all, especially not from something about the size of one of its turds.
But remember, it's with ki, eh? So it's like
It's glowing turds now.
It's magical attacks.
You punch it to within an inch of its life. It is lying on the ground, barely able to lift its head up to confront you.
How
It
is
turns at you and says, I have lived here for 14,000 years. I am old and it's my time to go. Please, will you put me out of my misery? But it will take all 4 of you.
Four
to do
hands.
it.
How?
Why the four hands thing? Get him.
Forehand him alone who wants
Yeah, look, it's Santa's turn, so.
Yeah, well, it's the dragon's turn theoretically. Is it just
Theoretically, yeah.
telling
The
us?
dragon is sitting there, positioning himself for your final blows, almost as if giving up. But in a last flurry of dragonness, it decides to sweep its tail around to see which of the party members it can all hit in one swipe. Because at this point, just to give you your positions, we have got near the gate, we have got Don standing there. On the rather close to him, on the same side of the tail, we have got Mr. Metal here, and on the front side, you've got Sana and Styx is right on top of the dragon right now still. So swinging with the tail, I just roll a thing and see if it does
Do an
stuff.
attack roll on one each of us.
So it's
Dex
disadvantage.
save.
Alright.
Is it a dex save?
I don't know, what am I rolling?
So if it's a
Are
tail,
you trying to hit all of us
I'm
with
trying
the
to
tail?
eat all four. Is this dragon's final attempt to be dragon?
I would say just do an attack on each one
Yeah,
of us.
do an attack.
So
roll.
starting with who's
So you hit our
closest to the
HP.
dragon.
You hit our
AC.
sorry.
Just a plain clean roll, or do I add what
So-
I've got?
20 plus your bonus, yeah.
Okay, so
but it's
starting
disadvantage on the three of them.
starting with who's closest to the tail, which happens to be Don.
So disadvantage.
I have got
it's,
disadvantage for me, meaning I roll twice
Does
and
it
I pick the
affect
lowest.
area effect stuff
Every
as
one of
well?
us, except.
Okay, cool. So my first, thank God for that, because I rolled an 18 and I've got a plus 8.
Okay, roll again.
3.
Okay.
So
Back for the D play.
Drop one.
now moving on, roll twice to
So the next closest would be
you are the next
and
closest.
just one
It's a
straight.
disadvantage.
9
Plus 18.
plus
17.
8 is 17.
Oh!
Ooh, so you just make it.
Nice, okay.
Just managed to drop it out of the way.
And
Okay.
Sana.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry. Next, technically closest
Yeah,
now
it's
is
Styx.
Styx
Yeah.
because you know Tail is coming. No, actually it's you because Tail will come around to ground. So Sana.
Roll again.
12.
Roll again.
Okay.
So it's 20. Oh, and this is a 19. So
Okay.
12 plus 8 gives me 20.
That hits me.
Yeah, it's hard.
So essentially, having
that hits
had
me.
Don carefully evade the thing because you know what, he just literally took a step back. He's pretty freaking quick.
I'm still sitting there like have a conversation with this thing, and like there's just been a blur of motion that's run past, and I'm like, what the hell's going?
Yeah.
Oh, so the tail hits you
Yeah.
relatively hard.
Yeah.
What happens?
Okay, so decide how deadly you want this to be, basically.
What is your.
What are you running now?
You need to roll damage.
damage die?
5.
I would probably think like 2d12 plus 4.
Oh.
Yeah, on an ancient dragon,
So
something
what
like.
was I roll?
This one?
No, you
This
guys are
one,
making
man?
it hard for yourself. He's old, he's decrepit, it's a 2x4.
I want to see if it kills me.
7 and 11.
7 and 11 is
18.
18, and 4 more takes me to 3 health remaining.
Oh!
Perfect.
You have to touch yourself now.
Yes.
Hard.
Okay. And then you still have see if it hits sticks as well.
Okay, so right after this tail just swoop past you, lucky for you, the spike's missing your vital organs, but
Shut up.
definitely piercing you in multiple spots. You end up like slammed against the wall, but like the wall that's right
Yeah.
behind where the boulder was now. But Styx is still in there for a chance. 10, so 18. So
Roll twice.
disadvantaged. 11.
It hits. So you now roll those 2d12s
So
again.
now I roll. Okay, I use one of those again. Thank you. It's a 12 and a 9.
How much health do you have?
18.
I've also got 3 left. No.
Look, with the plus 4.
I'm dead.
You're not dead, you're unconscious. You're
I will say-
unconscious.
What's the maximum that you can take? 24, and I just rolled a.
A 9 and a 12 and plus 4, which is what we said at the beginning, which is 25.
So it's not an insta-gig, but she's on
She's unconscious. Like
Okay.
she gets hit and knocked out.
Okay, so what I will say this is that as the tail swoops around, Styx is being hit, but like as you know, honest to God, this lucky thing is playing into her favor right now, because instead of being slammed against the wall, right, she lands right on top of Sana, which is literally like as if by nature, even though she's already busy recovering, in her caring nature, she reaches out to try and prevent the goblin's head from just smacking onto the floor, saving her from the final pass out that might happen. Okay.
But
So if
she
you
can
drop
pass
below-
out.
so you
It's fine.
pass out,
She
it's
can pass out.
Okay, if
Like,
you drop below 0,
Okay.
you still need to make or
Provision for
fail-
the fact that
No,
she's-
you still need to make or fail death saves.
so she can be. You have to fail like 3d20 checks after being knocked out before you die.
So I can just say you pick her up now.
At
And,
least
Yeah,
3
and like-
rounds for her to remain down and fail her death checks.
well,
And
so the
you
good
see,
news.
I can potentially heal her to just bring her back to consciousness.
Well, so the good news is that it is now Sana's turn.
Yeah. You are being healed for 13 hit points.
Oh man! Yay!
Okay, so the problem is you didn't heal yourself.
I can heal myself for 3. And I also have cure wounds.
Give me an idea of
I'm also slightly harder to hit than she is. I'm then picking you up and I'm running towards the door.
So
All
essentially,
15 feet.
so essentially you
I
grab her,
think
you
everyone
run.
needs
Yeah.
to go for the door.
And now what happens? Everyone is running towards where Don is. He's in a pretty good footing because he dodged the
It's a good turn.
he dodged this. He dodged the tail. Now he's had a moment to observe what's happening. Position himself for this, which could be the final blow of the dragon. It's your turn.
Wait,
Sana was
if you
healing.
open the gate and run for it, I would not mind.
Yeah, no.
All running for
Yeah.
All
The
I'm
only
saying is
problem
the dragon is like almost dead.
So we're putting it out of its misery.
I'm just running.
So just open the door, get
Yes.
them out,
Yeah.
and then
I'll
get,
open the door.
Save the parties. Save
Okay.
the world.
Swing the door open,
Fantastic.
turn around, take out my axe, and scream, "For money!"
Oh
And your rage
gosh,
aids.
I could do.
You didn't take damage or make an
So
attack.
I will rage in my next turn.
Yeah.
I forgot my Fury of the Small. I could do an extra 3 damage. Look at
Dus
this.
die is ook een extra langsom. Ja, ek is nie by hulle nie.
Didn't they run to you?
No, we're
They,
not
they are
15
heading
feet
to.
closer.
They're 15 feet
We're still
closer
like
to him.
25, 30 feet away from the
You're,
door.
you're about 15 feet from him now.
Oh, okay.
So you made it off because remember in your actions you were slammed closer.
Oh, okay. So then it
Ek
would
kan nie
be...
die deur oopsluit en hom attack nie. Ek kan die deur
No.
oopsluit en move. Okay, I'll move because I can do 40 feet. So I can move between you and the dragon.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
So I'm standing there with my axe out betwixt them and the dragon.
Next to
With
me.
the
You want to
door.
be next to me.
But did you open the?
Yeah.
Okay, so you unlocked the door. I have to say, at that very point, as you turned the key in the lock, it sprung open surprisingly easily, considering it's all old and shit. But as the door started swinging open, almost taking your attention off the
As a
fight,
boo-boo.
it starts happening, and you feel this burning sun appear on your hand. And it seems a bit more intricate than some of the other tattoos and shapes that appeared because it's got more detail, but you know it's the same that's happened to the others. Your right hand now bears the mark.
Cool.
Okay. My turn.
Ja.
I do just want to say that it's incredibly, like, just fortunate that the library and the sun both got dealt with by people that hadn't dealt with one of the previous ones entirely accidentally.
You'd think so until you watch this video again, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna. 18 to hit the dragon
Ja.
Okay, that hits.
with 4 damage, and now it has to attack me.
Sure.
You hit the dragon for 4 damage. How did you hit him?
Just punch it again with behind my shield. No, just in the tail. Like,
This poor old pensioner of a dragon, just chilling there in his cave, you know, in the dungeon. All of you have just walked up and started killing it and punching it. It is really now on its last because you just gutted it with like a guttural punch.
Super mean.
Well, you were at the back, so you just shoved it into a Lomibit boat or something. It turns to face you. It's full attention now coming your way, but it is first sticks to fight again.
yep. Run it. Run. Get out. Get out.
She's still under my arm.
Just get out.
I don't,
Just
you know,
run.
like I have
Run,
13
run,
hit points right now, so I don't know, but I don't want to leave my.
Run.
I'm faster than you. Way faster than you.
I can also move 40 feet.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Okay. So
Can
Well,
you move
can
and
you-
attack, or is it just a move?
Yeah, ek kon net beweeg. Ek kon nie
but
attack
she
nie.
can-
But she can
attack
just,
and
just
run.
as fast as I am.
so
Okay,
she's
you know
gonna-
what? I'm gonna stay in the arms of my protector and use my darts.
Ooh, nice.
Swear at it as he lips fast.
Okay.
The
Don't put
flaming
it down, she's way
punchy
faster.
one, because you still have a key
But
point.
I'm pretty sure he's got
Yeah, probably.
5 damage, so I'm gonna aim for an eye.
You do have advantage.
I'm just wondering how many
You
dots
have
are these?
35.
It's one.
Just one dot.
Yeah. And again, because you have advantage.
17.
Hey,
Okay, the
You hit.
20-ish.
And this is plus 3.
You really have to suffer.
7 damage. In the eye. Straight into the eye.
So you take your darts, you throw it in the general direction of the head of the dragon, managing to take out his entire eye, and the dart actually goes as far as piercing into the dragon's golden brain. It doesn't destroy itself in a magical puff of dust. It just limps down as if it was still asleep, and you think maybe it is. But you're not going to stick around for much longer to find out. The dragon is dead for now.
The dragon is dead!
And it is. Are we still in initiative?
No.
Okay. Bolting. Bolting.
Nee, je kan nie 'n dragon tooth kry nie. Nee.
We can always come back. We can come back, Don. For now, we don't die.
Okay, so are we doing milestones or?
So, well, huh? I don't know what that
No,
means.
the joke is we just killed something that we should never have been able to kill. How much
Also,
XP do we
can I
get?
just mention that the dragon only started with like a 50 and an 8
Yeah.
or 5?
Yeah.
So, that being said, you run through the doorway, and this, ladies and gentlemen, as you make your path into the darkness of what is seemingly not an excruciatingly long hallway like you've had, but it's just a little bit of pathway going up. Not so much so that you seem to struggle. You reach a door. You reach a door that swings open by itself as you approach it, and you walk into the darkness in front of you.
No.
As I read what is about to happen next, I'm just trying to find my thing here. Okay, there we go.
As you walk into
Walking
as you walk into that,
Darkness.
Darkness.
into
They
the
couldn't hear
darkness.
you.
Oh, right. Climbing up this pathway leading from the gate that you just walked through, you finally reach a small yet sturdy door. And I'm going to say this again because I wrote it nicely. As black as the dragon you just defeated. Closer to it, the door swings open as if by itself. And behind it, you see vast, thick darkness in a dimly lit cavernous room with only 3 vague lights visible, each seemingly with a table beneath it. The room is eerily quiet except for the mumbling of a little boy standing outside the light cast over the nearest table, saying, Ignis infectum libe solis.
I look at the first table.
Right? As you look at the first table, right, you approach it, and I will say this to you, that as you approach the table, you see on the table a ridiculously big red cartoonish button, which you don't,
We don't push, we've
on it,
established this.
big friendly letters saying push. And next, and
You've
so-
been told not to push buttons before. You remember that. You remember that.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. But I want to.
near the table, the boy you came to know as Quatur Manus stands, and he's still saying he hasn't noticed you yet.
Get him.
So yeah, you're just standing there outside the light. There's a table, light, boy, button.
And
Is that it?
That is where you are at now.
Just put your foot.
I'm
Each
going
of
to-
us touch him with the hand with the symbol.
Yeah, okay, that's a good idea.
Try that, and then if that doesn't work, we put our hands on the notes with the words on them.
So you walk up to the boy. You put your hand on his shoulder.
All 4 of us.
All 4 of you.
Yes.
All 4
He
hands.
turns around, frightened, and he says, I knew you were different, but why are you so touchy?
I'm gonna take out my axe.
Jeez.
Gee, okay.
But
Be careful, stuff.
can you please get going now? There's only one thing left for you to do.
Okay.
before the first
do we need
table
to do?
had the notes on specific corners. So
Okay.
you have to put light is Venus at the one corner, touch it.
Okay, and each one of us with our corresponding.
Hands.
Touch.
We
That's
try
where
that.
No, let's do
Where
that.
the notes were.
So where do you stand? I need to
Wait,
have
he
positions.
literally just said, there's one thing left for us to do. So,
Yeah.
wait,
Let
what
him
do we need
finish
to
talking.
do?
Yeah, maybe you can tell us.
The boy looks up at you and says, you know.
What? Ah,
Okay.
How about this close? This.
Ignis was north.
Yeah.
Then did we go? Was it clockwise or anti-clockwise?
directions?
Yes.
It was, slots.
Infectum was
There's
west, I
only
think.
16 possible
I'm
solutions.
expecting you to tell Don where to stand.
Libra was south, and Solus would have been east then.
Left.
So you would stand on the right-hand side, I stand on the left-hand side, you stand on the far side, you stand on the close side. Put the notes down, put our hands on the notes, and see if anything happens.
So just want to make sure, where did you put Ignis?
On the north side,
Where did you put Infectum?
west,
Okay, where did you put Liber?
south,
And Solis?
east.
Are you 100% sure of that?
If nothing happens, we're going to move them around until we eventually get it right.
Dit nie waar die son opkom, waar die son ondergaan.
That's where they were.
Okay.
So,
As you walk closer and the time is starting to run out, you think, did I get my west and my east mixed up perhaps? or
Okay,
not?
put them the right way around.
Oh, sorry guys, that's my mistake. I mean,
All four of you go and stand at your assigned spots next to the table, realizing that all of this was essentially to get four compatriots together through all sorts of trials and tribulations. As the little boy stands and watches, you all reach out and put your hands on the button together and press. Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening. And understanding now that togetherness was what made the button work, the entire simulation ends. You are all sitting inside your room with the VR on, taking it off your head, and you high-five each other at a job well done. And somewhere in the distance, though, you can still hear something. As you walk away, Ignis, Infectum, Liber, Solus, and you wonder what happened to the little boy called Quatermanos.
We defeated a dragon!
no, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
We defeated a dragon
Baby
proxy.
dragon.
Hey, I did my first DM thing.
Thank you.
It was really good fun.
Was it okay? Did you guys at least enjoy it? Because as Jared taught us in our first bootcamp thing, it's like, it really doesn't matter what happens as long as everyone's having fun. And yeah,
Tons
so
of fun.
was it good?
Really good fun.
I can't wait for my training to actually have any idea what I did here now, but
You screwed up a lot less than you think you might
it?
have. Yeah.
fantastic. You heard it first. I'm not as much of a screw
You
up.
just need to learn the rules, and then maybe the rest of the stuff will be fine.
Well, from so far what I've gathered is learning the rules is essentially what you guys are doing for 20 years and you still don't have it all. So let's end off this thing by just officially thanking you guys, thanking Jix, thank you so much for being part of my first DM. Thank you to whoever bothered to watch this entire. If you watch this entire thing, comment with an emoji of your favorite animal so that I know that you actually got out here. If you don't, I won't know, you won't know. And yeah, we'll be tagging social handles and stuff in it. I will definitely be doing this a lot more. Darren, I'll definitely be joining your DM games and seeing what I can do.
Ernest runs as well here once a month.
Fantastic. I mean, I feel much more comfortable being part of a game now, and I look forward to being on the other side of the screen. So cool. Thanks so much, and thanks Justin for helping us out with the filming and the stuff. And we don't need to mention Hendrik for printing things, Rolda for being the voice of reason in the background and for facilitation. Like everyone that should be thanked. Thank you so much, and really appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. Cool. Yeah, round of applause as we stop the stream. And I go pee.
Don't worry about it.
Like resin models are lovely, but yeah, I've got a resin printer at home as well, and
How do I stop the stream though? I don't know. Do I just click it closed? Are you sure to stop streaming? Yes.